Okay, good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. As many of you know, the governor has recently signed Public Act 101-0640, making certain amendments to the Open Meetings Act so that we, along with other boards and commissions, can continue to host virtual meetings during this COVID-19 public health emergency, provided that certain conditions are met. One of those conditions is that I, as head of the Chicago Plan Commission, determined that an in-person meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is not practical nor prudent. I want to make sure our virtual meeting meets all the conditions of the Open Meetings Act as amended. Therefore, I am making a determination pursuant to the newly created Section 782 of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is not practical nor prudent. Similarly, I'm also making a determination pursuant to the newly created Section 75 that because of the disasters declared by the governor, it is unfeasible for at least one member of the Chicago Plan Commission or its chief administrative officer or its chief legal officer to be physically present at the meeting place inasmuch as there is no physical meeting place. Before we get into the full meeting agenda for the August 26, 2021 Chicago Plan Commission meeting, I would like to ask everyone that because we are meeting virtually, please be mindful of your surroundings in terms of noise. Please remember to keep yourself muted when you are not speaking. The meeting is being recorded and also live streamed for public viewing. Lastly, if you are an active participant in the meeting, especially if you are speaking, please do not watch the live stream as this will cause audio interference. Thank you so much. I also want to quickly provide guidance to those who have pre-registered to provide testimony on the cases presented for public hearing today. Those who requested to testify at the Plan Commission today should have already submitted testimony forms, which included the speaker's full name and address, as well as a public hearing item number, and those forms have been gathered by staff. I would also like to remind our presenters to please be mindful of their presentation length, please stay on point in a concise and efficient manner so as to respect the time of all in attendance. We also have asked you to limit your comments to 3 minutes. When your name is called, your microphone will be unmuted to allow you to make your comments. The public comment portion of the meeting is not a question and answer session of staff or the applicant, but an opportunity for attendees to voice their opinions on a particular proposal. Out of respect for others, please do not interrupt nor disrupt their speakers. Any individual who disrupts the presentation or any subsequent comment session may be muted and removed from the virtual planning session. I will now do a roll call. Commissioner Biaggi.
Here.
Thank you. I know that Commissioner Brumfeld was sorry he couldn't be here. Since we changed the meeting date, he wasn't able, but Commissioner Brumfeld is not here. Commissioner Burnett. Commissioner Cordova is here. Commissioner Cox.
Yes, here.
Commissioner Flores.
Here.
Commissioner Garza. Commissioner Grossman. Commissioner Kelly. Commissioner Lightfoot. Commissioner Lyons.
Here.
Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Murphy.
Here.
Commissioner Novata. Commissioner Osterman. Commissioner Barkley.
Set up a call.
All right, someone's going to need to mute themselves. We're hearing your call. Commissioner Reyes is, I know, not attending today. She can mute it. Commissioner Searle.
Here.
Commissioner Shaw. Jack, can you mute whoever that is that's got their sharing their phone call with us?
I'm sorry, that's Alderman Tunney. I think he's unmuted for the roll call.
Oh, I see. Okay, that helps to know that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Commissioner Searle, Commissioner Shaw, Commissioner Shaw's not here. Commissioner Pizzato. Commissioner Tunney, I believe, is here. Commissioner Vega. Commissioner Villegas. And Commissioner Wagasbach. Thank you. Okay, we do have quorum, so we will proceed.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
this is Deborah Moore. I just came in.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Moore, appreciate it. And just so you know, that if I need to step away from the meeting, I would normally be able to turn the gavel over to the Vice Chair. However, in her absence today, I would like to ask the body to consider Linda Searle to act as a designated replacement should I need to step away. Do the plan commissioners have any questions on this action? If none, can I get a motion for Linda Searle to chair the meeting in the absence of the chairwoman?
So moved, Biagi.
Thank you. Seconded by?
Flores.
Thank you. And I do need to do a roll call. Commissioner Biagi,
Yes.
Commissioner Cordova's yes, Commissioner Cox,
Yes.
Flores,
Yes.
Lyons, Moore,
Yes.
Lions, sorry.
Searle. Did I hear you?
Yes.
Oh, there she is.
Murphy's a yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Yes. Commissioner Tunney,
Yes.
and that's it. Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you.
Commissioner Barnett,
Commissioner Burnett, did I hear your voice?
yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett is also here and votes yes on that motion. We will now approve the minutes from the July 15, 2021 regularly scheduled Plan Commission meeting. The minutes were distributed prior to today's meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the regularly scheduled meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission held on July 15th, 2021?
So
Go ahead.
moved, by Commissioner Searle.
Thank you, Commissioner Searle, seconded by
Biagi.
Commissioner Moore.
Commissioner B. I got Biagi first on that. Thank you, Commissioner Moore. Let me do the roll call vote. Commissioner Biagi,
Yes.
Burnett,
Yes.
Cordova's a yes, Cox,
Yes.
Flores,
Yes.
Ellie, Lyons, Moore,
Yes.
Yes.
no, let's see, Searle,
Yes.
and Tony.
And Murphy's a yes.
Thank you, Commissioner, and is present. Commissioner, oh, so it's Murphy who's here and not Kelly. Okay, sorry about that. Motion passes. Prior to commencing.
Tony's a yes.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Tunney's yes. Prior to commencing the public testimony and regular business listed on the agenda, we have a case for which the applicants are seeking a deferral. This item is listed as D16 on the posted agenda. A proposed residential, hold on here, a proposed residential business plan development submitted by FR Realty Incorporated for the property generally located at 1017-1039 North LaSalle Street and 125 West Maple Street. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from RM-5 residential multi-unit district to a DX-7 downtown mixed-use district, and then to a residential business plan development. The applicant proposes to construct a 39-story, 418-foot tall building with 303 residential units, 3,698 square feet of ground floor commercial space, and 124 parking spaces with accessory and incidental uses on the property located at 125 West Maple Street, Subarea B. The property located at 1017 North LaSalle Street, Subarea A, will continue to be improved with the Annunciation Greek Orthodox Cathedral. The existing 6-unit apartment building and coach house at 1015 North LaSalle Street, Subarea A, will remain. Bonus floor area ratio of 1.50 for the Subarea A and bonus FAR of 4.5 for Subarea B will be taken, and the overall FAR of the plan development will be 9.5. This is in the second ward. Can I get a motion to defer this item to a future plan commission meeting?
So moved by Commissioner Lyons.
Thank you, Commissioner Lyons, seconded by,
Commissioner Searle.
thank you, Commissioner. Now I'll do the vote. Commissioner Biagi,
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett, Cordova is a yes.
Yes.
Burnett is a yes. Commissioner Cox,
Yes.
Commissioner Flores,
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Searle,
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. Motion passes. to defer
Madam
this
Chair,
Yes.
Kelly's here, Commissioner Kelly.
Okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
No worries, I was like,
I've got my, I can't, anyway, got 3 screens open here and I can't always see them all at once here. I can see the roll call and my agenda here and you all. So we will now take public testimony for the items remaining on the agenda today. I will also remind the speakers that item 16 has been deferred And as such, in light of the lengthy agenda today, you may choose to still speak today or are instead welcome to sign up when that project comes back before this body. We have a large group of people signed in to speak on items today, 34. When I call your name, please wait a moment until you are unmuted, and then you may speak. Then you may proceed to speak. Please be reminded that you will have 3 minutes. The first speaker is Peter Zanika, who will correct my pronunciation. He would like to comment on item D3, followed by 2 speakers from item D5, Butler Adams and Bonnie Sanchez Carlson, then Butler Adams for item D6, followed by 6 speakers for item D7. And we realize that they may not, they may choose to, because of the deferral, to defer also their public testimony. That would be Georgette Foss, Peter Zanika, Reverend Shauna Bowman, Michael Rabbit, Reverend Cara Wagner Shearer, and Patricia Fraun. Butler Adams for item D10, 4 speakers for item D11, Butler Adams, Lorraine Jackson, Marvin Noriega, and Sheila Gaynor. Butler Adams and Stephen Simmons for item D12, Butler Adams for D13, Butler Adams for D14, Butler Adams, John Burke for item D15. Next are 12 speakers. And this is also a group for D16. Butler Adams, Julie Hillary, Kelly Gosler, Ken Green, Michael Frenzel, Noel Torres, Ray Garza, Rigoberto Mendoza, Samir Batz, Samara Hanna, Wolfgang Seuss, and Julie Mueller. Last speaker is Butler Adams for item D17, and that concludes the list of those who completed speaking forms. Let me go now to Peter Zanika, who will comment on item D3.
Hello, my name is Peter Cisnica. I'm a resident of the 45th Ward. The last time 8535 Higgins came before this commission, the developers were asked to provide the full 10% affordable on-site. They did, only to be denied in the zoning committee. Alderman Napolitano was fully supportive of the 297 residential units at 8535 before someone told him that the ARO was triggered. The 41st Ward Alderman was behind the microphone at a City Hall press conference titled, "We Are Not Racists." The Alderman may not be a racist, as he proclaimed, but his policies produce racist outcomes. His intent is immaterial. At Sears, there's a question of process. Alderman Gardner held one online public meeting about a portion of the Sears redevelopment in May 2021. We had 60 minutes to digest the plans, formulate comment, and ask questions. Gardner even refrained from recognizing known critics in his single public meeting. One critic, seeing the writing on the wall, left the Zoom meeting, came back in under an alias, and was recognized by Gardner. Gardner recently provided more opportunity to talk about an 18-unit development with residents than he did for the 208 proposed units at Sears. Gardner is trying to rush the Sears proposal to beat the coming ARO changes. Back in May of 2020, the commission heard Alderperson Gardner say he was proud, very, very proud to negotiate and secure the full 10% ARO requirements from the developer at the Point at 6 Corners, now under construction. Commissioner Cox, you congratulated Alderman Gardner for his tenacity, but at Sears, the Alderman is showing a distinct lack of resolve in accepting far, far less and trying to aid the developer to provide minimum affordable units. Chicago has a long history of segregation. Affordable housing is a civil rights issue. As U.S. Senator Cory Booker said, we should not be putting civil rights issues to a popular vote, to be subject to the sentiments and passions of the day. Agreeing with Senator Booker, the Supreme Court has long held, in a variety of circumstances, that a governmental body may not escape liability under the Equal Protection Clause merely because its discriminatory action was taken in response to the desires of a majority of its citizens. Please support 8535 Higgins and its forward-looking approach regarding the ARO. Please reject the hurried and partially conceived Sears proposal. Send it back to the drawing boards. There are some alderpersons, some members of this commission whose wards do more than their fair share when it comes to providing for affordable housing. It's time for the 41st and 45th wards to step up and do their fair share. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cisnica. Now we would like item let's see, that was on item D3. Now we'll have two speakers on item D5, Butler Adams, who will be followed by Bonnie Sanchez Carlson.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, well, good morning, commissioners. This is for item number 5, 525 South Wabash project. I have several comments on the project, and one of them is that I think that it actually could be a whole lot better than what it is. There's not much change in this version from the version that got deferred several months ago. This development had no real public vetting. I mean, I'm very disappointed in Alderman Riley about this project. He always calls himself transparent, but there were no actual public meetings about this project. He may have sent out some emails and had conversations with neighboring property owners, but there was no Zoom public presentation like he had for the hotel in Streeterville a month and a half ago, and like he's had for many projects in his ward. There was no public meeting on this project. And that's kind of suspicious and disappointing. In terms of the design and development, the hotel tower itself, I think, should be half as wide and twice as tall. It should be no deeper on the north-south axis than the Congress Plaza is wide. The FAR, the project, should be shifted vertically. The massing, to me, progression diagram from September 16th, 2019 is far superior than all other attempts. This scheme shows more air circulation around the project and allows more light penetration to the western facade of Congress Plaza. The Wabash Avenue podium rendering shows this very narrow gap. Also, the September 2019 scheme allows for a greater distance between the two buildings. And some of the context elevations from the Michigan Avenue side, you can clearly see the visual crowding of these structures. Both residential and hotel should be taller and thinner on their main axis. The base and podium of the project, I believe, is very nice and meets the street in a very pedestrian-friendly way. The hotel entry along Van Buren is very handsome, and I think will help activate that particular corridor. The cast-in-place portion of the residential tower should be scrapped. I've never been a big fan of cast-in-place concrete. It does a very bad attempt at mimicking real stone. Now, I was wondering also, was there an actual conversation with Roosevelt University about there being maybe a contribution to help them put a green roof on their athletic center? There could be, I think, a deal, something worked out there to have more green space there as well. So this particular overall design, I don't think is 100% what it could be and should be for this for Chicago skyline, but the potential is there. Lose the girth, bump the height on both towers. Thank you very much. This, I think, needs some work, and I'm disappointed there were no real public meetings. This was not really transparent, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Bonnie Sanchez Carlson.
Good morning. My name is Bonnie Sanchez Carlson, and I am the President and Executive Director of the Near South Planning Board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on the project located at 525 South Wabash. Near South Planning Board has had the opportunity to review this project on a number of occasions, and most recently the current changes proposed. It is our understanding that the applicant has revised its original proposal to increase the hotel key north in the north tower to 405 keys. We also understand the building would add one additional floor to make it leaner and taller. The two towers will still contain approximately 777 residential units and 40,000 square feet of retail space and a parking podium with a large open area amenity space on top. Of the 40,000 square feet of retail, it is our understanding that 24,000 would be dedicated to a grocery store, 11,000 for neighborhood retail, and 5,000 square feet for a restaurant. Plans also call on 151 on-site parking spaces. While Near South Planning Board has agreed to support the changes to this proposal from the original proposal, we still feel it is generally, we feel it is an ambitious proposal, and it provides a substantial benefit to the community and fits in character. However, a potential concern with us is this increased traffic to the building. This development is eliminating an existing parking lot that hosts 380 spaces without providing much replacement for the lost spots. Now, while we're aware that the parking supply in Grant Park and other locations near the site, and we recognize this is a TOD project, we would still love to see additional parking in the proposal. And we have expressed our concerns a couple of times to the alderman and the developer. We do wholeheartedly support this project with our consideration on this additional parking and urge your support as well. And sorry, Butler, but we do appreciate the developer coming to us and presenting this project so that we could speak in a timely fashion. And we'd like to thank Alderman Riley for his support of this as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez Carlson. Appreciate it. Next, Butler Adams, D6.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, again, good morning, commissioners. This is for item D6, 601 West Monroe. I certainly can appreciate that the alderman has had meetings with certain neighborhood groups and communities, leaders, but unfortunately, again, for this project, as in the previous project, there was no true public meeting about this development, which is fairly significant, having over 1,000 units. One thing about this project is that it does block presidential towers, and I'm all for that. Ironically enough, the same architects of this project did presidential towers back in 1986. The hotel was removed from this proposal. There was going to be a hotel. It was removed from this proposal to add more residential units, according to an email by Alderman Riley earlier this year. If there had been true public input, I would have asked my questions there. I don't know why there just wasn't encouragement for the developer to buy even more FAR and have both more residential units and the hotel at the same time. I mean, I don't understand the problem having both. This is the third time in as many years that a hotel proposal for a higher profile project in the 42nd Ward was scrapped by the alderman. Again, had there been a true public meeting about this project, I would have asked my questions and have my concerns at that time. How much tax revenue is the project and city losing because now you're not going to have the hotel revenue? How many jobs are not being created because now you don't have the hotel amenity spaces and people who can staff that space? So is that necessarily a good idea of removing the hotel from this project and decreasing the height? For a city that, invented the skyscraper, we always seem to reduce the height of a lot of these projects. And for someone who likes tall buildings, that is certainly annoying. I do think the base of this particular project is somewhat visually overwhelming. I don't know why there was no consideration of at least maybe doing one floor of underground parking, one floor of below grade parking. I do know that some of the parking is wrapped in active space, and that certainly is a plus. The dual tower proposal on the podium concept seems to be kind of this architecture firm's thing. This is Solomon Cordwell Benz, and they've done the same thing since the mid 1970s with McClure Court Center, and then early 2000s with Streeter and the Atwater Place in Streeterville. Again, why there were no true public meetings about this project is very disappointing. I don't recall any Zoom or in-person public meetings about this proposal. If I'm wrong, please do correct me. It has potential. I love the density, but I would have liked to have some input before it got this far. But again, thank you all for your time. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. We're now moving to item D7, Georgette Foss. Let me go to Pete Cisnica, and then if Georgette Foss is here, we can come back to her. Go ahead, Mr. Cisnica. Okay, maybe he's not here either. Reverend
Georgette Foss is here, Madam Chair.
Yes,
Okay.
bear with me though.
Okay.
I just lost my,
We can hear you.
okay, bear with me. I am so sorry. I need to,
Can we come back to you?
no, I'm fine. Yeah, I found it. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Georgette Foss. I'm a Northwest Side resident and a members of Neighbors for Affordable Housing. We are a group of neighbors who organize around and support developments that provide ample affordable units and our neighbors who will benefit from them. I am here with gratitude today on behalf of my organization to once again lend support to a project that had been brought before the City Council a couple of years ago that failed to get through committee. It's a proposed development at 8535 West Higgins Road, which is in the O'Hare neighborhood of the northwest side of the city. Recently, it was discovered that 700 applicants are vying for one of 75 units of the almost completed 5150 North-Northwest Highway development. This is very telling, given that so many neighbors are vying for one of these units. This is proof that affordable housing is something that so many of our neighbors desperately need. Let's also reflect on the fact that this proposal is so close to O'Hare and the hotels, motels, and restaurants that serve this vast transportation hub. Some of their employees travel via public transportation anywhere from 1 to 2 hours each way to work. It would be advantageous to them if they could live closer to their jobs, which would allow them more time to spend with their families, maybe attend classes nearby at Wright or Triton, or even do some volunteer work to give back to their community. It would be amazing if we could finally go forward with this Higgins Road project and offer a neighbor the chance to live closer to work, family, and opportunity. We support this development wholeheartedly, as do the rest of the folks of my organization. Also, I would like to respectfully state on behalf of Neighbors for Affordable Housing that we do not support the development at the site of the former Sears at Six Corners in its current form. This is because the developers are going the buyout route to only include 6 affordable units in their planned development. Developers, again, please, 700 neighbors are already vying for 75 units in one single development in our neighborhood. We need you to do better, go back to the drawing board, and rework your plan for Six Corners and include every single affordable unit as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Voss. Mr. Cisnica again. So say your name again so I can remember how to pronounce it correctly. Cisnica.
Yeah, my name is Peter Cisnica, and I combined both of my comments in the first comment made today.
Okay, thank you very much. Reverend Shauna Bowman, followed by Michael Rabbit. Okay, how about Michael Rabbit?
Good morning. Hello.
Yes.
Good morning. Thank you so much for the time this morning. My name is Shauna Bowman. I am the pastor at Friendship Presbyterian Church and a member of Neighbors for Affordable Housing as well. And I too urge you to vote in support of the current effort to build new affordable housing as part of the Glen Star O'Hare planned development on the city's northwest side at 8535 West Higgins Road near O'Hare. If built, this development would include 59 affordable units and would help put local housing within reach for workers who are currently traveling long distance, sometimes hours and hours, to work at O'Hare and the near northwest side, as well as increasing the overall housing supply in one of our city's opportunity areas. As the pastor of Friendship Presbyterian Church, which meets on the northwest side, I have members in Norwood Park, Gladstone Park, Jefferson Park, Portage Park, and in the northwest side suburbs. Many of them are elderly and have had to face leaving the neighborhoods where they've raised families, some of them have grown up due to increased property taxes or otherwise raising costs. I've seen my members' homes foreclosed and them displaced. I've seen them have to make hard decisions to move away from a community that they love. More access to affordable housing is necessary not only for people who currently live on the northwest side, but it also relieves this burden that we've already spoke of from those who are commuting great distances. When folks can afford to live in our neighborhoods, they can invest in local communities and the local economy. In part of the city where affordable housing has historically been blocked by local alderman, 41st Ward Alderman Anthony Napolitano continues to try and do just this on this project, using fear-based messages, rather than reminding us that we are all part of one city and that we need affordable and accessible housing in every corner. His office has used messages of crowded schools and density to scare local community rather than think invitingly and inclusively. I invite you to think about how we can be a city together rather than broken into pieces. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Reverend Bowman. Michael Rabbit, followed by Reverend Cara Wagner Scherer, and I'm asking people please to be queued up and ready to go right when I call your name. You'll get your full 3 minutes, but we'd like you to be queued up. Michael Rabbit.
Hello, I'm Michael Rabbit. I'm a resident of the 41st Ward in Chicago and a co-founder of Neighbors for Affordable Housing, a group on the Northwest Side committed to making our communities more affordable, accessible, inclusive, and equitable. I'm here today to express strong support of the 8535 West Higgins development located in the O'Hare neighborhood. This development near the wheelchair accessible Cumberland Blue Line stop will include 59 units of affordable housing. As a reminder, the city's official policy is to prioritize density and affordability near transit hubs such as this one. Having affordable housing built near O'Hare Airport could save airport workers hours every day in daily commute time, offering them a better quality of life. It will also transform opportunities for working class Chicagoans who will gain access to a large job market, and it will also meet demand for new apartment housing for those living in or near the O'Hare neighborhood. Meanwhile, there has been little to no affordable housing created in this neighborhood since the Affordable Requirements Ordinance was created in 2007. Sadly, there are strong forces in place to maintain the status quo and preserve residential segregation in this part of Chicago by opposing affordable housing at every turn. And the opposition to 8535 West Higgins is the latest instance, led by Alderman Napolitano, whose opposition to affordable housing using false narratives, not facts, is well documented. The language in his recent ward newsletter follows this familiar pattern, as he uses coded language referring to fear of high density developments targeting the ward and saying, "We have warned that this was coming." Even though the number of people waiting on current waiting lists for affordable housing in our community are many times the available units, we continue to see efforts to block new affordable units from being built. And at a time when the COVID-19 pandemic has worsened an existing housing crisis in our city, it's appalling to see such opposition to a prime opportunity to expand much needed housing capacity. And Alderman Napolitano is not alone in his efforts to impede affordable housing. Alderman Gardner in the 45th Ward is trying to rush through a large development at the Six Corners site that includes almost no affordable units at all, and trying to do so before more stringent requirements take effect in October. With all this in mind, the Higgins development must move forward. Please vote yes to approve this important development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rabbit. Reverend Cara Wagner Scherer, followed by Patricia Fron.
Thank you very much. My name is Cara Wagner Scherer. I'm the rector, the pastor of St. John's Episcopal Church in Chicago in the 45th Ward. I'm a 25-year resident of Chicago, 16 years in 45th Ward, and when it was the 40th Ward. I am in favor of 8535 West Higgins for many of the reasons you've heard about affordable housing and the need for it. In the same way, I'm very concerned about the development at Six Corners in the old Sears because of the very few affordable housing units there. I have parishioners all over on the Northwest Side, and like Pastor Bowman, I have parishioners who have not been able to remain in the neighborhood because it wasn't affordable anymore. I was also founding member and president of Hands to Help, a ministry in help with people who were in crisis and in housing shortage. And our problem over and over was that we had people with money, we had people with jobs, we had people with the support of down payment for their rent and could not find affordable housing. And we're not talking cheap housing, we're talking affordable housing. It is tearing apart our neighborhood not to have options for people to live and work in the places that they know. This is a justice issue. this is an issue that will help other people come to our neighborhood to live and shop and work here, but it is also a justice issue for those who are already here and wish to stay. I know that there's all kinds of controversy about whether commissioners should meddle in other people's backyards, but I think more and more we realize this is a city, and that when we stand apart in our neighborhoods, we do harm to ourselves and to our other neighbors. And to think about these projects in the global perspective of the whole of Chicago and how much 8535 West Higgins will aid all Chicagoans. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you for taking the time to come down here to speak so eloquently on this item. Butler Adams for item D10, followed by Butler Adams again for D11.
Madam Chair, we have Patricia Frank on D7.
Oh gosh, we sure do. Thank you so much for catching that. I don't know why I was thinking I'd already called her. Thank you so much for catching that. Patricia Frank, please go ahead.
Hi, good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony regarding the proposed development at 8535 West Higgins Road. Again, my name is Patricia Frahn with the Chicago Area Fair Housing Alliance, or CAFA. CAFA is a consortium of housing advocates, community-based organizations, policy and legal experts, and government agencies working together to combat housing discrimination and promote equitable place-based opportunity. CAFA supports this development for two key reasons. First, CAFA led the community engagement effort for Chicago's Blueprint for Fair Housing, a draft of which was recently released for public comment. Through the community engagement process, we sought to identify the most urgent housing needs that Chicagoans face, and the lack of affordable and accessible housing options emerged as a primary concern, with one participant in an engagement session noting that even working 40 hours a week, it's difficult to keep up with rising housing costs, putting families at risk of housing instability and even homelessness. And we know this sentiment is not only anecdotal, but one evidenced through data analysis as well. A report released this summer found that a person earning minimum wage has to work an average of 78 hours per week to afford a one-bedroom rental home in the Chicago area. With Chicago's shortfall of affordable units reaching well over 100,000 and climbing, this is an issue that every community, every ward needs to shoulder. Moreover, and to our second key point, this is not simply a matter of economics, but this is also a matter of legal compliance with fair housing requirements. CAFA and 9 community organizations from across the city filed a housing discrimination complaint against the city of Chicago in 2018 that remains ongoing today. In this complaint, we detail how Chicago's long history of allowing individual communities and individual aldermen to block affordable housing development has resulted in the perpetuation of residential segregation by race, disability, and family status across decades. We know that at the end of the day, the debate on this building is not about density and traffic. This is about the inclusion of affordable units. We have seen the same fight break out anytime affordability is on the table, particularly in areas with a history of blocking it. And we know the arguments against it are steeped in deeply rooted anti-Black racism. The result today is a Chicago that's hampered by our color lines, where families, and particularly those with disabilities, struggle to afford their housing costs, where workers who keep our city running must travel unnecessarily long distances simply to clock in for the day. This is why we need the Higgins Roads development and more like it. This development will create 59 on-site affordable units in an area rich with transit and job options. This is a win for families in need of well-connected affordable options, for the community's job centers and retail district, and for the city as a whole, and particularly for the city's fair housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Frank. Appreciate it. Butler Adams, followed by Butler Adams. Please start, Butler. Mr. Adams.
I just got the unmute thing. Good morning again, commissioners. My name is Butler Adams for item number 10 on the agenda regarding the IMD of the medical district. And I did want to say that I am in support of changing the zoning for this institutional plan development number 30 for the IMD. This is a very, very sizable piece of land. About 350 or 60 acres is roughly the same size as Washington Park on the south side. And for me, anything that boosts the diversity of uses, density, and height is a bonus for the city, especially when, again, in an area as sizable as this. There's so much potential with the vast amount of underutilized and empty land. This change in zoning to C2-5 is, I think, just a first step. I think there could be many more steps in the future of changing things. I've only seen the Texas Medical District in Houston from the expressway, from the highway passing by, but I do know that it's ginormous. And I do know that we have a lot of catching up to do if we ever want to compete with something like that. And I think that Chicago and the medical district should compete with something like that. We should go on a grander scale in terms of trying to get that brain power in the city. And I would like for Chicago to strive for that built scale. I don't know why IMD can't become an extension of the expanded central area along the small corridor along Ashland Avenue. I think that there could be a great synergy between Fulton Market corridor and IMD. Again, I would like to see something along Ashland, along that north-south spine, a zone of transition, if you will. It's about 3/4 of a mile from 290 to Lake Street, again, from the Fulton Market Innovation District. So again, I can envision this synergy, and also looking at the fact that you have United Center very close by as well. But in terms of IMD, this is a first step in creating a very, very imaginative and a great IMD district, medical district for Chicago and this state. So again, thank you very much. And I look forward for the changes over the decades. It's going to be a long process, but this again is a first step.
4 speakers for item D11, Butler Adams, followed by Lorraine Jackson.
For D11, 1201 West Washington. For me, this one is just kind of a meh. I think this is an underwhelming redesign of a proposal. The first proposal on this site, I do think was stronger, even though it was just okay itself. I think the architects can do a lot better, as you all will see from also agenda number 14, designed by the same firm at 14th and Wabash. So I think it's disappointing that we lost a building at this particular site that was either designed by Daniel Burnham or the D.H. Burnham and Company. So we tear down a historic or semi-historic building and replace it with this. I don't think this is a reasonable trade-off at all. I have no problem with the height nor the density. I just think the design could be, better. And that's about it for this one. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. I want to note for the record also that Commissioner Novata has been here. Commissioner Barkley also has joined us. Let me go now next to Lorraine Jackson, followed by Marvin Noriega.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Lorraine Jackson. I'm here to speak about the development at 1201 West Washington Boulevard in the West Loop. We need more affordable options for working families like mine, especially in neighborhoods like the West Loop, which are so accessible to downtown and hospitality jobs. I urge you to protect the moderation and affordable housing and say no to the hotel loophole that developer is seeking today. I've worked 24 years as a room attendant at the Hotel Monaco in downtown Chicago. All my life, I've lived on the south side of Chicago. When I started working at the hotel, I lived in West Inglewood. My 2 youngest children were in grade school. Every day, I spent 2 hours getting to and from work. That added up to about 12,000 hours I've missed spending with my children over the years. I had to rely on family to look after my sons, to make sure that they stayed out of trouble after school, that they got their homework done. I wish I could have been there with them, but I had to make sure we could make the rent and put food on the table. I know other working mothers are not as lucky as I am to have support and people they trust to look after their children while they're traveling to and from work. But moms should not have to choose between providing for our children and spending time with them. We need more of housing opportunities that are close to where the jobs are, downtown and the West Loop. It would have improved mine and my children's life greatly if we could have lived closer to my work. The developer at 1201 West Washington told the committee that they wanted to provide moderate and affordable housing in the West Loop. If that is true, what do they need an option to turn over half half of their housing units into hotel rooms. We need more affordable housing options for working families in neighborhoods like the West Loop, not hotel loopholes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Appreciate your time. Mr. Noriega, followed by Sheila Gaynor.
Good morning. My name is Marvin Noriega. I'm here to speak about the proposal of development at 1201 West Washington in the West Loop. Until recently, I lived in Hermosa in Chicago, where I grew up. My commute to my hotel job at the Western Michigan Avenue was about an hour each way. Because I couldn't afford places close to the train, I worked hard to save up so I could spend a little bit more on rent and live closer to my job. I got lucky, and I recently found a place in Woodland Park, about a 15-minute commute to my job. This has improved my quality of life, but it was really hard to find this place because I could afford. We need more affordable housing options for working people in Chicago, especially in the areas like the West Loop, which are close to downtown jobs. So why does the developer of 1201 Washington say that they want to build moderate and affordable housing, but also want the ability to turn over half the units into hotel rooms? Okay. Earlier this week, I had recently experienced that made me think about the future families at 1201 West Washington. I took my first plane ride since the pandemic. On the way home, my flight was canceled. And after many hours and delays, I finally was rebooked and I was told I will be upgraded to first class. I've never flew first class ever, but I was mostly happy I was going home. On the flight, I took my assigned seat in first class, buckled up. A few minutes later, the flight attendant came and approached me and said very loudly, "There has been a mistake. You cannot sit here in first class. You need to move back to economy." Everyone around me turned back and looked at me. I felt so ashamed. Even though I haven't done anything wrong, I felt so small. I scrambled to get my belongings and walked back to the plane. This may have seemed like a small incident, but I will never wish that feeling upon anyone. I could only imagine the 154 working people and families that will be living at 1201 West Washington. Will explain that the building owner says to them, "Returning your house into hotels, you'll need to get it out." Can you imagine what that will feel like? I hope you consider this as you take your vote. Please protect housing for working families and close the hotel loop at 1201 West Washington. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Noriega. Sheila Gaynor, followed by Butler Adams and Steve Simmons for D12. Go ahead, Ms. Gaynor.
Good morning, Chair Cordova and members of the Plan Commission. My name is Sheila Gaynor. I'm an organizer with Unite Here Local 1, Chicago's Hospitality Workers Union. At a community meeting held on July 19th about the proposal for 1201 West Washington, the development team said the building would have 288 moderately priced and affordable residential units. We think this is wonderful and fully support more affordable housing options in the West Loop. As you heard from Lorraine and Marvin, Unite Here Local 1 represents hospitality workers who work in the West Loop in downtown, and we would love to see the families we represent have the option to also live in the West Loop, close to where they work. We also have many members who grew up in or near the West Loop who would love the opportunity to move back to the neighborhood should housing become available. However, upon inspection of the proposed the zoning reclassification ordinance for 1201 West Washington, we were concerned to find that up to 154 of the planned 288 residential units can be converted into hotel rooms. This creates a loophole that could change the entire character of the building in the future from affordable housing for working families into majority hotel rooms. This hotel loophole, hidden in the fine print, is particularly concerning given the development team's own acknowledgement that the community does not want a hotel there. At the July meeting, a representative for the development team, Mr. Esger, stated, quote, "We heard from the community a few things. Number one, that a hotel in this area was not something that people thought made a lot of sense," end quote. When asked later in the meeting about the possibility of hotel rooms, Mr. Esger responded, quote, There are some of these operators that like to take a block of units. Let's say they take a floor of units and do more of an extended stay. We don't have any. We're not in discussions with this. And you can imagine since COVID, it's not much of something that is financeable at this point. So it's really not intended, end quote. Hotel use, whether extended stay or not, has very different impacts on the surrounding community than a residential building. If it is true that the developer does not intend to convert the units to hotel use, then the development team should have no objection to amending the planned development to close the hotel loophole. If the development team truly seeks to provide, quote, workforce housing and serve an overlooked demographic, end quote, as they claim, then they should not need nor want an escape hatch via this hotel loophole. It is not fair to the future residents of the building, nor to the surrounding community, to allow a loophole that could change the character of the building and the neighborhood unexpectedly and without a thorough public review process. We urge you to close this hotel loophole by striking the language that allows for the conversion of residential units to hotel rooms in the zoning reclassification ordinance for 1201 West Washington Boulevard. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Butler Adams, and followed by Steve Simmons on items D12. Let's go, Butler.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, for the record, my name is Butler Adams. This is for D12, and this is a sizable one. I write my letter in support of the Halstead Point development at the southern tip of Goose Island. I've been giving architecture tours on the Chicago River for 2 decades now, and as someone who has done that, I never expected to see something of this scale or density on this parcel of land, and I'm absolutely loving it. The fact that from the public meeting that I went to Zoom several months ago that was held by a neighboring organization, and the alderman was online as well, there's been a 100-foot height bump in this project, and I just love that. It's given this development a signature tower, which was a very pleasant surprise, and I'm now getting greedy because I want more. I love this type of verticality outside of the main central business district. I will reserve my full judgment on the architecture. As of the letter, which I wrote actually last week, thinking we're going to have this meeting on the 19th, the renderings in the presentation were still in progress from these changes. Unfortunately, no updated presentation was ever uploaded to the website, to the city's website, so I have no idea what I'm in store for when this final presentation is presented later on today. So I do hope that this that the staff can upload that final presentation to the website once their presentation is done. I can say this from the community meeting back in April. I was a bit unimpressed with the repetitive nature of the tower designs. There are 5 buildings and we're all very similar in their aesthetics. Ani has done this before, and I'd asked the developers, Ani, to lessen on the contextual aspect and encourage creativity. Please encourage creativity. As a reminder to the commissioners, this site in size of this and density of this project is very similar to the North Union project that you all saw earlier. Exact same architects did all the buildings there as well, but there was more diverse design. I was recently reading a project in Canada called Concord Point, and they're going to build 4,100 residential units on 7.6 acres. This is 8 acres, and we have less density. So I think that we should really assess our density and the fact that we're not doing enough. Chicago actually gained population. That population growth is downtown, the West Loop, and Central area. We really need to encourage that and reassess our zoning. I never understood why developers don't put hotels on top of buildings. We don't have any tall hotel towers in Chicago. So if the hotel was to be put on top of one of the residential buildings, that would open up the site. And if the hotel doesn't happen, I'm guessing that's going to be changed into residential. So perhaps that would be scattered, the density would be scattered throughout the other buildings. I'm not sure, but we'll see. I do anticipate documenting this project over the years and decades, and it's going to transform that area. It's going to transform that area. And I very much look forward to that and the presentation later on today. So thank you so very much for your time, and good luck to these developers.
Steve Simmons, followed by Butler Adams.
Good morning, Chair Cordova, members of the Plan Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Steve Simmons. I'm the Director of Business and Economic Development at North Branch Works. We are a membership-based neighborhood economic development organization. For nearly 40 years, we've helped businesses get started, grow, and be able to offer high-quality jobs to Chicago residents. In addition, we are a city delegate agency for the Local Industrial Retention Initiative program. North Branch Works has some concerns about the Halsted Point project proposed at 901 North Halsted Street. We are concerned primarily about the limited transportation options in the area and its proximity to industrial businesses. If the project is approved, we urge the Department of Planning and Development to do a comprehensive transportation plan for the Goose Island area that promotes alternative modes of transportation such as walking, biking, and public transit. We are pleased that ONI Group will be required to present traffic studies at each plan review. In addition, we appreciate that ONI Group met with us and its industrial business neighbors and modified its initial plan based on input from these important industrial businesses. If the project is approved by the Plan Commission and City Council, North Branch Works wants to see it succeed. We will continue working with ONI Group, Alderman Burnett, and the Chicago Department of Planning and Development towards this goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Butler Adams on the next item.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, for the record, again, my name is Butler Adams. This is for item 13, 63rd in Maryland in the Woodlawn area. And this is my community area. And I should probably spank myself for not being as involved as I should in terms of following development. I don't get as many of the emails as I thought that I did. And I should go to the Alderman's office so I can follow these projects even closer. From reading through some of the materials that are posted on the website, and studying the building relates to context. Let us remember the context has changed over the past 50 years. At one time, the area was much denser, which I saw noted in the presentation. At one time, there were also taller buildings in the area, including a building called the Wedgwood, which was like between 10 to 12 floors, not more than a half mile away. So I do think that, again, I always want more. And this is, you know, a half a block from the Green Line stop at Cottage Grove. Of course, the Green Line at one time went further, and we'll talk about that momentarily. I know that this is being, I see a lot of B3-3 zoning in the area. I would love to see B3-5. I think we can go taller and denser. I mean, I think we're talking like 50 or 60 units for this project. And earlier this year, affordable housing project for, I believe it was 43rd Street near the Green Line came before you all. That had more than 100 units. I would like to see more density near transit on the south and west sides. I mean, the West Loop gets it all the time. And when it comes to the neighborhoods, everything kind of gets scaled down slightly. I understand that, but I think we could do more. Architecturally, in terms of this building, it seems a little bit confused. It's, you know, kind of has things going everywhere. So I don't really know about the architecture of this particular project. Slightly off topic. Again, this is about development in Woodlawn and the Green Line. You know, when we talk about this neighborhood, for some reason, it's never really mentioned about re-extending the Green Line back to at least the IC tracks. We talk about, you know, transportation and affordable housing, but they do go kind of coincide. And with all this transportation money that they're talking about in Washington, D.C. for infrastructure, I would love to see this extended because we have so much potential in the Woodlawn area. That's about all I have for this project. I mean, again, it has potential. There's so much vacant land right around there. I'm looking forward to seeing more stuff, however, west of Cottage. Everything has always been happening east of Cottage. We have a little bit of construction west of Cottage, but it's still kind of lackluster, and I'm ready for those developers to kind of jump that boundary line. But thank you very much.
Go ahead and speak on the next item, Mr. Butler.
Okay, this is for item number 14. So for 1400 South Wabash, not bad at all. This, I believe, is Papa George Haynes, which was the same thing as the Washington project. And I mentioned that before. This is not bad at all. And I believe that Chicago and architecture lovers have kind of dodged a bullet. A year and a half ago, there was a fake French mansarded roof design proposed for this project. And I'm so glad that did not happen. The current iteration seems more complete than the previous design. The vertical columns and roof line plane extension make the building feel more whole and not notched. The base of the building itself seems much more fluid and visually pleasing to a pedestrian experience. The tower no longer seems just plopped down on the base. It's much more integrated. And personally, I think there's a much better structural flow between base and tower. The plain kind of gridded facade is very playful and appealing. I would ask that the pronounced slab and vertical elements be more a contrasting color, perhaps black, maybe kind of change it to kind of blue glass and black trim, kind of really make your eye pop. With the retail fronting along Wabash and the lobby along the vacated 14th Street, hopefully that will help encourage Uber and Lyft pull-offs off the street. But this is filling kind of a gap, kind of a vacant lot. And I think it will actually visually enhance the pedestrian experience. And again, architecturally, it's not bad at all. And I know that this architecture firm can do very decent work. They did a fairly tall building in the South Loop, One Grant Park, or One Museum Park. And they had a proposal for 830 South Michigan about 15 years ago that was very, very elegant. So I know this firm has potential, and this design shows me that I was right. And I hope they continue on a more bolder path. But thank you for your time. And I hope you all approve item number 14 as well. Thank you.
Go ahead and speak on item number 15 as well, followed by John Burke.
Busy day. For the record, my name is Butler Adams. This is for item number 15, 739 to 755 North Wells. Design is sufficient, but not groundbreaking. The replacement structure is certainly an improvement on the current Yoke building and certainly will increase the tax revenue intake. I do think the balconies on the north and south facades look more tacked on than they should. It should be a little bit more integrated into the facade itself. This is certainly a decent filler building that continues the kind of canyonization, which is not a bad thing, of the Wells Street corridor in River North. There is a small kind of Italianate building on that site right now. I believe the address is 739 North Wells that personally I think should not be demolished. I mean, the building itself is from 1894. It's not bad at all. It may have lost some of its interior features in terms of architectural elements, but we have kind of torn down so many historical and older buildings that were more than 100 years old in River North over the past several decades. And it would be kind of a shame to tear down one more. I know it's a lot to ask, but it would be nice if they could just kind of move the building 30 feet further south to abut the current structure and just kind of make a few alterations. I know it's probably not going to happen or possible, but it's just something that I would like to ask right now. But again, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next is John Burke, please. Is Mr. Burke here?
Yes, Mr. Burke has to unmute.
Okay, we can come back to him.
He is
Hello.
unmute. Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
We can, Mr. Burke, go ahead.
Okay, my name is John Burke, and I own the property next door to the 739 Wells project. And I had a couple of questions. Number one, it's already zoned DX5. And I was wondering why they want to do a planned development rezoning now on that, whether that is necessary. But also, we're neighbors, and I like to stay good neighbors. Now, the neighborhood is a low-rise neighborhood consisting of shops, stores, and residences. This project will be 21 stories in height with 178 residential units and 53 parking spaces. I'm just concerned about the impact it's going to have on the neighborhood. And I'd like to see that, being a good neighbor, that it's done properly. Also, during the time it's being constructed, there'll be a lot of confusion. There'll be blockages of the streets, things of that nature, which will kind of hurt the neighborhood. So I'm not objecting to the development, but I wish they'd take a look at it, see if they want to be that dense, that tall, and whether or not it's really necessary. So in keeping with being a good neighbor, I'd like to have them cooperate with everybody in the neighborhood in developing this project. And although I'm not objecting to it, I would like them to be careful. And I thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time to share your thoughts with us. That was on item D15. So next there are 12 speakers, and this is for item D16. But this is the item that was deferred. So let me call your names, and since it's deferred, you have the option of speaking, or you have the option of coming back when we consider the item. Butler Adams, you're first.
Yes, for the record, my name is Butler Adams. I'll just take a moment. This is the second time this one has been deferred, and I'll speak when it comes back again. I know that a lot of the people who are complaining about this project live in the building directly to the east in the Galleria, but I just want to put this on the commissioner's mind that from the research that I've done, their building is denser in total of number of units than the proposal. So the Galleria has about 330 units. This proposal has just a bit more than 300. So just put that on your mind. I was at one of the Zoom community meetings, and of course, high traffic density. Just again, a reminder, this is in the downtown expansion area. One of the other comments was about traffic in the alley. That was an argument. I did submit a letter of support about this, and I just have an image of an alley. It's not that their alley, it's just an alley in the South Loop. There's a line with 30 and 40 and 50-story tall buildings, and I drove down the alley for 2.5 blocks, and there was really no traffic and no trouble. I got through just fine. I will say the architecture of this building is less than the desired. It could be a lot better. This is the same architects as the Washington project, as well as the 14th and Wabash project. It could be a lot better. There are two sub areas. I know that we're talking about the tower, but the church wants to do a community center. I don't see why the two aren't being integrated. That community center should be in the base of the tower. They do it in New York City all the time, putting schools in base of towers. And that would allow a little bit more flexibility in terms of the site overall. I think the tower should be changed on its axis just to allow kind of appease some of the neighbors a little bit. The height should not be chopped. The density should not be chopped anymore. And I'll reserve the rest of my stuff for next time this comes before this commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jim Hillary, followed by Kelly Gosler, followed by Ken Green. Are you still here, Mr. Hillary, and do you want to speak? Kelly Gosler, Ken Green, Michelle Frenzel, Noel Torres, Renee Garza, Rigoberto Mendoza, Samir Bhatt, Tamara Hanna, Wolfgang Seuss, and Julie Mueller. So we will assume then that you will, they are not here, correct? And they will then most likely sign up for when the item is not deferred. When we hear the item, do they get notified that the item's being heard since they took the time to sign up? I guess that would be a question for you, Mr. Stefanik.
So Chairwoman, in this particular case, the item is being deferred without a date certain. So in order for this item to reappear, all the required notice, published notice and written notice by the applicant would need to reoccur.
Okay, but will these individuals who signed up be?
Yes, all of the people that are on this list are all within 250 feet of this plan development, so they would receive a new written notice.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. Okay, Mr. Adams, you're the last speaker, item D17.
Okay, again, very busy day. Thank you for your time. This is for number 17, roughly 1130 North State. And I have gotten the chance to go to 2 public meetings. The first one was actually an in-person meeting back in April of 2019 and a Zoom presentation as well. At the first presentation back in 2019 for this project, you had kind of the typical Gold Coast NIMBY complaints about height and density. At that time, the building was 40-something stories, like 43 floors, and I had about 368 proposed units. At that time, we were talking about 435 feet in terms of height. Now we're talking 345, roughly a 20% chop. And again, in the city that invented the skyscraper, always dumbing it down. Again, we've gone from 368 units to now, I believe, roughly 304. So roughly 17 to 18% reduction in density. I do like how the current design meets the ground, and the fenestration articulation has certainly improved. Aligning all the setbacks to surrounding context has made the tower kind of short, plump, and stubby looking. I think the last setback needs to be extruded more vertically. At a recent public Zoom presentation, I did ask this question: how much less in tax revenue will the downsized project be bringing in annually? The response was this downsized project would now bring in approximately $600,000 less annually in property tax revenue versus the taller and denser version. The current iteration, I believe, will bring in $2 million. So previously, we were talking $2,600,000. That's a very significant chop. Remember that every time you get your own property tax bill, that this project could have brought in more, and it's been kind of dumbed down. Another question I asked at that meeting was, with a downsized project, does that mean less money into the Affordable Housing Fund and Neighborhood Opportunity Fund, thus hurting poorer communities? The response was the affordable housing requirement was reduced by a total of 9 units as a result of the reduced size. 2 on-site units, approximately $1.3 million in contribution to the Affordable Housing Opportunity Fund. So for those who are always advocating for affordable housing, remember that in the downtown central area, every time a building gets kind of reduced in terms of size and density, that's less affordable housing and less money for the poorer neighborhoods. So I don't know if you want to support that or not. I do think that Alderman Hopkins could learn a little bit more from Alderman Burnett in terms of getting a developer to build more affordable units on site and not just always going for the bare minimum. Make no little plans. They have no magic disturbance bloods unless someone complains. Then dumb it down to please the constituency. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks to everybody who took the time to come and share their thoughts with us. We definitely appreciate it. Now we will move on to the public hearing presentation. No, I'm sorry. Next on the agenda are matters submitted in accordance with the Interagency Planning Referral Act. Do I have a motion to approve item number 1 under TIF Plan Update heading and items number 1, 2, and 3 under the disposition heading? Do I have a
Motion, Kelly.
Moved by Commissioner Kelly, seconded by
Commissioner Searle.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Sorry, you're like, what? Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burnett? Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett is a yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores? Commissioner Kelly?
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore? Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Commissioner Novata?
Yes.
Commissioner Barkley? Commissioner Searle?
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Now we will move on to the public hearing presentation portion for matters submitted in accordance with the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance and/or the Chicago Zoning Ordinance. The first item on the agenda is D1, a proposed technical amendment to institutional plan development number 17 submitted by the applicant North Paulina Street Properties LLC for the property generally located at 1601-1717 West Winnemac Avenue, 1614-1640 Winnemac Avenue, 4900-5028 North Ashland Avenue, 1600-1614 West Ansley Street, 5001, 5029-5029 North Paulina Street, 4916-5028 North Paulina Street, Paulina, 5901-4909 and 4917 North Paulina Street. The amendment to PD 17 would amend the boundary to incorporate adjacent parcels containing accessory parking and open space. Where am I? I lost my place here. Okay, the amendment to PD 17 would amend the boundary to incorporate adjacent parcels containing accessory parking and open space serving the hospital, healthcare, senior living, and other permitted uses, and to remove parcels not used in connection with such permitted uses from the boundary. No other changes to the plan development are proposed. This is in the 47th Ward. Paul Reese will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal. Go ahead, Mr. Reese.
Thank you. Can you see my presentation?
We sure can.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission. For the record, my name is Paul Reese, with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, North Paulina Street Properties LLC, is here today to request approval of an amendment to PD 17, generally located at 4901 North Paulina, which is on Ashland Avenue between Winnemac and Ainsley. The applicant is proposing to amend the boundary of the institutional plan development 17 to incorporate adjacent parcels containing accessory parking and open space serving the hospital, amend that boundary to include those within the PD, and also at the same time to remove parcels not used in connection with such permitted uses from the boundary of PD 17. The site is located in the 47th and 40th Ward in the Uptown community area, which has a population of approximately 59,000 people, approximately 54% white, 18% Black, 15% Hispanic, and 10% Asian. The blue outline is the current boundary of the PD. The immediate area is primarily residential, with Andersonville's commercial corridor just to the northeast on Clark Street, Edmondson High School, and Winnemac Park to the west, and both a Metra and a CTA red line station in proximity as well. There is no change to the underlying RT4 zoning or the allowed uses. The boundary amendments will change the overall net site area from 239,218 square feet to 235,095 square feet. Zooming in, it shows the disjointed nature of the PD boundaries. The request to amend the plan development is to remove the Paulina parcels seen here in red from the PD, as they are not owned by Thorac Hospital nor used as authorized in the PD. In addition, at the request of the Department of Planning and Development, the boundary will also be corrected by including the parcels acquired by the hospital over the years. These parcels, shown here in blue, are used by the hospital and senior living for accessory parking and open space, but were never properly added to the PD. Some context photos to help. Here is the looking southeast on Paulina Street for the residential properties that are coming out of the plan development. On the left is Winnemac looking north. One of these lots was never included, and it's going to be included into the PD. Likewise, on Paulina Avenue, another parcel on Paulina was never included and will be rectified here today. Finally, this is standing in Ashland Avenue at the corner of Winnemac, looking at the open space that will also be included in the PD. Over the years, there's been extensive community outreach, partly due to the sale of the hospital during this process. And there are letters of support on file from Thorac Hospital as well as Alderman Martin. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project material submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposed amendment would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposal promotes beneficial development patterns per 17-8-0103. The proposal reinforces features found in the surrounding area per 17-8-906-A1 and 2. And the proposal is compatible with surrounding land uses, density, and scale per 17-13-0308-C. Please refer to the staff report for further details regarding this project. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator that this application to amend institutional plan development number 17 be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. The project's attorney, Warren Silver, is here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions from commissioners? Is the alderman here to make a statement or any comments?
Chairwoman, he was unable to attend, but he did submit a letter for the file in support.
Okay, I'm not seeing any questions from commissioners. Let me go ahead and go to the roll call. Or first of all, a motion for approval of this item.
Motion by Tani.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Seconded by Commissioner Lyons.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner Biaggi, I'll do a roll call. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett?
Yes.
Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Commissioner Flores? Commissioner Kelly?
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Novata,
Yes.
Commissioner Barkley, Commissioner Searle,
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Motion passes. Great, congratulations. Next item on the agenda is D2, a proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by the City of Chicago Department of Transportation for the property generally bounded by Montrose Avenue, Simmons Drive, and Wilson Drive in Lincoln Park. The property is zoned POS-1 and is within the public use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. The applicant is proposing to reconstruct and rehabilitate 4 bridge structures located in the Montrose Harbor area. 2 of the structures are along Simmons Drive. One is on Wilson Avenue and the other on Montrose Drive. Again, Paul Reese will provide the context interview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you again, and good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission. For the record, my name is Paul Reese with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, the Chicago Department of Transportation, is here today represented by Tanera Adams of CDOT and Sean Brodasky, their design firm STV, and Terry Diamond from Neal and Leroy. For the purposes of reconstructing and rehabilitating 4 existing bridge structures within the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District in Lincoln Park. This request is being submitted for review by the Planning Commission pursuant to Title 16, Section 16-4-100 of the Municipal Code of Chicago. Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance, LPO, application number 760 is located within the Uptown community area within the 46th Ward. The site is located at Montrose Drive, Simmons Drive, and Wilson Avenue bridges in Montrose Harbor in Lincoln Park in the city's north planning region, and within the public use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. The site is zoned POS-1 Regional Park District, and no zoning changes are being sought. According to CMAP's community snapshot data, the Uptown community area has a total population of just over 58,000 people, made up of 54% whites, 18% Black, 15% Asian, and 15% Hispanic, and 10% Asian. The median income for the area is just shy of $52,000. For the next several slides, Sean Brodasky of CDOT's design firm STV will provide additional details on the proposal.
What happened?
Mr. Brodasky, are you there?
Is there someone else on his team that could speak? Is there anybody? from
He
that
has
team?
his hand raised, so I don't know if he's having trouble unmuting or what.
He's being promoted right now. It was just labeled incorrectly.
Is he?
All right, Mr. McCluskey, would you like to speak? We're just waiting for you to unmute yourself so you can speak. Can you unmute him?
Hello, this is Sean Brodasky from STV. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for that. And thank you, Paul, for the introduction. Good morning. I'm presenting, as you mentioned, I'm presenting CDOT's project for Montrose Harbor Bridge and Underpass Reconstruction. I'm Sean Brodasky, the project manager for STV, CDOT's design firm for this project.
And if you could make up for that minute or so, that would be great.
Absolutely. This project consists of a historic reconstruction of 4 concrete and stone masonry arch bridges, originally designed and constructed in the mid to late 1930s, that are part of one of the earliest coordinated landscape improvements for the northward extension of Lincoln Park. These bridges separate the existing roadways from pedestrian paths, a lakefront trail, and a lakefront access roadway, just west of Chicago's Montrose Beach and east of Lakeshore Drive. The roadways impacted by this construction shown here will be Montrose Avenue, Wilson Drive, and Simmons Drive. The main purpose of this historic bridge reconstruction project is to rebuild these bridges with a new structural core while striving to preserve the historic character and unique architectural details presented in their facades for future generations. In addition to the bridge reconstruction, Some path resurfacing will be performed underneath the bridges, and the existing storm sewer systems will be cleaned and partially reconstructed. to
Mr.
improve
Brodowski,
function.
can I ask you to try to speak up a little bit and to enunciate so that our court reporter can get what you're saying? It's very difficult to hear you.
Sure. I apologize. I'll start over. In addition to the bridge reconstruction, some path resurfacing will be performed underneath the bridges, and the existing storm sewer systems below will be cleaned and partially reconstructed to improve function. Also, the bridges will be outfitted with new recessed underbridge lighting, enhancing visibility and public safety at these crossings. Next slide, please. As can be seen here, all 4 of these bridges fall within the northern section of historic Lincoln Park. The finished construction will fall within the permanent easements originally granted by the Chicago Park District for the roadways through an interagency agreement. The bridges contribute to the historic character of Lincoln Park, which is listed on the National Register of Historic Places. The plans and specifications for this project have been approved by the Illinois Historic Preservation Society through a memorandum of agreement. We have been very pleased to partner with them and bring this historic preservation to fruition. This aerial view offers a slightly different perspective. The main parking areas for beachgoers and marina members can be seen here, and the various paths that weave throughout the park. Near the end of the point, northeast of the marina, is Montrose Point Bird Sanctuary. Understanding the importance of protecting the natural resources found in this beautiful section of Chicago Lakeshore, CDOT has taken care to work closely with Illinois Department of Natural Resources to identify threatened and endangered species that may exist in the park surrounding these landmark bridges. One such example, the Great Lakes piping plovers, an endangered species of migratory birds, which began nesting at Montrose Beach in 2019 during the spring and summer months, are anticipated to return to the park during construction. Coordination is ongoing with CDOT and the IDNR to ensure that the reconstruction of these bridges is planned in a manner that will not disturb the nesting habits of these irreplaceable summertime residents. The structural elements of these bridges, including the concrete archways and bridge railings, will be completely reconstructed using modern materials, but the characteristic Art Deco style architectural limestone will be preserved, maintaining the iconic pilasters, arch rings, and balustrades the bridges are known for. Some details of how this will be achieved will be presented later, but the result will be bridges with a renewed service life. This slide shows the bridge that carries Montrose Drive over the walking and bicycle paths below, and is a good example of the general character and aesthetic of these bridges. Here's the pedestrian underpass shown below Simmons Drive. This is the shortest of the structures to be reconstructed. The architectural details of this bridge are more understated than the other bridge. This bridge carries Wilson Drive and is one of the 2 longer structures of the group. Below the archway of this bridge pass a walking path and the Chicago Lakefront Trail. And last, here's the Simmons Drive Bridge with a pedestrian path and vehicular access road below, both of which connect the parking area north of Wilson Drive to the lakefront and the dog-friendly beach area. This span matches that of the Wilson Drive Bridge. This schematic view, looking down from the top of the Montrose Drive Bridge, helps to illustrate the bridge work to be performed at each structure. This view shows the roadway in 3 sections of masonry facade along each side of the bridge. The section in the middle, shown in more detail later, and the concrete arch connecting these 2 faces, which is not shown, must be completely removed to construct the arch structure and underlying foundation below. For the wall sections, the existing walls will remain in place. The stone restoration will be performed similar to the arch section. The work at each of these bridges will be staged to construct half of each bridge at a time, allowing them to maintain a single lane of traffic in both directions over the bridge for the entirety of construction. This slide is an example of the new underbridge lighting that will be provided to each bridge. The circles along the bridge center indicate the locations of new energy-saving LED lights, which will also improve public safety. Each of these bridges have been carefully scanned by our restoration architects, with each stone and their conditions electronically cataloged. As shown here by the different shading, the existing stones will either be patched, replaced, or reused in their current condition. The stones cladding this portion of the structure will be cataloged again by the contractor prior to removal, cleaned and restored by qualified historic stone repair specialists. Efforts will be made to reuse and reinstall the greatest amount of original stone possible after the arch is reconstructed. Next slide, thank you. This shows the 3 sections of masonry railing or balustrade seen previously in a top-down view. As mentioned, the underlying structure shown in sections 1 and 3 will not be completely reconstructed. Stones in these sections found to have been compromised will be repaired and replaced, but undamaged stones will be left in place and cleaned by historic treatment specialists to maintain a consistent appearance with the restored and replaced stones. This project will provide modernized, completely accessible structures to continue open access to the Lakefront Trail. The project will create an estimated 80 construction jobs, and in keeping with CDOT's goals, we're providing 27% participation from disadvantaged business enterprises. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, my name is Paul Reese with DPD. DPD has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that this proposal is in compliance with the applicable policies of the Lakefront Plan of Chicago and the purposes of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance as they apply to development in the public use zone. Specifically, Policy 2, maintain an enhanced character of the Lakeshore Park by improving the overall parkland experience and access to the lakefront. Policy 4, preserving cultural and historic heritage by preserving historic stone structures. Policy 8, increasing personal safety by increasing the pedestrian and vehicular safety with new lighting and road surfaces. Policy 10, ensuring the relationship between the Lakeshore Park and the community by not allowing private development east of Lakeshore Drive. With respect to the policies and purposes not enumerated here, TPD has determined that they either are not applicable to the development in the public use zone or that the proposed project will not have a detrimental effect on the Lake Michigan shoreline or any wildlife habitats therein. Therefore, it's DPD's recommendation that this application, being in conformance with the provisions of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance, be approved, subject to compliance with the plans and exhibits as presented to you here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Alderman Kappelman either here or did we have a statement on file from him?
Alderman Kappelman is in support of this project. Yes.
Okay, do I have a motion on proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by the City of Chicago Department of Transportation for the property generally bounded by Montrose Avenue, Simmons Drive, and Wilson Drive in Lincoln Park, finding it meets the requirements for approval?
Motion.
Commissioner Tunney gives the motion, seconded by
Commissioner Cox.
Commissioner Cox. I'm going to do a roll call vote for those in support, or for your vote rather. Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Burnett, thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores. Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons.
Yes, I did have a question. I apologize if I missed it.
Yeah, I see your hand now. It wasn't up when I started with the motion, but I've already started roll call. Go ahead and ask your question. I may need to start all over. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if, in terms of any persons who might be living or find their home under those bridges, I was curious if there's a plan, if that was something that is an issue right now. I know if with other bridges, I'm not that familiar with that area, but curious if there's sort of a plan and a thoughtful plan in place, if that's an issue for people who find their homes there.
Commissioner Biaggi, maybe I can take this, which is, we certainly we'll work closely if that is the case. In these particular bridges, it doesn't have the kind of width underneath with the sidewalk that you might typically see with underpasses where folks might have temporary housing underneath. So they're not, they don't have the same geometry that makes that easily done. But we would work very closely with the Park District and the FSS and others to make sure that folks are properly cared for.
Great question. Thank you. If that changed anybody's vote, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to proceed. Commissioner Lyons.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Novata.
Yes.
Commissioner Barkley. I guess Commissioner Barkley isn't here. Commissioner Searle.
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Congratulations, department. We'll now move on to the next item. Is D3, a proposed amendment to business plan development 617 submitted by Six Corners Real Estate Development, LLC for the property generally located at 4712-4738 West Irving Park Road. The applicant proposes to amend business plan development 617 to create 3 sub-areas within the pre-existing plan development boundaries with an underlying B3-3 community shopping district zoning classification. The B3-3 zoning will allow for expanded uses, including residential dwelling units across the site. Proposed physical improvements to the former Sears department store building include additions of habitable floor area and outdoor amenity space at the roof level, new window openings, facade rehabilitation, and reconstruction of the northern portion of the parcel for structured parking and additional mixed-use commercial residential space. The project will result in approximately 50,000 square foot of ground floor commercial retail with a total of 207 dwelling units on the 4 floors above. The proposed building height with additions is 97 feet to the top of the 6th floor roof, plus 15 feet and 7 inches to the top of the rooftop mechanical screening. The building's parking garage is proposed to accommodate 257 automobiles and 207 bicycles. Pedestrian walkway improvements and additional landscaping to be provided along the Queiler private roadway immediately north of the building site. This is in the 48th Ward. Alicia Tuffy will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal. Thank you. Ms. Tuffy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Eilish Tuffy with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant appears here today because they are proposing an amendment to Plan Development 617 to allow for the creation of 3 sub-areas within the existing plan development boundaries prior to establishing business residential plan development 617 as amended. This proposed amendment will facilitate the rehabilitation of the vacant Sears department store as a mixed-use commercial residential building. The subject site is located in the Northwest Planning Region in the city's Portage Park community area, 9 miles northwest of downtown. Neighborhood residents have historically been of Polish, Italian, Irish, and German descent. As of 2019 census data, 1/3 of Portage Park residents are Spanish-speaking. Almost half of the community's daily workforce commutes to Portage Park from outside of the city. Plan Development 617 covers the northeast portion of the Six Corners shopping district, which includes both a Marshall's and a Jewel grocery store. The most visible building on the site is the former Sears department store at the intersection of Cicero and Irving Park Roads. Constructed in 1938, it remained in operation for 80 years and was the last remaining Sears store in the city prior to its closure in 2018. The applicant proposes to amend the PD to create 3 sub-areas within the existing boundaries and change the underlying zoning to a B3-3 to facilitate broader redevelopment opportunities. The proposal focuses specifically on the rehabilitation of the vacant Sears building, which will reactivate 2 pedestrian street frontages in the Six Corners shopping district. This aerial map denotes the location of PD 617 in red near the border between the Portage Park and Irving Park community areas. The site is well served by transit as all three intersecting streets, Cicero, Irving Park, and Milwaukee, have dedicated bus routes. In addition, two metro stations, Mayfair and Grayland, are within half a mile of the site, which qualifies the project for parking reductions and FAR increases eligible to transit-served locations. This diagram outlines the newly proposed sub-areas that would be created within the existing PD boundaries. Sub-area A is currently occupied by the Jewel and Marshalls. Sub-area B is the former Sears building site. Sub-area C includes the old Sears automotive shop. The project before you limits work on the site to sub-area B and its adjacent right-of-ways, which is a 2.57 acre site. The site is currently zoned PD 617, which was approved in 1996, and at that time had a business B5-2 general services district zoning. The site is primarily surrounded by office and by commercial uses, and the zoning districts in the immediate area are B1-3, B1-2, and B3-1, 2, and 3, plus plan developments 983 and plan development 1321 to the south, which was reviewed recently by this body. That is the Point Senior Living Facility. The Six Corners Commercial District has pedestrian street designation under the zoning code. The site circulation plan shows the primary streets at the Six Corners intersection in teal blue, which border two sides of the project and connect to secondary private streets in the interior of the planned development site. The secondary streets to the north and east of the Sears building, Kyler and Kilpatrick, are where vehicular entrances to the project's parking garage and loading docks will be located to divert traffic away from the busy Six Corners intersection. This area was previously the subject of a planning study by the city's planning and housing divisions. The focus of that study was how to spur economic development to the area. The plan was adopted in 2013, and the goals of the Six Corners Master Plan included attracting more retail stores and businesses, enhancing the cultural entertainment offerings, upgrading building facades, enhancing the pedestrian environment, developing attractive outdoor spaces, and redeveloping key opportunity sites such as the former Sears building. The project team, working with DPD staff, familiarized themselves with the plan and has structured their redevelopment to align with the goals outlined on the prior slide. While some of those elements are outlined here, such as securing a tenant for the 50,000 square foot formerly vacant retail space, and building out a segment of the pedestrian connection called for in the plan, indicated on this image by the dotted red line circling around the Six Corners intersection. I will turn the presentation over to Mr. Jake Passion with Novak Development Company, who will further explain the details of the proposal. Mr. Passion.
Are you
Good morning.
unmuted? Yeah, good.
Yes, sorry. My name is Jake Passion. I'm with Novak Development Company. Thank you for having us this morning. Before I get started, I'd like to just provide a little bit of history on this site. Sears built the main portion of the building in 1938 and operated a store there until 2018 when they closed for good. The site has been vacant since that time. When we purchased this property in September of 2020, our plan was to demolish the existing building and build single-story retail. Around the time that we purchased the property, we had meetings with Alderman Gardner, representatives of some local community groups, and also representatives of the DPD. We were told at the time that all of these stakeholders wanted to see a mixed-use development on the site, and that they wanted to see the existing 1938 building preserved. Because of those discussions, we changed course and decided to pursue development along those lines. The development that we are proposing today is the result of those discussions and the discussions that we've had with local community groups that are shown on the screen here today. Generally, the feedback from the community groups and certainly the alderman has been very, very positive. And we think that we've come up with a development that works really well for the corner of Cicero and Irving Park. And it's a development that is sorely needed. That's a big hole in that intersection, and this development will fill it. What we are proposing is an adaptive reuse of the 1938 structure, a new addition on the northwest corner of the site, and a 5th floor addition for residential units, and then amenity space on the 6th floor. We will have approximately 50,000 square feet of retail space on the ground floor, 207 parking units, and then 207 apartment units, and then parking for cars and bicycles. The rendering that you see on the screen is kind of a bird's eye rendering of what it will look like from the corner of North Cicero and Irving Park. Can you flip the next one, Elise? This is a street level view of the development. The right portion of the building is the existing building. We intend to preserve or reconstruct the lantern that is iconic on that site. You can see in the right-hand corner of the screen is the existing building. And then what we're going to do is add a new addition to the left that we feel complements the existing building, but it's not necessarily intended to replicate it. The 5th floor addition kind of ties the two, the old and the new, together. And then the rooftop amenity space also complements that as well. Can you flip, please? The original Sears building is thought to be an Art Deco building. People talk about the Art Deco nature of the building a lot, and they want it preserved. There aren't really a lot of Art Deco details on the existing structure, but what we've decided to do, or what we intend to do, is enhance the existing Art Deco elements or preserve the existing Art Deco elements and then enhance them. The horizontal band that you see between the 1st and 2nd floor is an existing element. And then we've added another horizontal band between the 4th and 5th floor. We've also added vertical bands with the new windows that we're going to have to cut in, and the panels above and below them. And all of this is being done to improve and enhance the Art Deco nature of this building. Can you flip, please? Here's another street side view. Again, it's similar to the other one. The bottom one shows the north elevation. Part of what we're going to do is cut out a courtyard, so the building will end up being U-shaped. Can you flip?
So desperately need.
One of the goals of the 6 Corners Master Plan was to enhance the pedestrian environment. And this was the subject of a lot of discussions with the Department of Planning, or DPD, and they wanted us to really to deal with Kyler Avenue and to really improve the pedestrian feel of that space. And one of the ways they asked us to do that was to add a second lobby on Kyler and to activate that space. And what you're seeing here is a rendering of that second lobby and then some of the retail space along Cicero Avenue. We also, can you flip to the next one, please? We've also increased the landscaping on both the north and south side of Kyler. We've added a new pedestrian sidewalk on the north side of Kyler. And again, this is something that Elise mentioned a minute ago. It doesn't exist now, and it helps connect the various 6 Corners shopping districts, and it provides a safe passage, north of our site and to the other shopping areas. We've also added decorative lighting to enhance the look and feel of the space. Next page. And this is a street section of what it will look like. What's there now is essentially a small walkway to the north of the existing building, and then a street, and then And then that's it. So we're adding landscaping on the northern side of the existing building. And then we're adding additional landscaping and a sidewalk on the northern section of Kyler. Next slide, please. This is a rendering of what the lobby on Irving Park will look like for the residential portion of the building. It's intended to be separate and distinct from the retail portion of the site, of the ground floor site. And, again, it's supposed to feel different than the rest of the building. So it's a clear entrance to the residential portion of the building. Next slide. This is a building cutout. Essentially, we have ground floor or basement parking. We have retail and lobbies on the first floor, residential units on floors 2 through 5, and then amenity space on the 6th floor. Can you switch, please? Yes. This is a ground floor floor plan. And as Alish mentioned, all of the vehicular traffic is off of Kyler and Kilpatrick. And that is intended to keep Irving Park and Cicero as pedestrian friendly as possible. On the ground floor, we have roughly 50,000 square feet of retail space and 2 residential lobbies. We also have loading docks and parcel delivery docks off Kilpatrick on the east side of the space. The parking that you see there is dedicated retail parking for the retail tenants. Next slide. This is a slide of the second floor plan. The residential plans are all pretty much the same. There's a little variation in the number of units, but the general layout is the same. The second floor is a little bit different than the others in that it has a green roof and a landscaped courtyard. And it also has a second level of parking for the residential units. Next slide. This is a typical floor plan for floors 3 through 5. Next slide. This slide shows the ARO units on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floor. Next slide. This is a slide that shows the rooftop amenities deck. We have 2 community rooms, a workout facility, co-working space, a pool and hot tub, a community garden, a dog walk and dog washing facility, and then landscaped outdoor space. Next slide, please. These are renderings of the 6th floor amenity space, the landscaping that is for the 6th floor amenity space and the 2nd floor courtyard. Next slide. Here's a rendering of the landscaping for the ground floor space. So we're intending to replace all of the planters, replace trees all around our portion of the site, and then add that new landscaped area on the north side of Kyler. Next slide. These next 2 slides are just building cutouts showing sections of the facade on North Cicero Avenue. Next slide. This is a slide that shows the major components of the exterior of the building. The brick veneer is going to be used for the new addition. The glass fiber reinforced concrete is for the bands, the horizontal bands that will be on the building. The decorative metal screens are going to be used on the parking structure to help screen it. The wood soffit will be used under the canopies, and then the aluminum and glass glazing system is for the windows. And finally, the aluminum composite panels are for the interior courtyard on floors 2 through 4, or 5 actually, and then also for the 5th floor. Next slide, please. We had a traffic study done for this development, and it was determined that the existing streets will be able to handle the additional traffic. And in fact, that relatively speaking, that the additional traffic would be minimal. Next slide, please. This is a slide that shows how we intend to reach our 100 points for the sustainability requirement. Next. We believe that this development will be a great addition to the 6 Corners commercial shopping district, and it will fill a hole that desperately needs to be filled. The development will also be great for the community in the city of Chicago. In particular, we'll be renovating a long vacant Sears store, and accentuating the original Art Deco facade and the corner lantern. We will be providing streetscape improvements and pedestrian connections. We will be reactivating the anchor corner of the Six Corners intersection, attracting more stores and businesses. We will be investing about $90 million into this development, and it will create 250 temporary construction jobs and 30 full-time jobs. It'll also generate at least $600,000 of increased real estate taxes. We are committed to the city's participation goals of 26% participation from qualified minority business enterprises, 6% from qualified women business enterprises, and 50% participation from Chicago residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Passion. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposal is in compliance with the PD standards and guidelines. It promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood. The site is designed to promote pedestrian interest, safety, and comfort. It provides adequate bicycle and off-street parking, and is consistent with the goals of the 2013 Six Corners Economic Development Master Plan. For further details on this project, you may refer to my staff report. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application for the plan development amendment be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning Landmarks and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I'm not seeing any hands yet from commissioners. Is Alderman Gardner here? I saw earlier that he was here. Is he still there?
Yes.
If you would like to go ahead and make a comment, Alderman, welcome.
I would, thank you, and good morning. After discussing this proposal with numerous community groups, as Mr. Passion stated earlier, including Portage Park Chamber of Commerce, Six Corners Chamber, Six Corners Association, SSA 28, Old Irving Park Association, and countless businesses in the area, we received extremely favorable feedback regarding this development proposed by Novak. We then conducted a public meeting, which once again received tremendous favor. DPD agrees and also has very favorable feedback as well, as you just heard. So I just want to break down why we have received such favor regarding this development. For those of us old enough to recall, Six Corners was once a thriving, bustling community. It was actually the second busiest shopping district outside of our downtown area. The Sears was a big part of that attraction. It was what some may have compared to today's Targets. Unfortunately, in 2018, Sears closed its stores, leading to a blighted Six Corners community in desperate need of life. As many of you have witnessed since I took office in 2019, we are on the verge of recreating a thriving Six Corners business district. We are close to introducing $400 million in new developments since 2019, creating thousands of union construction jobs, as well as permanent jobs for people in our community and throughout our city. This particular development is vital for the future of the Six Corners community. It will supply much needed housing and retail for people in this area and surrounding areas. The businesses in our community need this development to survive. We are in the midst of a pandemic, and God only knows the future challenges that will be placed on business owners in the foreseeable future. By introducing 207 apartments in this community, it will help current businesses thrive while attracting more businesses to our area. Moreover, this development brings approximately over $600,000 annually to our tax income while playing a vital role in giving life back to an area that so desperately needs it. Our community cannot afford to risk playing a high-stake poker game in an attempt to perfect this development. Is it perfect? No, nothing is, but it is definitely progress that we so dearly need, and thus we will not stand in its way. I am asking on behalf of our Six Corners community, each community group that we discuss this with, and countless businesses who will be relying on this development to come to fruition, to vote in favor for our community and the resurgence of Six Corners. This is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Commissioners, we heard testimony this morning from several affordable housing experts and advocates speaking about their concern on this project and in fact asking us to not support it. So Commissioner Reyes is not here. I could not be here. I suspect that she would have questions. I can't imagine what all those questions would have been, but I do know one that she typically asks, which I think needs to be asked here. Why so few on-site affordable housing units? With the amount of investment that's put into this project, and it looks like it reflects a lot of input already from a lot of different stakeholders, which has improved a number of aspects of it. So it's a great project, and I guess the question is why not make it more available to more with more affordable housing units. I don't know if that's something you want to take on, Mr. Passion, and I'd like to also then turn to Commissioner Nevada to get her thoughts or comments on this. Go ahead, Mr. Passion.
Sure, I'll respond to that. As I mentioned before, when we purchased this property, we were planning on doing single-story retail. We weren't planning on doing any residential apartments. We looked at this development in lots of different configurations, from 50 units up to over 300 units. And we tried lots of different scenarios with respect to affordable housing, et cetera. And what we settled on today and what we're proposing today is the result of all of that study. And it's what makes sense for the development. It allows us to preserve the existing building. And it's just, that's where we kind of ended up in terms of what makes sense for us and for the development. And that's how we arrived at that.
I assume you mean what makes sense financially in terms of the numbers on that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Nevada, did you want to make any comment on this at all, or anything you could add, or any insights or understanding?
Sure. Thanks, Madam Chair. I think this is something that my fellow commissioners have heard from me many times, which is that under the terms of the ARO that we still operate under until October 1st, what's being proposed here is allowed. So just a quarter of the required units being built and the requirement being at 10%. That will look quite different after October 1st for projects that are coming for approval. But it is something that is allowed under the terms of the ARO that was passed long before you and I were in the roles that we're in right now.
Great. Thank you so much. That's helpful. Mr. Passion, Alderman Gardner made reference to a number of imperfections and said that there are imperfections here, but we should pass it anyway. What are those imperfections that we maybe need to be paying attention to?
I think that what we have here is a result of a lot of work with Alderman Gardner and also the DPD. I think that DPD would have liked to have seen Kyler activated even further, but we are dealing with existing conditions. The building that exists today, goes to a certain point, and then we have to have the parking structure that requires certain minimum distances for parking and drive lanes, et cetera. So we spent, as I said, a lot of time on that. And we did basically the best we could. We shortened the parking garage so that we could add some landscape area to the north. We added all of the decorative lighting. We added the northern sidewalk and landscaping area on Kyler. Initially, we had proposed to have that pedestrian access be even farther north on Belle Plaine. So I think that might be one thing that DPD would say was a compromise. But it was a compromise that we made with the DPD based on existing conditions and essentially trying to make the best of what we were dealing with. So I think that's probably the one area that, I think ultimately what we came up with makes a lot of sense. I think we did a great job figuring out a way to have this pedestrian access. And we improved the streetscape on Kyler dramatically. We've improved the streetscape on Irving Park and Cicero. So I think what we're ending up with, again, it may not be perfect, but I think it's pretty good.
Thank you, Mr. Passion. Commissioner Searle, followed by Commissioner Cox.
Well, I do wonder when, the applicant asks or says that, this is the financial answer. What do we have to do? And I hope that in our new ordinance, we can help do this, but to incentivize more affordable housing, even if it was, well, you can get an extra, 0.5 or 1 FAR to make it work financially. And whatever those things take, I think we've really got to be looking at. I'm a little disappointed that that 5th floor gets added to the Sears building. I'm happy, very happy that it's being saved. But it would seem like it would be better if the new additions contained the units that are going to be added instead of adding that area to the top of the Sears building. But yeah, I'm hoping that our new ordinance will, improve any number of things, including how do we make these financially viable with more affordable units. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Searle. Commissioner Cox, and by the way, Commissioner Searle, I'm with you. I'm very happy this building will be saved, but go ahead, Commissioner Cox.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, compliment the development team and the Alderman's office for working with the planning department to improve this redevelopment and expansion of the Sears building. Our office worked tirelessly with them to increase the pedestrian orientation and walkability of all sides of this building, because we know that this will set the tone for what will happen on the adjacent parcels just beyond this parcel. So by putting entrances on the alley and pushing back on it being simply a service alley with parking is going to further anticipate a pedestrian orientation of the sites adjacent to this. So this in many ways sets the tone. And we also know that there are other parcels behind the Six Corners parcel that is, could go either way. It could become much more suburban and car oriented, or it could continue this pattern that you're seeing set by the Sears. So we hope that this will successfully set the tone for all of the parcels that are yet to be developed around it. I would also say to Alderman Gardner's point, let's not let the perfect, be the enemy of the good. This is the first of many parcels to be developed. I'm hoping that once this happens, we will be able to push even harder on the integration of affordable housing in the future parcels. And I can assure you, there will be battles yet to come. But hopefully the new ordinance is going to help give us some true incentives to help future sites have increasing numbers of affordable housing. So again, we support this first step. We know that we can get more and more integration of affordable in the future steps. And that's what I'm looking forward to. But again, I think the Alderman's office, the developers, and DPD have been working really well to make this first parcel happen.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Novata.
Sure, thanks. Just a quick, I just wanted to take a moment to respond to Commissioner Searle, and perhaps it would be illustrative to others too. Just to note, if we take this proposal and we put it under the 2021 ARO that goes into effect October 1st, we would, instead of 21 affordable units, be looking at 41. And instead of 6 affordable units that must be built, we would be looking at 20. So it would be a big jump from 6 units to 20. And to her point about, and that's a minimum. I mean, that there, it could be more. That's the minimum requirement, which does allow for some payout. And to your point, Commissioner Searle, just about how are we making this more doable? We did work closely with leaders at the state level to pass legislation this spring, summer, that provides a property tax abatement commensurate with the level of affordability that is provided in a building. And so that is a new tool as of this summer that developers can use. And so when we're doing our affordable housing meetings with folks to talk through the ARO, we are now bringing them up to speed on that new tool, which we hope will in fact allow for more and more of these units to be built on site.
Great, thank you so much, Commissioner. Do I have I see another hand, oh, that's gone. Okay, do I have a motion on the proposed amendment to Business Plan Development 617 submitted by Six Corners Real Estate Development LLC for the property generally located at 4712-4738 West Irving Park Road, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
Commissioner Tunney makes the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Second?
Commissioner Searle, second.
Thank you very much. I'll do a roll call vote now. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett? Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Commissioner Flores? Commissioner Kelly?
Kelly's a yes.
Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Commissioner Novata?
Yes.
Commissioner Searle?
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney?
Yes.
Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time. The next item on the agenda is D4, proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by the Chicago Park District for the property generally bounded by North Cannon Drive, West Fullerton Avenue, and North Lakeview Avenue in Lincoln Park. The property is zoned POS-1 and is within the public use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. The applicant is proposing to dredge, grade, line, and deepen the pond and restore the pond's edge with native plants to improve water quality, reduce erosion and runoff, and reduce the pond's reliance on city water. The project will also add additional park amenities. This is in the 43rd Ward. Michael Berkshire will provide the context interview and the applicant will present their proposal. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. For the record, my name is Michael Berkshire with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, the Chicago Park District, is here today to request approval of a lakefront protection ordinance application to restore Lincoln Park's North Pond. The restoration will involve dredging the pond to deepen and increase water quality, grading and restoring the shoreline to reduce erosion and runoff, planting native plants and trees around the pond edge, installing aerators and underdrains in the park to decrease reliance on municipal potable water and improve water quality. The subject property is generally located at 2610 North Cannon Drive. And the project is also located in the Lincoln Park community area. Lincoln Park is predominantly white and has a rather young population with over 43% of the residents between the ages of 20 to 34. Residents have a high level of education and live in smaller households. A majority of the households earn over $150,000 per year, and over half of the housing units are rented. North Pond is located in Lincoln Park, just west of Diversey Harbor and north of West Fullerton Avenue. And this aerial shot shows the boundary of the restoration project, which is North Stockton Drive on the west, North Cannon Drive on the east, and West Fullerton on the south. The project site is zoned POS-1, and the land use to the west is predominantly dense residential. I will now pass the presentation over to Sarah White with the Chicago Park District to go over the details of the project.
Thanks, Michael. The Chicago Park District is excited to partner with the Lincoln Park Conservancy on the restoration of North Pond. The restoration of the pond was identified as a key goal of the 1995 Lincoln Park Framework Plan, and this effort will build upon previous restoration projects to preserve an important feature of Lincoln Park as a cultural, recreational, and ecological asset for the city of Chicago. Now I'll turn the presentation to Doug Widener from the Lincoln Park Conservancy to share details of the community outreach and more on the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. For the record, my name is Doug Widener. I'm the Executive Director of the Lincoln Park Conservancy, the nonprofit partner of the Chicago Park District to better Lincoln Park for all. So as a part of the project, we conducted several different public engagement activities, including 3 public meetings last fall that were attended by over 150 persons. We did an online survey, small group presentations to community groups and various partners, ongoing social media feedback, and also we trained volunteers to be North Pond champions to interact with park visitors in the park. We also interacted with several stakeholders that have presence along North Pond, including the Nature Museum, the Park District, of course, North Pond Restaurant, the Chicago Ornithological Society, and the several groups that use the historic casting pier. We also had meetings with our 2 most resident aldermen, Alderman Smith and Tunney, as well as ongoing dialogue with the Park District and our Cook County Commissioner, Bridget Degnan. Next slide. The timeline, we started work on this in 2019, spent a good chunk of 2020 doing background studies, concept plans, input with the Park District and public meetings. We spent all of 2021 doing project designs and construction drawings. We received 100% construction approval from the Park District in July and are now moving through the permit process. We hope with the Park District to select our contractor later this fall to begin the dredging work in November or December, have most of the dredging done in the winter time, wrapping up with additional shoreline grading and planting next spring. Hopefully with all the heavy work done by late spring, some final plantings in the summer, and we hope to be celebrating with a big public celebration this time next year. Next slide. The project is a multi-phase project in 4 phases, which I'll cover in more detail in the following slides. So next slide. The first phase is really the meat and potatoes, or the protein and potatoes of the project, which is the dredging and the edge work. So we will spend the first phase dredging the pond, grading and lining it to reduce water loss to groundwater in Lake Michigan, grade and stabilize the shoreline to reduce erosion and runoff, add additional native plants along the shoreline, add under drains in the park to direct stormwater to the pond as an additional source of makeup water, add new aerators to increase water quality, in an automated water management system. So when we do need to access municipal water during drought, that we keep that to a minimum. Next slide. Phase 2 is improving park paths to provide additional access to the pond, removing some paved areas near the gazebo to add more green space, and adding additional lighting around the pond. Phase 3 is a new boardwalk. One of the things we heard from the public meetings was to keep most of North Pond natural, but to add some additional public engagement features. So one of them will be a boardwalk on the northwest side that gets folks out over the pond and can see the various ecological areas. And then phase 4 is refurbishing the historic casting pier. It has some structural issues that need addressed. Also adding an accessible boardwalk to the casting pier, replacing the stairway, and then adding protective bumpers on the casting pier to make it accessible for folks with disabilities. And finally, providing a more logical connection to the Nature Museum, who uses the casting pier for programming. Next slide. Just a couple of concepts. This is a concept of the dredged area. The next one is looking at the under drains in the park to increase the watershed of the pond, and the new aerators. Next slide. Are just some concepts. This is the new boardwalk feature on the northwest. The next slide is looking from the casting pier with a new boardwalk accessibility feature on the west side. Another design of the view of the casting pier is next, pre and post the accessibility measures. And then the last slide is looking at some of the building materials we'll use. The rails for both the boardwalk and the accessible feature to the casting pier will contain black locust. We'll use steel for the railings. The deck will be southern pine, framing wood. The pilings will be steel. And then we'll also add interpretive signage for folks to learn more about North Pond and all the native plants and animals that call it home. Back to Sarah.
Thanks, Doug. So we've been working our way through permitting, and as part, we will be regulated by the Stormwater Management Ordinance, and we are in review right now and recommended for approval by DWM. Next slide. And the project will be providing a number of economic and community benefits. The Park District will be managing and contracting for construction of the project, and as such, we will be requiring 25% participation from MBE firms and 5% participation from WBE firms as part of construction. The project team estimates that there will be 150 construction jobs generated by the project, as well as 1 full-time permanent job and 2 part-time seasonal positions associated with completion of the project. There are a number of community benefits to the project in terms of increased and improved ecology and habitat at the site, new opportunities for programming because of new programming sites around North Pond, and finally new interpretive material that'll help share kind of the relevance and importance of North Pond to the community.
Thank you, Sarah. Again, for the record, Michael Berkshire from DPD. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that this project is in compliance with the applicable policies of the Lakefront Plan of Chicago and the purposes of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance highlighted here. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application, being in conformance with the provisions of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance, be approved, subject to compliance with the plans presented to you today. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have any comments from or feedback from Alderman Smith?
Chairwoman, she apologized. She's traveling today and couldn't make it. She also has a letter of support on file.
Great, thank you very much. So go ahead, Commissioner Kelly.
Obviously, I have to recuse myself, Madam Chair, but I do want to obviously speak in support of this project. And I just want to thank Michael, Heather, Sarah, and all the Park District team. And then a special thanks to Doug. You know, these projects are never easy. And certainly we have a very limited amount of money, capital for this city. So anytime we have groups like the Lincoln Park Conservancy raising money for projects in Lincoln Park, it's really, really important because that's money now that I can put on the south and west side. So thank you, Doug, and the generosity of you and everybody who's donating to this project.
Thank you.
Yeah. Commissioner Tunney, thank you very much, Commissioner Kelly. Commissioner Tunney.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I just want to lend my voice of support. While this is in the 43rd Ward, it impacts the entire lakefront. And I think it has more impact on 44 since it's our front yard. But my question is, Doug or Mike, what is I saw a timetable, but it's all incumbent upon fundraising. What is the fundraising? What is the goal? Obviously, it's a big project. Could you, for the benefit of the
So let me start, and I've said this many times over my long tenure on this commission. I always hate from Park District signaling to the market what our budget is. But Sarah or Heather, could one of you sort of give Commissioner Tunney here a sense of what we're looking at?
Sure, and I might actually call on Doug because I think he's got a better idea of the kind of breakdown by phase of where fundraising is at.
Sure. So the project is estimated at $7.3 million, 100% funded from private sources. And I'm very happy to announce that as of today, we are about $450,000 away from our goal. We just signed an agreement for an anonymous matching grant to match that 1-to-1, and then received notification from another private family foundation of a $100,000 gift. So we are within $100,000 of completely closing that $7.3 million gift in the midst of a pandemic, in the midst of economic uncertainty. And I just want to thank the Lincoln Park community and the residents of Chicago for helping to make this project possible.
Fantastic. That's really fantastic. Well, we could easily spend another half hour just talking about the great aspects of this project. There's so much to be said. So let me just say a couple of things on behalf of all of us. Congratulations, Commissioner Kelly, and to the staff and to everybody involved in this. Not only does it help restore something I think really important in the sort of Lincoln Park area, but it's also a great habitat area, and it's a great amenity also for recreation. But I also really love the proactive element of this. You know, why wait until down the line when it's so far down that we not only miss the benefits, but we also run the potential of not being able to restore this in a really effective way. So there's just so many nice elements of it. Your presentation was well laid out, and thanks to all those who are the donors who donated for this. And to reiterate what Commissioner Kelly said on how what that then enables him to do on other projects. But I think when we talk about Chicago, it's our parks and these little elements within our parks are so important. They're really part of what adds to making Chicago a great place to live. So thanks to everybody on this project. This is really.
Chairwoman, I wasn't completely finished. Can I just make a
Oh,
comment?
I'm so sorry. You sure can. Go for it.
No problem. I think what's important improvement is going to be accessibility.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's, when I look at it is that, yes, North Pond is there, but it's really kind of a rough area in terms of trying to access at various points of the lagoon. And I think what they're planning to do will provide not only just a visual, but a much more accessibility to the Nature Museum and all the circumference of the whole thing. Because I think that part has been neglected, and I think this project will really enhance it. So that's all I have to say, other than my 100% support.
No, thanks for adding that. I was focusing so much on the habitat restoration aspect of it. I think emphasizing also the accessibility is an important piece of this. Would you like to make a motion, Commissioner Tunney, on the proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by the Chicago Park District for the property generally bounded by North Cannon Drive, West Fullerton Avenue, and North Lakeview Avenue, Lincoln Park, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
I would be proud to make that motion. Thank you
very much. Moved by Commissioner Tunney, seconded by
Biaggi.
Commissioner Biaggi. All right, so now let me go to roll call. Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox. Commissioner Flores. Commissioner Kelly recuses himself. Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Novata.
Yes.
Commissioner Searle.
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners.
Next item on the agenda is D5, a proposed plan development and a proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by Atera Plus LLC for the property generally located at 525 South Wabash Avenue within the private use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property from DX-12 downtown mixed-use district to a residential business plan development to construct a mixed-use residential and hotel development consisting of a 24-story and a 36-story tower connected by a commercial and parking base. The development will contain 777 residential units, 405 hotel keys, 41,000 square feet of commercial space, amenity space, and 151 accessory parking spaces. This is in the 42nd Ward, and Heidi Sperry will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Heidi Sperry with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant proposes a planned development to construct a new mixed-use residential and hotel development located at 525 South Wabash Avenue, consisting of a 24-story north tower, as well as a 36-story south tower, which will be connected by a 2-story retail and parking podium. The subject site is located in the Loop community area of the 42nd Ward. It is also situated within the private use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. Therefore, this presentation will also address the project's compliance with the Lakefront Protection Ordinance. CMAP data from 2020 shows that the population in the Loop has increased by nearly 130% over the past 2 decades, with over 60% of the residents working in the Loop and on the near north and near west sides. The prevailing plan for the area is the Central Area Action Plan of 2009, which established the goals of supporting a diverse mix of land uses, high density, high quality, innovative development in this portion of the Loop. The proposal before you today supports these objectives. The roughly L-shaped site is located on the east side of Wabash Avenue between Ida B. Wells Drive, which is located to the north, and Harrison Street to the south. It is zoned DX12, which is Downtown Mixed Use District. The applicant proposes to use an FAR bonus to achieve an overall FAR, or floor area ratio, of 16.0 for the entirety of the PD. As seen in these views of South Wabash Avenue, the subject site lies south of Roosevelt University's Goodman Center, which is seen here on the left, and immediately north of Harrison Street, seen on the right. The site currently serves as a parking lot in a part of the Loop where a significant amount of underutilized public parking already exists. The surrounding area is characterized by a dense mix of institutional, commercial, hotel, and residential uses. Columbia College, Roosevelt University, Robert Morris College, all have campus buildings in the surrounding blocks. Additionally, as you can see, the Auditorium Theater is located immediately north of the site across Ida B. Wells Drive. The property is a highly served transit location, and it's located within less than 1,000 feet from 4 downtown core stations, as well as numerous CTA bus routes. Due to its proximity to public transit options, as well as its compatibility with the character of the surrounding area in terms of use, density, design, and building scale, DPD has determined that the proposed project is in compliance with the plan development standards and guidelines. Now the members of the development team will provide further details on this proposal.
Thank you, Heidi. For the record, my name is Michael Esger. I'm the attorney on behalf of the applicant, eTerra Plus LLC. And here with me today are architects from BKV architecture firm, Peter Lemon from Kimley Horn, our traffic consultant, as well as Chris Plensner from a member of the applicant team. And good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the commission. As Heidi said, we have been working on this project for some time now. We've been started with Alderman Riley and his 42nd Ward process back in December of 19. And after it was ready to proceed, we met with DPD and got some initial feedback, and then reached out, as you may have heard, Bonnie Sanchez from the Near South Planning Board mentioned earlier, a good process with the Near South Planning Board, some good back and forth and some feedback, ultimately leading to their full support for the project, as well as the support of Alderman Riley. And we have also met with all of the departments, of course, with the city to receive their approval, as well as DPD. During this process, the alderman initially made some great suggestions for our site plan to improve traffic. And really as you can see here in this slide, there's been a progression of what the site plan was and now is today in August, as of August of 2021. And some of the key features of the site plan that CDOT has approved are lay-by and drop-off for the hotel portion of the North Tower along Ida B. Wells. Also, another drop-off area extensively on east side of Wabash, closer to Harrison. And also in the alley to our east, the alley is a 16-foot alley, and this development contemplates the expansion of that alley to 20-foot and the repaving of it, of course, and also there's a lay-by there for some loading for the hotel. But the real hero of the site plan, and really what helps tremendously with traffic and with functions of the development, are the interior drive coming off of Wabash that allows for angled loading. We have a total of 7 loading berths. 2 of them are 10 by 50s, and they can easily not only turn into the site, but also get out onto the alley going southbound to Harrison. And all of this was vetted again and recommended by Kimley Horn, Peter Lemon, and also CDOT as well. So next slide would show our massing progression over time. We work closely with DPD to come up with an approved massing. We were set to go in December, and there was some changes from the hotel operator, and resulting in a slightly thinner and 1-story taller building on the north. It's sort of imperceptible, but in some of these massing images, suffice to say that we went through that process as well. And then next slide shows sort of a progression similarly architecturally. A big focus here has been the pedestrian experience and what is desired down on Wabash. This is, as Heidi said, a very active area, and we wanted to make sure that our base and our pedestrian experience was really positive. And so there was a long progression, and what you're seeing here is sort of the end results. And on the right side, you're seeing what this is going to look like from the streets. And the next slide is our massing and sort of just context. It was from the minute that BKV put these documents together, we could see right away that this paints a really good picture for how we fit in. In fact, we're right in the middle there. This is going from north to south, and you can see how well it progresses and tapers down from the north to the south. And if we look at the next slide, again, now going south to north, again, it feels like the building, not only contextually massing wise, but also architecturally really fits into the fabric of this area of the South Loop. Next slide is just showing the north and south elevations. As we go to the next slide, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Renato Gilberti from BKV Architecture to quickly walk you through the architecture.
So, thanks everyone for the opportunity to present this project to everybody in the commission. Looking at our site plan right here, you can see that the building is divided into, the project is divided into 2 buildings, one to the north, which contains the hotel, and also a residential component that's stacked above the hotel. Then the building to the south tower, is strictly residential in nature, and then they share a retail podium. So 2 levels of retail space, and above that 2 levels of parking, a parking garage with a residential liner that Mike alluded to earlier in some of the images. Part of the process that we went through was to activate both the Wabash and Harrison Streets facades with truly active use. So there's always going to be something interesting to look at rather than just simply a clad parking structure. Next slide, please. And going back to the ground floor plan, you can see the kind of salmon color or lighter pink color is the footprint of the retail space. And this is intended to be a grocery type retail. So it has a smaller footprint on the first floor with the main level being on the second floor. You can see the relationship between the 2 on the plan to the right. Can you go back one, please? And then to further activate that corner along Wabash and Harrison, we have a cafe type of space. That's the base of the building is peeled back from the actual property line to create additional outdoor seating opportunities for this cafe space. And then along the south end, you have the amenity space, lobby space and leasing center for both towers. And then to the north, you have the entrance to the hotel in the kind of darker purple, and also the residential entry for the north tower as well. We also have a restaurant space as part of the restaurant experience. So we go into the restaurant, as part of the hotel experience. So we go into the hotel space and onto the second floor for that restaurant space as well. And then here on levels 3 and 4, you can see the residential liners that connect the south tower all the way down to its base, and then adding these duplex units along the Wabash facade to activate that side of the street as well. And then looking at your 5th floor, which is the amenity space for both buildings, and also obviously this doesn't show the landscape terrace. We haven't gotten to that point yet, but this would be a highly landscaped space for outdoor amenities. And then you can see the breakdown, the division between the hotel portion of the building on the north tower, as well as the south residential tower. Next. And then looking at how this building really articulates an elevation, you can see we've taken a sort of a prismatic approach to the design with faceted kind of facades that they're actually planar, but they're actually also diagonal to create this prismatic look without really breaking a bank, so to speak. And then we're also adding additional metal panels to create a gradation on the hotel side as you move up to the residential levels that have more glass. Yeah, same different view. This is a view from the alley. Looking at, so obviously this side right here, you don't have where the garage is exposed, but we're not really taking care of it. And you can see the drop-off sequence, the secondary drop-off sequence of the hotel. We have the primary one being on IW Wells, and then the secondary one that allows it to pull into the alley and drop off into the lobby zone, on the backside of the lobby zone of the hotel, and then go straight out to Harrison Street at that point. And then you can see the loading docks also on the base of the garage. Next slide. And then looking at the views from IW Wells, that's the hotel entrance, as well as the north residential apartment entry, and then the view from Harrison Street on south elevation. Next. And then some of the perspectives that we prepared for this project, looking at more of an evening view of Wabash Avenue, seeing the facade entirely activated with retail and residential uses. Next. And then a view from the corner of Wabash and Harrison, again, kind of the dusk with the activated residential and retail uses, and the landscaped amenity terrace up in on the 5th floor line. Next. Then the view going the opposite direction, looking to the south on Wabash. This is the connection that allows you to or articulate the trucks to come through and properly load the building from a grocery standpoint, and how we're treating this element of facade as part of the design in general, trying to blend it as seamlessly as possible. Next. And then just as more of a straight on elevation of what this space would be. One of the things that we've done to the base, can you go back to the previous image, is that I mentioned earlier about how we are recessing the base of the building to create that outdoor seating, but that actually is happening in multiple layers. The first floor is the one that recesses the most. The second floor has pushes further out towards the street, and then eventually get to the actual property line condition on the 3rd and 4th floors to create this cascading effect or telescoping effect along the base of the building, again, to the purpose of creating a more pedestrian-friendly atmosphere along Wabash. And next one for this. And then the view to the entry of the hotel and residential. You can see we're exposing a portion of the building in the corner, which is the Goodman, it's not the theater, the Goodman Center for Roosevelt University. So our intention is to clad that with some type of maybe a green wall. It hasn't been fully defined yet, but the intent would be something to clean that up. And we're also, by the angular geometry that we introduced along the base of the building, exposes this column. It also creates this outdoor dining aspect portion of the restaurant venue. So it allows you to be part of the actual street experience, right? But without being on a street level, because Ida Wells is a very busy street. It's not really conducive to outdoor dining. This created an outdoor dining terrace that allows you to experience that urban character of Chicago without being on the street itself. And it creates the secondary entry to the, the entry to the residential on that side. Next. Then an aerial view of the project looking down at the amenity terrace with the pool. And then our view from the from mid-level on from Harrison Street, looking at the project, East South Tower, and then the North Tower beyond. And then the view from Grant Park with a Congress Hotel in the foreground, just blending in the new project with the existing context of the site. You can see that the Roosevelt University to the north and the Spertus Institute to the south both kind of take on this angular glass geometry as well.
Hi, thank you, Renato, very much. Again, for the record, Michael Esger on behalf of the applicant. Just wanted to briefly review some of the zoning compliance issues. And from transportation, we talked a lot about the site plan, and certainly the site promotes, and the way we've configured it, a safe and efficient vehicular, pedestrian, and bicycle access. There's been a big bicycle focus on the project, 770 internal biking park spaces, as well as exterior spaces and divvy. And the again, the loading and the traffic circulation is really great, and the pedestrian experience along Wabash as well. And the parking is obviously designed to be hidden, and the alley is also improved quite a bit. So we feel good about the compliance of these code issues. The next slide shows the open space and landscape, and you've seen Renato did a good job of explaining the extensive outdoor space, not only on the 5th floor, but on the ground floor as well. And we also have, of course, dog runs interior to the building. I'm sorry, next slide is the sustainability. And of course, we'll be compliant with the 100-point requirement, and green globes is a big strategy for us. We also were reviewed and approved for stormwater management as well. Next slide. We work closely with the Department of Housing, and this is an area that only under the current ordinance requires 10%, but certainly there's opportunities for buyout and providing offsite. This project contemplates all 10% on-site, which produces 78 on-site affordable units. And I think that is something that was appreciated certainly by DOH and the community. Next slide is our MBWB local hiring strategies. We fully anticipate to comply, and we've been, as we move forward with the project, we'll be talking to, looking for lots of opportunities to seek some participation. And in terms of the project facts, you can see them there. It does contribute $3.65 million to the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund. There's going to be jobs created and local impact funds as well. The next slide will turn it back to Heidi.
Thank you. DPD has reviewed the project material submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal is in compliance with the applicable policies of the Lakefront Plan of Chicago and the purposes of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance as they apply to development in the public use zone. And those specific policies are identified here. The increase of personal safety, ensuring a harmonious relationship, but in no case allowing for private development east of Lakeshore Drive, as well as coordinating all aspects of the project. As such, DPD recommends the approval of the application under the Lakefront Protection Ordinance. Further, DPD has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposed residential business plan development is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of its density and building scale. The project will adequately be served by existing public infrastructure facilities. Finally, the project is compatible with the surrounding zoning. Based on the foregoing, it's the recommendation of the zoning administrator that this application for a residential business plan development be approved and the recommendation to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Buildings be passage recommended. Finally, Alderman Brendan Riley has provided a letter of no opposition for the project, which is on file. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Heidi, appreciate it. You know, one of the questions that we got, let me go to you, Commissioner Biaggi, first.
Oh, sure. I just wanted to compliment the team for the close attention to bike parking and bike access and circulation. And in fact, this is one of those projects that meets some of our ambition to create bike lanes that are above the curb, so more Copenhagen style, adjacent to the street, but fully protected and on a raised platform. And so we have some work to do where we will contextualize that. But I think that is a very significant positive move by the developer here. So we appreciate that and working within the boundaries of the site. So that's a very exciting prospect. So I just want to compliment them on that.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Novata.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to note this, the numbers on this slide, because it is a frequent critique that we receive of the ARO, that we're only getting studios or mostly studios and 1-bedrooms from the ARO. And so I do just want to note that we're quite pleased that here's an instance where we're getting fully 6 2-bedrooms and 7 3-bedrooms as well. In an area where, we've got great access to transit, schools, et cetera. So just wanted to point that out.
So glad that you did. And I know that if Commissioner Reyes were here, she would be applauding that as well. Commissioner Cox.
Yes, I too wanted to just compliment the development team for their innovative way of addressing the public realm and the interface of their building with the rest of the city. For all of those who see this level of density throughout the downtown and the proliferation of podium buildings, which mask, floors and floors of parking as the interface with the public. The fact that this project actually lines their base with residential units is a wonderful breath of fresh air, meaning we'll see actual residential activity that line the street. I hope this becomes more of the model, less of the exception and more of the norm, so that we can continue to animate the life of our streets. Just kudos for your willingness to explore this model. And I know that it was a result of a conversation between Heidi Sperry and the planning department, the architects and developer. And I think it is a wonderful, wonderful success.
Thank you, Commissioner. One of the questions that we got, comments we got in our public testimony was a support for the program or for the project, but concern about traffic and the elimination of parking. I wonder if that's something that the developer can address.
Sure, we can address it. I'm gonna, as long as he's here, I think Peter Lemon is here, and we've both talked about this, but if Peter, you're here, I'll let you take this.
Yep, sure. So Peter Lemon, for the record, with Kinley Horn. Yeah, so I think some of the comments regards to the existing parking that's there today. So there's a loss of surface parking and garage parking that serves the surrounding area. I think when you think about it in terms of traffic, though, that's also, a net, we're kind of like a wash, or actually even probably a reduction in terms of how much traffic is being generated and going in and out of the site regarding the commuter parking versus the uses that will be as part of this development generating traffic. So, yes, we were losing some public parking. There's plenty of public parking in the area as you get towards Grant Park and all the underground parking there as well. And so this site, will generate uses, or has uses that will generate some traffic, but not the kind of levels of traffic that we see going in and out of the site today with the public parking. And I think, the team did a good job of describing some of the other kind of pedestrian and bicycle related aspects of the plan, which I think was a big part of our kind of iterative design process with the alderman as well.
Thank you, appreciate that. So do I have a motion on the, actually, I'm gonna need to do this in two motions because one is Lakefront and one is a plan development. Do I have a motion on the proposed Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by Edera Plus LLC for the property generally located at 525 South Wabash Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Or do I have a motion?
So moved by Commissioner Cox.
Seconded by?
Commissioner Searle.
Thank you, Commissioner. Finally. Okay, here. Before I take this vote, I also want to make a quick comment too on the motion. One is that it's really going to be nice to have this part of the downtown activated. And secondly, it just rings so nice to the ears to hear the street referred to as Ida B. Wells Street. I think we've certainly gotten used to that now, but I never get tired of hearing that. Also, I want to note that Commissioner Biaggi on the previous vote voted, but she will be changing her vote from the previous vote is changed to a recusal. If I have that correct, right, Commissioner Biaggi?
Correct, for the Montrose Bridge item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now proceeding with this vote, Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores. Commissioner Kelly.
Kelly's a yes.
Commissioner Lyons is recusing herself on this vote. Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Novata.
Yes.
Commissioner Searle.
Yes.
And Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Now we need to do a second motion on the proposed plan development submitted by Edera Plus LLC for the property generally located at the 525 South Wabash Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval. Do I have a motion on that?
So moved by Commissioner Cox.
Seconded by?
Commissioner Searle.
Thank you. Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores. Commissioner Kelly.
Kelly's a yes.
Commissioner Lyons. Oh, I'm sorry. She's still a recusal. Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Novata.
Yes.
Commissioner Searle.
Yes.
And Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Motion passes. Congratulations. We look forward to this project.
Thank you very much.
Next
Thank
item
you.
on the, you're welcome. Next item on the agenda is D6, the proposed residential business plan development submitted by Jamal Properties, 601 West Monroe, for the property generally located at 601 West Monroe Street. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from DC-12 Downtown Core District to a residential business plan development to construct a mixed-use two-phase development consisting of 2 towers containing a total of 1,053 residential units, 430 accessory vehicular parking spaces, and ground floor commercial space. The first phase, Sub-Area A, is proposed to include a 535-foot and ground floor commercial space. The second phase, Sub-Area B, is proposed to include a 465-foot tall tower with 516 residential units, 30 accessory vehicular parking spaces, and ground floor commercial space. A 3.74 FAR bonus will be taken, and the overall FAR of the plan development will be 15.74. This is in the 42nd Ward. Emily Thun will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Emily Thron with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant appears here today because they are proposing to rezone the site from DC-12 to a residential business plan development to construct a mixed-use two-phase development consisting of 2 towers containing a total of 1,053 residential units, 430 accessory vehicular parking spaces, and ground floor commercial space. A 3.74 FAR bonus will be taken, and the overall FAR of the plan development will be 15.74. The subject site is located in the near West Side community area. The population in the area is just over 63,000, and the area has seen a 36% increase in population since 2000. The median household income is over 91,000. There are over 32,000 housing units, and over 56% of the housing is renter occupied. The median age of the residents is 31. The subject site is located adjacent to the Heritage Green Park and is across the street from the old St. Patrick's Church. The site is bounded by West Monroe Street to the north, South Jefferson Street to the east, a 5-story residential building, and Heritage Green Park to the south, and South Des Plaines Street to the west. The site is currently contains a surface parking lot. The surrounding land uses in the area include residential, commercial, and institutional uses. The surrounding zoning districts in the immediate area are DC-12, DX-7, and planned developments numbers 233, 756, and 842. The site is located in a transit-served location and is approximately 660 feet northwest of the entrance to the Chicago Union Station metro station. Here is an aerial view of the proposal in context with the surrounding buildings from the southeast, and an aerial view of the proposal from the southwest. This is an aerial view from the east. And the next few slides include images of the existing pedestrian context on the site and the same pedestrian level view of the proposed project. This is a view from the corner of Monroe and Jefferson, a view along Jefferson looking south, and a view from Heritage Green Park. The proposal is subject to the Central Area Action Plan adopted in 2009 and the Central Area Plan adopted in 2003 by the Chicago Plan Commission. Some of the goals of the plans include creating a vibrant and diverse mixed-use urban districts, creating great public spaces, ensuring a walkable environment, and maintaining a critical density, and emphasizing environmental sustainability. Now I will turn the presentation over to Rich Clowder, the applicant's attorney, who will further explain the details of the proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Thrun. Madam Chair and members of the commission, my name is Rich Clowder. I'm with the law firm of DLA Piper in Chicago. Along with my colleague, Katie Jenke-Dale, we represent the developer Jamal Properties. The developer is an affiliate of Pacific Reach, and they are based in Vancouver and represented here today by Mark Marshall, who leads this development project for them. Along with us today are also Devin Patterson and Jeff Sanner from SCB, the project architect, and Lue Abuna with KLOA, our traffic consultant. If you go to the, I'm sorry, this slide is fine. The project has received extensive community review, and it's detailed on this slide. I wanted to make particular note of the developer's recognition of the location of this project immediately east of Francis Xavier Ward School and Old St. Pat's Church. As a result, among the stakeholders with whom we met were the church and the school. And as noted in Alderman Riley's letter requesting a favorable vote by this commission, the developer entered into a written agreement with the church and the school, agreeing to numerous concessions during construction, and even agreeing at the school's request to accommodate additional classroom space in the new development when built to ease capacity issues at the school should they then exist. In addition, at the request of Alderman Riley, the project includes a publicly accessible dog park and design changes intended to promote better access to light and air along West Monroe Street. I will now turn the presentation over to Devin Patterson from SCB, who will provide detail on the site plan, elevation, and other aspects of the project. Please take it away, Devin.
Thank you very much, Rich, and thank you very much to the commissioners for today's presentation. For the record, my name is Devin Patterson, a principal at SCB. And we are the architects for both towers that are being proposed today. So we'll start out describing the project from a planning standpoint. There's been extensive work between our developer and the adjacent neighbors, which include the public park to the south and Francis Xavier Ward to the west of the site here. But the primary plan, our ground floor plan, contemplates two residential entrances, one off of Jefferson and one off of Des Plaines, with the primary retail along Monroe Street, which would be continuous from block to block, with some relief at the corners for spill out space for cafes and things like that. Next slide, please. There's also a second floor contemplated as part of this design to propose a second floor retail that also potentially be amenity space for the residents. And I know that we've worked with FXW to potentially provide them some additional classroom or spill out space as necessary. I think that's something that we're working on very closely. Thank you. Next slide. Above that, you can see we've got a couple levels of parking from 2 to 4. But in the southwest corner of the site there, the residential units have been brought all the way down to the ground. So we have eyes on the park to the south of us there to really create some additional safety for that area there. But the parking is very low percentage of parking. Keep going. Above the low parking podium is a common amenity deck for both phases. There's a phase 1, which will be the east phase tower, and phase 2, which will be the west phase tower. Eventually, the two of them will come together and create a common amenity deck that will be used between the two projects with the pool and other features as part of that on this level. Next slide, please. As we move above the above grade, the residential units kind of fill the body of the building. And continue on, please. And there's 2 different tiers of that, so lower level and penthouse levels. Continue on. And at the very top of the building, we're illustrating an amenity deck that will be available to the residents and 2 separate spaces on each building. And then the mechanical penthouse above that. So as Emily had explained in the 3-dimensional, these are the graphics that illustrate the proposed design from an elevation perspective. We've got this dynamic element moving up the short ends of the building there, and then connecting at the top, and kind of like pulling itself back down to the ground there to really create 2 dynamic elements along this facade. The ground floor is a metal panel enclosure in the garage there, but only a couple levels of that to, and then we come out to the ground floor, which is actually 2 levels of retail along all 3 primary streets. Next slide, please. This is an additional set of elevations that provide the south elevation, and there was a lot of care and a lot of discussion with the community and the Alderman's office to create visibility into, and the Department of Planning as well, to look into the park. So some of the elevations down there at the lower level show that those eyes. Next place. The overall section of the building illustrating the 2 heights of the building. The east tower is 47 floors, the west tower is 40 floors. Next slide. And then the interim, phase 1 is contemplated to move forward, and then shortly after phase 1 is finished, phase 2 will be completed, sort of as a continuous construction process. But in the event that something might delay that, we've also given a proposal of how we would landscape the space that's available for the second tower. So we're showing this grassy area with a fence around that plan there. Next slide, please. And these are the parking plans, similar to what you just saw before, but with the west tower removed. Next slide. The parking is self-sufficient for this building on the slide. Next, please. And the entire amenity podium gets built out as part of phase 1. Next slide, please. And the tower elements going up all the way to the penthouse. So it illustrates sort of the prime elements of that. Next slide, please. So the primary facades remain the same in this as is the full build out, but the only exception is, next slide, please. There is a blank wall that will be part of enclosure of the garage. And we've worked with the Department of Planning to come up with this trompe-l'oeil pattern that will be painted on a concrete panel that will match the articulation of the metal panel, sort of the varied metal panel facade that's on the primary streets. Next slide, please. This illustrates the same 47th floor section. Next slide, please. And then just looking at, there's been a lot of work with both the Alderman's office and the Department of Planning to really create articulation on this building to really differentiate. There's 2 primary skins on this facade and reinforcing this kind of dynamic wave that moves through the facade. Next slide, please. There's kind of all 4 axons of the building. Next slide, please. So the main facade is made up of 2 different types of skin. One is a two-colored glass with a vertical mullion cap, providing texture, sort of a random facade pattern. Next slide, please. And you can see both details kind of high and low. The top one was at the top where the guardrail will be at the amenity level. Next slide, please. And then there was a lot of care taken to create articulation on these short ends of the building where we have this flowing element that moves through the facade. That element is actually going to stand proud of the secondary skin. So you can see there's a shadow line that's prepared that is part of this design that creates a little bit more exaggeration of those two elements there. And these two pieces of two different glass systems kind of are very highly decorated or articulated from each other at this point. Next slide, please. The metal panel at the base of the building is a flat metal panel, but it has this articulation that folds out to create this wave pattern that kind of reinforces the dynamicness of the towers up above. We've also introduced a small vertical light fixture that would help to kind of activate this facade during the evening hours. The garage facade itself is enclosed without any perforation. These are solid metal panels of a kind of a putty gray color. Next slide, please. The entrances to both the residential buildings are illustrated with two-story entry elements. It's indicated on this drawing here. Slide, please. And so just kind of reiterating sort of the massing design diagrams, we worked on quite a different few strategies for this project, settled on the proposed orientation of the two towers towards each other. We really wanted the east tower to be set back as far as possible from residential towers to the north, as well as the west tower. So we've actually provided a 100-foot setback between our tower and residential towers at the corner of Des Plaines and Monroe there. And then the building itself actually pushes up against the property line to the south so that it really comes down to meet the ground and provides a lot of visibility of people in the building to the Heritage Green Park that's adjacent to it there. Next slide, please. We worked with Louis Abuna and KLOA to promote safe traffic and transportation in the city. We've gotten both CDOT approval on this as well. Next slide, please. And we focused on a very pedestrian-oriented design. As you can see with this two-story articulation, we create focal points at the entrances at both the corners of Des Plaines and Monroe and Jefferson and Monroe, and also at the entrance to the residential that's adjacent to the park and the public dog park that'll be on site of this property. Next slide, please. And so then just illustrating the building and its sort of massing and how it really holds the corners of the building here, the corners of the streets, and really creates a connection to the rest of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. The traffic study kind of speaks for itself, but we've fully complied with traffic in the neighborhood. Next slide. These diagrams illustrate the open space requirement that we are providing on site.
Mr. Patterson, I'm finding this really interesting, but we've gone like, over a half hour here. I'm wondering how much more you have to go.
I think we're very close to the end here.
Okay. I'm going to ask all the developers to make sure they stay within the 20 minutes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I think we have this
no,
four
don't
more slide here.
apologize. Don't apologize. It's interesting. I mean, I love looking at all this, but.
Okay. I'm sorry. We'll wrap it up here. So there's 4 more slides. This slide illustrates the primary materials of the building: glass, metal panel, and anodized aluminum. Next slide, please. We will comply with the 100-point requirement for sustainability. Next slide, please. And all storm will be managed on site. Next slide, please. This is the last element.
I'll pick it up here, Devin, and wrap up. This shows our ARO strategy. Of note, we're providing 26 units on site, paying almost $15 million to support DOH's efforts to facilitate affordable housing projects and tenant rental assistance citywide. The next slide will show the numerous other economic and community benefits generated by the project. Obviously, MBE, WBE, and local hiring commitments, and a bonus payment of almost $5.5 million to the city's Neighborhood Opportunity Fund. Before turning it back over to Ms. Thrun to wrap up, I would like to thank Alderman Riley and the Department of Planning and Development for their thoughtful and thorough review. Back to you, Ms. Thrun.
Thank you. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposal is in compliance with the PD standards and guidelines. The proposal promotes economically beneficial development patterns. The proposal includes a level of amenities appropriate for the project. The proposal is designed to reinforce desirable urban features in the area and has a building that has a defined base, middle, and top. The project promotes safe and efficient circulation of pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles. Additionally, the project promotes pedestrian and interest safety and comfort. Please refer to my staff report for further details on this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application for the plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thrun. And I apologize for interrupting you, Mr. Patterson. I want to make sure that we get through all of our agenda before we start losing quorum, and we still have many more to cover, and I'm trying to keep these within a half hour. Okay, Commissioner Lyons, go ahead.
Thank you. I was curious if you could speak to what you expect the rents to be and how you decided on 26 on-site versus all 10%, all 105 on-site.
Rich Clowder again for the record. I will defer to my client, Mark Marshall, on the question about what he's projecting rents to be. With respect to the ARO strategy, we did discuss this with Alderman Riley and landed in this position. The project has been in the works for several years, and the design, amenities, and most importantly, the public benefits were included on the basis of underwriting the project on that basis. So that's how we landed on the ARO strategy that you see here. In terms of projected rents, Mark, do you want to unmute yourself and speak to that? Be sure to introduce yourself too.
Yeah, thank you, Rich. Hi, my name is Mark Marshall with Pacific Reach Properties in Vancouver. Very nice to join you today. Thank you. I think you'll, if you look at the unit mix, we've provided a mix of everything from studio up to 4-bedroom units, and I think there is something for everyone in this project, especially a project of this size. We really didn't want to narrow ourselves into one sort of segment of the market. So rents are whatever the market determines, but I think there is such a breadth of product here that there is something for everybody.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Searle?
I just wanted to, because this building is all glass, I just wanted the development team to talk about how do you make, an all glass building facing all directions as sustainable as, and get your 100% or your 100 points. It seems to me it would make a lot more sense if there were some, and there are spandrel panels, obviously, but are there more spandrel panels on the west side, for instance, than you might find on the north?
I could address that question. The building, although it looks like it's all glass, is a combination of metal panel and glass. And the glass, there are spandrel areas of the building that you can sort of see in this perspective here. They're slightly darker in color that provide the U value or the R value to the wall system so that we can meet the energy code performance of this project and meet the sustainable goals for the project.
Hey, does that answer your question?
Well, vaguely, but my question is about, what's the difference then between a west elevation and a north elevation?
In this design, there is the building is unified, both north and south. I mean, I guess there isn't any sort of architectural differences between those facades. It's really managed with the insulation inside the glass to manage the facade and the energy of the facade.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have a statement from Alderman Riley?
We have a letter of no opposition from Alderman Riley.
Okay. Do I have a motion on proposed residential business plan development submitted by Jamal Properties 601 West Monroe for the property generally located at 601 West Monroe Street, find that it meets requirements for approval?
So moved. Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Commissioner Moore. Seconded by?
Biagi.
All right, Commissioner, let me go to the roll call. Commissioner Biagi.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett. Commissioner Cordova's a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores. Commissioner Kelly.
Kelly's yes.
Commissioner Lyons.
No.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Novata.
Yes.
Commissioner Searle.
Yes.
And Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you
Next
very
item on
much.
the agenda, you're welcome, is D7, a proposed amendment to plan development number 44 submitted by Glenstar O'Hare LLC for the property generally located at 8535 West Higgins Road. The site is currently zoned plan development number 44, and the applicant seeks to change the designation of plan development 44 as amended. The amendment would allow the applicant to divide subarea B into 3 subareas. Subarea B1 will include a 90-foot tall 7-story building with 297 dwelling units. Sorry, Barb. And 270 required accessory vehicular parking spaces. Subarea B2 and B3 will retain previously approved development rights for a future office development with a maximum height of 190 feet and 1,230 required accessory vehicular parking spaces. No changes are proposed to subarea A, which is the 41st ward. The site is currently zoned plan development number 44, and the applicant seeks to change the designation of plan development 44 as amended. The amendment would allow the applicant to divide subarea B into 3 sub-areas. Subarea B1 will include a 90-foot tall 7-story building with 297 dwelling units and 270 required accessory vehicular parking spaces. Subareas B2 and B3 will retain previously approved development rights for a future office development with the maximum height of 190 feet and 1,230 required accessory vehicular parking spaces. No changes are proposed to subarea A. This is in the 41st ward. James Harris will provide the context overview. The applicant will present their proposal. And I'd like to ask everyone, we obviously want to hear about your project, the details of your project, but the extent to which you can keep it an efficient presentation, we would very much appreciate it. Mr. Harris.
Thank you. For the record, my name is James Harris with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant Glenstar O'Hare LLC is here today to request approval of an amendment to Plan Development 44. The proposed amendment would divide subarea B of the existing plan development into 3 subareas and allow for the construction of a multi-unit residential development consisting of 297 dwelling units, 59 of which will be affordable as defined by the ARO. The proposal also includes 270 accessory off-street parking spaces. And the subject property has a common address of 8535 West Higgins Road and is located within the O'Hare community area in the 41st ward. The demographics of the O'Hare community area is shown here. According to CMAP's 2021 community
Let's keep
snapshot.
it, you don't need to go into details, and let's just keep it moving. We can see that.
Okay, I think one thing to note here is that 43.1% of households in the O'Hare community area pay 30% or more of their incomes in housing costs, according to the CMAP's community survey.
Very important.
This is an aerial map of the site, along with some contextual photos taken from the north, south, and east sides of the site. As shown here on the land use map, the site is currently improved with a 12-story hotel located on subarea A of the existing plan development. The adjacent properties are predominantly commercial, consisting of buildings between 4 and 12 stories in height. The proposed development with an FAR of 2.46 and a height of 7 stories is consistent in terms of bulk and density with the existing adjacent development. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Liz Butler to provide a brief overview of the project and answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Liz Butler from the law firm of Elrod Friedman, LLP, and I, along with my colleague Peter Friedman, represent the applicant in this matter, Glenstar O'Hare, LLC. I'm joined today by the following representatives of the development team: Jim Robinson and Jeff Kokol of Glenstar, Mike Jeroen and Steve McFadden of Fitzgerald Architects, the project architect, Lee Brown, the president of Tesca Associates, who conducted a school impact analysis for the project, Nick Patera of Tesca Associates, the landscape architect for the project, Lue Abuna, the traffic engineer for the project, and Chris Kepner of Erickson Engineering, the civil engineer. We can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. The applicant is before the commission today seeking an amendment to PD number 44 in order to authorize the construction of a 7-story multi-unit residential building with 297 dwelling units and 270 vehicular parking spaces. You see, the project will be fully amenitized with high quality outdoor amenity decks, a dog run, indoor tenant fitness studio, and will include a mix of market rate units and 59 on-site affordable dwelling units. On the slide here, you see the existing planned development, which is approximately 21.7 acres of site area and is divided into 2 sub-areas. Sub-area A on the right, or the east side of the planned development, is improved with a hotel with 680 rooms. This is the Marriott Chicago O'Hare Hotel, and then parking lots to the north along Higgins Road. Sub-area A is not affected by the proposed amendment. Sub-area B is improved with an office building. This is at the northwest corner of the site, which was constructed in 2019. The 2.92 acre site that is the subject of the proposal we're discussing today is shown both in the center of the existing diagram on the left, and an enlargement on the right side of the screen shows the proposed site plan. And we'll cover that in more detail shortly, but in the interest of time, we'll move ahead to the next slide. This is the zoning map, and you see that PD 44 is highlighted. This planned development was established in 1967 and has been amended several times. The underlying zoning classification for this PD is the B3 Community Shopping District, which permits mixed use development, including multifamily residential uses. Today, the planned development allows the subject site to be developed with a 190-foot tall office building with up to as many as 3,000 vehicular parking spaces in sub-area B. In light of the pandemic and current market conditions, the demand for new office has declined dramatically, both throughout the city, but especially in this sub-area, this sub-market. Vacancy rates for office in this part of the city have gone from approximately 11% pre-pandemic to nearly 19% in 2021. Yet there is a continued demand, as you heard during the public comment period, for high quality, modern, accessible, market rate, and affordable housing. This amendment will allow a project that is much less intense from a traffic, height, and use standpoint than what is permitted by the current PD. Next slide, please. Thank you. This project was initially presented to the 41st Ward Alderman and then to the 41st Ward Zoning Advisory Committee in December of 2016. The applicant was asked to make minor revisions to the project, which they did, and returned to the 41st Ward Advisory Committee in January of 2017. At that time, the 41st Ward Community Group voted unanimously to support the project. And based on that strong support, the applicant proceeded to submit an application for a plan development amendment, which was presented to the Plan Commission in July of 2017. The project, which was similar to the one that we are presenting today, was approved by the Plan Commission. and then was narrowly turned down by the Committee on Zoning. The current PD amendment application was filed in May of 2021. In coordination with CDOT, DPD, the Department of Housing, the applicant has made substantial enhancements to the project program and design, which we'll talk about more, but some of those are shown on the screen here in this before and after, comparing the 2017 versus the 2021 renderings of the project. Throughout the spring and summer, the applicant presented the updated plans for the project to surrounding property owners and to community stakeholders. The Plan Commission should have received a number of letters of support, including from many Northwest Side constituents who strongly support the project and from immediate neighbors of the property. As counsel for the developer, we did not receive a single comment or inquiry from any neighbor that opposed the project, and you did not hear a single individual speak against this project during the public comment period today. The project is supported by the neighbors of the property, the Chicagoland Chamber of Commerce, the Chicago Apartment Association, the Chicago Federation of Labor, the Neighbors for Affordable Housing, and a coalition of religious leaders on the northwest side of the city. At this time, I'll turn the presentation over to Steve McFadden of Fitzgerald Architects, the project architect, to walk through the project plans.
Thank you, Liz. I am Steve McFadden, Principal and Design Director at Fitzgerald Architects for the project. On your left, you'll see a ground floor plan, and on your right, you'll see a typical upper floor plan. Higgins Road is to the right. In other words, our north arrow is to the right. Our primary access is up at the northwest corner where we have lobby, amenity spaces, etc. We'll have a courtyard, which I'll show in a minute. Secondary access here, mostly for tenants, mail, and then another access on the east side for a dog run, and then off to the Marriott to the south. We explored some massing options on the plan to the right. We had a donut, we had a reverse E. This is an E-shaped plan, but we had reversed it. But we felt that for the two courtyards we're going to show, we captured the light better on that side. We have a combination of studios, convertibles, 1 beds, and 2 beds on the typical plan. Next slide, please. Site plan on your left, showing landscaping all around, pedestrian access on all 4 sides. 2 courtyards, the one on the upper side, actually this is oriented to the north, facing north. It is a more active use courtyard with swimming pools, barbecues, etc. And then on the south is more of a quiet courtyard. Something to note here is the berming that we're doing along Higgins Road, so that everything you see along Higgins is active uses, whether it's the lobby, the amenity spaces, or residential. I should have pointed out on the previous slide that the parking is really contained in this C-shaped structure to the south. Slides on the right, existing, the newly constructed pedestrian access that goes down to the CTA station. Next slide, please. These are the 2 courtyards that I just mentioned. The active one on the left, the guest or visitor parking here, short term to go into lobby, leasing areas, steps up as it cascades up, I guess you might say, to the swimming pool and barbecue, lounge areas, and then more of a zen-like garden on the quiet courtyard. Next slide, please. This shows the current view. Not only are we breaking the building up with this E-shaped configuration, but we're breaking it up in terms of materials. Next slide, please. Sorry, this is looking west. You can see the dog park, dog run here, primary entrance, Higgins Road, and then on the other slide is the entry drive into the whole plan development with the primary access here, secondary for tenants, and then the parking podium. Next slide, please. These elevations we probably don't need to dwell on. They're fairly self-explanatory, but you can see again with the use of material how we're breaking this building up. Next slide, please. And again, the parking podium on the left And on the right, how we are masking. Well, actually, we don't have parking under there, but we are masking the podium on Higgins Road. Next slide, please. Here's a section that better explains that. Higgins Road would be on the right. We're berming up, lifting up the first floor. This is a swimming pool, courtyard, the active one, parking podium, and then the quiet courtyard. Next slide. Thank you. Close-ups of some of the materials, the corner elements we've broken out with corrugated or textured metal panels, and then a variety of fiber cement in a variety of colors. And I believe, next slide. There's a section showing the pedestrian scale base of the building, the typical base, and then a taller top. And the slides on the right are calling out the materials. So Liz, I believe it's back to you.
Thank you, Steve. And we'll keep moving quickly through these slides. This demonstrates how we'll achieve 100 points under the Chicago Sustainable Development Policy through a combination of strategies, including green globes, working landscapes, EV charging stations, and waste diversion. Next slide, please. We want to talk quickly about the characteristics of the housing stock and the need and demand for housing in this area. Again, the demand for office, retail, and hospitality in this area is weak, but the need and demand for residential remains strong. There is a, based on data compiled, I won't read this entire slide to you, but just hit the highlights, that CMAP data shows that 94% of the housing stock in this area was constructed before 1999. Of existing housing units in this community area, 92% are occupied. That means that very little housing is available for somebody that wants to live in this job-rich Northwest Side neighborhood. And housing access is even more limited if you are, for example, an early career public servant or a working class professional, given that only 20% of housing is affordable compared to 36% of the citywide average for units that are affordable to those earning 60% of AMI. Only 10% of housing units in this area are considered naturally occurring affordable housing units compared to the citywide average of 26%, and there are no ARO units in this community area. The data on demographics, income levels, and the characteristics of existing aging housing stock show that there is a need and demand for new, high quality, accessible, market rate, and affordable housing. Next slide, please. We've alluded to this, but this project will voluntarily exceed the existing 10% ARO requirement. The applicant has committed to providing 59 affordable units on site. That's 29 units above what is required today under the current ARO. Of those 59 units, 36 will be affordable to households earning 60% of the area median income. 20 will be affordable to households earning at or below 50% of AMI, and 3 will be affordable to households earning at or below 40% of AMI. Just to put a fine point on this, the average per capita income in this community area is $31,000, which translates to 50% of AMI. So this these units will make it so that individuals who are earning the salary of a City of Chicago library clerk or a city council aldermanic or legislative aide or an alderman's chief of staff, OEMC operator, or even a first-year police officer will qualify to live in one of these units. Teachers, police, first responders, O'Hare workers, retired individuals that would like to live in the Northwest Side of Chicago need decent, modern, affordable, and accessible housing. And this project offers that and doubles what's required by the ARO today. We can go to the next slide. Sorry, I'm speaking quickly. I want to observe our 20-minute time frame. KLOA prepared a traffic impact study for this project and found that the project would not have a meaningful impact on the area roadways. CDOT reviewed the study and concurred with its conclusions and approved our site plan. This exhibit that you see on this slide shows that the property is highly transit accessible by virtue of its proximity immediately adjacent to the Cumberland Blue Line station. And to enhance access to the CTA, the applicant has established an easement across the southern perimeter of the planned development and has constructed a pedestrian access pathway, which will facilitate access and use of the CTA station from the property. Importantly, the multifamily proposal will generate less traffic than would the office development that is permitted under the current PD. The current proposal calls for only 270 vehicular parking spaces, while an office development would generate parking for as many as 600 vehicles. Finally, the project just received conditional IDOT approval for the installation of a traffic signal, which will further ameliorate any traffic safety concerns. And we can go to the next slide, please. The applicant did engage TESCA to conduct a school impact memo and study. The impact of the proposed development is that likely somewhere in the range of 5 to 16 school-aged residents would be generated by the project. CPS reports an excess capacity in this subregion, and Dirksen Elementary School completed an addition which doubled that school's capacity recently, further ameliorating any impact of this proposed development on schools in the area. We can go to the next slide. Stormwater management, the proposal was reviewed by the city, and they concurred with the approach. Stormwater will be addressed through a combination of strategies. We can go to the next slide, please. We'll wrap it up here. There are a number of reasons that the Plan Commission should again recommend approval of this proposed development, and for the Committee of Zoning to vote favorably when it considers this matter. The project represents a $91 million investment in reactivating this long dormant site and increases tax revenue to the city. The project will create 228 construction jobs and 15 permanent jobs, hiring for which will comply with the city's MBE and WBE participation goals. Pedestrian access to the CTA station will be enhanced. And finally, to reiterate, 59 units of new high quality, modern, accessible, affordable housing will be constructed on site, voluntarily exceeding the 10% requirement. That concludes our presentation, and our team is available to respond to any questions that the commission might have. We appreciate your attention to this matter. We thank staff for their assistance, and we kindly request your favorable consideration of this important project. With that, I'll turn the presentation back over to Mr. Harris. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, for the record, my name is James Harris with, with the Department of Planning and Development. The department has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal is in compliance with sections 17.6 and 17.8 of the Chicago Zoning Code. As such, please refer to the staff report for further details regarding the project and the plans presented here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application, being in conformance with all applicable regulations and policies, be approved, subject to compliance with the plans presented today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any hands go up yet. How about the alderman? Is he here to speak on this? Or I know we've gotten a petition that he started and circulated. We've got that on the record. Is the alderman here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Is here, yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you. I
Welcome.
appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of this project. I just want to say in 2017 and 2018, when this project came in front of us, it went in front of our zoning committee, who did vote for it at the time. This is a local community zone committee. We had, I think, up to about 20 people that showed up to the zoning committee. And the zoning board, or our zoning committee at the time, approved it. We later that week submitted this approval to our ward, and not only did our office, but our zoning committee got an astronomical amount of opposition against this project. Unfortunately, these times when we have zoning committee meetings, we don't get the most people to show up to a project until they actually see it online or they see it in the papers, and then they get involved. After that, our zoning committee was in opposition to this project, as well as myself. In 2017 and 2018, it was kind of the it was kind of the plan that at that point that you would get a letter of support from the local alderman to submit to the planning committee for or against a project. We did not send a letter at that time for this project to be built. We were in opposition against it. It went in front of the plan commission, and the plan commission overrode that and it approved it. It later went to our zoning committee where it was declined. Fortunately for us, the zoning committee supported what our residents and our constituents that live here already and our taxpayers wanted. They did not want this development to come to fruition. If you look at the plans that are in front of you, it's for the 297 apartments. In 2018 to 2019, I think they changed just a couple of the cosmetic issues with the building. It went from a red and green or a red and gray building to a black and gray building. So it hasn't really changed anything as far as the development. You also have online in your file is, I think, a couple hundred letters that you have on file. And if you look at them, the vast majority of those letters are in opposition, except for a handful that don't even live in the 41st ward. I also submitted to you about 2,500 petitions of residents in the neighborhood that we just submitted in the last maybe, I think we started it about 2.5 months ago, maybe 3 at best. And we got 2,500 residents that are in opposition to this, this project. What we're trying to do with this is if you just look to about 460 yards to the south of this project, you have well over 7,500 of apartments that are at incredible market and below market rates for people to live in. I do want to state that these are not outdated apartments. We have an incredible ward who has extreme upkeep in our apartments in our neighborhoods. These are beautiful. This is a beautiful neighborhood. There's an astronomical amount of vacancies that are right here at this location that people can utilize. I feel that is one thing that is blown off purposely because somebody just wants to build. You're not looking at how many apartments are already there and the immense amount of density in this area that already exists. What you're also looking to do is change a already created commercial corridor and change it to a residential corridor, which changes the precedent of our ward. Fortunately, I'm in this position to represent what our ward wants, our taxpayers in this area want, and our dwelling owners in this ward wants. And they have come out numerous times in large amounts, even the letters you have on hand, in opposition to this project. We do feel this would remain a beautiful business corridor, and we'd like to see commercial buildings and create more jobs, which even though the 19% that you show that is not looking for office space, we should be pushing more towards creating jobs and bringing businesses and companies to Chicago, especially in that corridor over there. One thing I'm hoping for is that this commission would listen to what the constituents of the 44th ward would like or want. They're the taxpayers here, they're the homeowners here. And my job is to advocate for what they want and to see what is built in their wards, in their neighborhoods where they live is actually done to their liking and what they're hoping for. So on that behalf, I just want to say I did not support it in 2018 when it was shot down then. Now this is coming back with a couple minor changes and brought up again. If that's where zoning is going in the future in Chicago, I think we have a long road ahead of us, but I hope that we can appreciate the wishes of our office and our constituents. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Alderman. I know I've got a couple of follow-up questions for you, but it looks like we have a commissioner who's joined us for this item. Commissioner Sposato, we can note that he's present now. Would you like to, I see your hand is up, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity. I was on a little bit earlier. I had a hard time getting in. I guess I had to call no and have him to let me in. So I finally was able to get in. So I did hear the previous project, but I'm obviously weighing in on this project. So I have some questions. Alderman Napolitano brought up a lot of stuff that I was going to bring up. My questions are basically directed towards Ms. Butler, based off of her testimony, which she gave. I know starting off, and I just took some notes here, so this is not in any specific order or anything. You mentioned many residents of the Northwest side support this. Can you define many? And are they 41st Ward residents?
Chairwoman Cordova, would you like me to respond to the?
Sure, go ahead, Ms. Butler.
Thank you, Chairman Sposato. There's a 180 page PDF that's available on the Plan Commission's website. I did not count the number of supporters, but I can do that and get back to you.
Okay, sure. And are those 41st Ward residents? Because I've heard, this is blocks away from my ward. Although the 41st Ward and the 38th Ward don't touch, we have the suburbs dividing us, and we're literally just blocks away. Norwich is kind of between us, and this project is probably about a mile away from a corner of my ward. So I know we mentioned there's 200, I'm sorry, I think it was 297 units. I wrote 300 down, but only 270 parking spots.
That's correct.
Okay. And I know you said it's 92. And Anthony mentioned it, 7,500 units just about 500 yards away. And you mentioned, I'm going by what you said, they're 92% occupied, which by my calculations would mean there's about 700 units still available, just, I don't know, blocks away, but less than a mile away, that's for sure. So you did say 92% of the units are occupied, correct?
So just to respond to that, I think that we might be using different data sets. And one of the data sets that we referred to in our presentation was from CMAP, but even newer data that we have from CoStar, which we pulled on August 17th, is that there are 21 buildings within a half-mile radius of the subject property. And the occupancy rates for those buildings are at 96.3%.
All right, then I must have misheard you when you said 92%. So if it's 96.
I did say that there, we do have some different updated data that I wanted to, but it was 92% based on CMAP data.
So the bottom line is there's still hundreds of unoccupied units that are available in that area. So
wait a minute, can we get the data on there? Do we actually? Because I have a follow-up question on that. I know there's a couple of commissioners that want to speak. I know Alderman Napolitano, I think, used the word astronomical numbers of vacancy. So, all right, thank you for bringing that up there. All right, so I mean, when you have 92% occupied, that's a pretty high rate of occupancy. So I wanted to get, all right, thank you for putting that up so we can see what the actual number is there. So that's actually, you don't want 100% occupied, because then then it doesn't allow for turnover. So I'm wondering where the cutoff is for desirable amounts of occupancy and astronomical amounts, but we can come back to that. Let me go to Commissioner Navarro, and then I'll go to Commissioner Lyons.
Well, am I cut off, or Madam
Yeah,
Chair?
yeah, let me give Commissioners Novato and Lyons a chance. And if you still have more questions, we can come back to
Okay,
you.
I still have questions, yes.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to let Commissioner Sposato finish if he'd like before I speak.
Okay, go ahead. Is that okay with you, Commissioner Lyons, as well?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't have to speak, but I appreciate it. I just got my questions written down here, so I know a little bit about the area. Like I say, my ward is very, very close to that. So, so you mentioned impact on schools, and this is a concern of mine because my constituents go to Dirksen and Taft, and Dirksen was exploding. And I know you mentioned they put an addition there. It's still exploding with the addition, and they're still overcrowded with that addition. So yes, Anthony was fighting very hard to get that addition because they were teaching in the hallways over there. So they're still overcrowded. And if you were to ask the principal over there, they will still tell you they're greatly overcrowded in that school. So that's just something I wanted to add to that. You mentioned something about, so I didn't know, is this a Todd?
I'm sorry, was that a question directed to me?
Is this a Todd building? This
is a transit serve location development, yes.
Okay, all right, okay, because
Let me add something for the Alderman there, though. While it is a Todd, while it is eligible as a TSL site, it is not taking advantage of any TSL breaks in terms of MLA, parking reduction, or increased FAR.
Okay, So my question would be, where are these extra 30 units gonna park if they don't have parking spots? I'm guessing some of these people will have 2 cars, because they're not, and some will have 1, some will have none. I gotta believe there would be more than 300 cars in these 297 units. All right, you don't have to answer that. So the 15 permanent jobs, what kind of jobs are these, Ms. Butler? I think you mentioned that there's 15 permanent jobs. Are these just maintaining the building and everything, or?
I'm gonna ask Jim Robinson from Glen Star to address this question.
Hey everyone, Jim Robinson from Glen Star for the record. Yes, these are leasing professionals, building maintenance people, people who are there every day to make sure that the facility is running as it should.
Okay, all right. I know you mentioned 228 construction jobs, which is about the only good thing I see about this for our community. I'm very concerned about our schools. Taft is exploding. We built an addition also for Taft, and that addition was in my ward. And now Taft was, I don't know what the alderman could probably tell you, was it about 3,500? Now it's up to about 4,000 with the 2 schools, and it's still immensely overcrowded. And I'm not sure if we're looking at families moving in here or if you're just looking at professionals, but I certainly would think some people would be in there with kids. But just once again, there's a lot of vacant apartments around there, and we're talking about, well, 92 or 96, being a good number. The bottom line is you're still looking at 500 to 700 vacant apartments, and I'm sure those people that have those vacancies that they can't fill, I'm sure they're not too thrilled about it. So and I guess that's about it. I guess I'll weigh in after I hear some more stuff, but I certainly would love to see who these many of Northwest Side residents are that support this. But I don't base it off the Northwest Side residents. I base it off of the 41st Ward residents. If people in my ward are for or against it, they shouldn't have any say. It should be the people that live in that ward and are close to that, even though my people are close to it. It's not they don't live in the 41st Ward. They shouldn't really have any say. But I look forward to seeing that PDF with all these people from the 41st Ward that support this. And thank you very much, Commissioner. I appreciate, or Chairwoman, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Nevada.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to speak to this project on a couple different levels. One is the fact that, we did talk just now about it being a transit-oriented development. And I do want to speak to that because this body is very familiar with the city's commitment to transit-oriented development. In June, we in fact passed in this commission the equitable transit-oriented development plan. And as a city, we created for our first transit-oriented development ordinance back in 2013. We strengthened it again in 2015, and then again a third time in 2018, which is when we added the equitable elements to it that led to the policy plan that this group affirmed back in June. And the point of that policy is to encourage compact, walkable, mixed-use, transit-oriented development near CTA and metro stations, and to promote affordability in higher cost parts of the city. And specifically naming North and Northwest sides as part of that. So that's exactly what this proposal is doing. And we have affirmed repeatedly that that's what we value through those ordinances. And I do also want to speak to, we've heard about some of the comments or who put in commentary and who did not. And I do want to speak to that because it goes without saying, but I will say that Chicago is a city with profound racial and economic segregation, and we didn't get this way by accident. We got here by multiple decisions, some small like this one, some very big, that collectively created and now maintain our very separate existence. And if you think about some of the things we're hearing today, that only 41st Ward residents get to have an opinion about this that matters. And if there are people in the 41st Ward only who don't want this to happen, then it should not happen. That is exactly over the past 100 years how we created where affordable housing is located and where it is not. And I just need to really speak to that, because I think one of the things I saw, and I read every single comment in the petition that was put forth against this project. I read every single comment. And one of the comments specifically states, there are places in this city that need this type of development, just not here. And I think it's important to dig into that for just a moment, because we do know, and others have spoken to this, we do know of a project just nearby that gives us, it's in the 45th Ward, 5150 West Northwest Highway, 75 units, all affordable housing. They're nearing completion of construction, and they've opened up their applications. They've got 700 folks on the waiting list. And for those who care about this, more than 400 of them are currently residents of the Northwest Side who are saying, I need affordable housing. We know from you've heard a lot of data today. We know when we look at the regulated affordable housing, that is, there's an agreement that this rent cannot go up past a certain amount, no matter how much the rents around it are going up. That percentage for the O'Hare community area is less than 5% affordable, regulated affordable rental housing. And yet you heard earlier that 43% of residents in the O'Hare community area are housing cost burden. They're paying more than a third of their income for their rent. We've got 400 people from this area on a waiting list for affordable housing. So I really want to push back on this notion that there's no need on the Northwest Side for either rental housing, period, or affordable rental housing more specifically. There's clearly a need for both. And that's what this development provides. And where I would really like to see us go as a city is that, one, we're not relitigating the value of transit-oriented development every time a new proposal comes forward. We've already decided, and we've actually tripled down on the fact that we value dense, affordable housing near transit as a city, and that's what this offers us. And also, my second thing I'd like to see us go as a city is that when we say every community needs to contribute to the city's rental housing needs and affordable housing needs, we mean every community, and that includes this community. There's not a carve out for the O'Hare community area. And the last thing that I feel when I think about where I would like to see our city go is that we demonstrate the empathy that's needed to recognize that just because I don't need something does not mean that need does not exist. I may not need rental house. I may not need to live near transit. I may not need to rent my home. I may be able to buy my home. And I may not need a subsidy to be able to live affordably. But a basic truth of living in community is that simply because I do not need something does not mean that that need does not exist, and that there isn't a need as a city for us to provide options for people to live affordably everywhere. So that's a long-winded take on what I'm hearing today and why I support this project and why I would urge my fellow commissioners to do the same. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Novato. Commissioner Lyons.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you to DPD for the developer for the presentation. I suppose I wanted to echo a little bit of what Commissioner Navarro was just talking about, but expanding our idea of what our community is. I think that the point about the access to jobs at O'Hare, one of our biggest economic engines, it makes sense that we have more housing options that support people being able to live near where they work. I think as we face climate change crisis, I think for quality of life, for equity, we need to continue to expand more affordable housing options everywhere in the city. And I just want to make a point. I think this conversation is so important. And two, I think this slide in particular is really illustrative, and I think I'd love to see this sort of analysis on all of our projects that we look at. And forgive me if we're now doing that, but I just want to say I think this is really helpful, and would love to see this sort of analysis in our in other other projects, because I think we should have the same depth of conversation around the need for equity in housing, in all the projects that we're we're looking at. And then finally, a question, what do you expect the leaving aside the sort of the ARO units for a moment, rents to be for the market rate units? Do you have an idea on what you expect rents to be?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Lyons. The rents will be driven by the market, but we're estimating it would be to around $2.65 a square foot. And to put that into context, I will just let you know roughly what a one bedroom would be, around $2,000 a month, and a studio would be around $1,600 a month for the market rates.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner. I usually will stay with the commissioners before I go back to the aldermen. But let me go ahead and go to you, Alderman Napolitano, and then I'll go to Commissioner Sposato and Commissioner Searle.
Thank you. I just would like to make a brief statement. I'm absolutely appalled by the statement that Commissioner Vara just had made. And the reason I am is because if you followed this project back in 2017 and 2018, when
Can
it
you
came
say
up,
which statement that, I'm sorry, can you
where
say
she
the-
said that this project does not belong here, and made it seem like it was an issue that the neighborhood didn't want it because it had affordable in it. And I'm appalled by that. And the reason being is because if you followed this project in 2017 and 2018, when you guys supported it and tried to push it through the zoning committee, there was zero affordable housing in it, and you supported it then. There were seven apartments on this location were going to be added as affordable, but you allowed them to not even have it on site, and it was going to be put somewhere else. So that's appalling to say that my neighborhood doesn't want it for affordable, because when it didn't even have affordable, they didn't want the project for what they stated doesn't belong here for density purposes, because the well over 7,500 apartments that are just to the south of it, where you just stated on record a 96% vacancy, which means that's anywhere between 400 to 500 vacant apartments. We're going to build an additional 279 or 297 to add to that vacancy list. I'm appalled by that. I don't think that's the direction that it has to always go, because it wasn't even an issue for the planning committee, or I'm sorry, plan commission in 2018, when they were allowing this to be put somewhere else. So I'd like to make that and have that stated on record as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Sposato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too was, I don't want to take his words about appalled, was very upset about those comments directed towards the northwest side, as we'll say, not necessarily the 41st Ward. And this has always been about density, always. So these prices that we're saying are affordable are not affordable. I could take you in my neighborhood, right across the street from my office. There's a ton of vacant apartments for $1,200 to $1,300 for 2-bedroom apartments. But guess what? They got Formica countertops. They have white fridges. They have white stoves. They might have shag carpet. They're not the modern granite countertops with the stainless steel appliances and everything. They might have a window unit instead of central air. So we have plenty of available affordable units around here, much more affordable than what we're calling in this affordable housing. So, and those affordable units at those monstrosities in the Alderman's Ward, I don't know, you got, like you said, whether it's 96 or 92, either way, let's just say it's 96% occupied, 4% of 7,500 comes out to hundreds of available apartments over there. And I can take you up and down the street once again by my office, and you'll see all availability. So this was all about density, overcrowding our schools. So let's not bring out the race card as we always do. Just because one person makes an ignorant comment, that's not what this Northwest Side community what this stands about. And we are not Commissioner Navarra, we are not at-large aldermen. Okay, we are represented wards. Anthony's responsible for his ward. I'm responsible for my ward. When I have meetings, when he has meetings, we don't open it up the whole Northwest Side. It's for our community to make a decision and have their input. It's not a Northwest Side. We don't bring the 45th ward in, the 36th, the 29th, the 39th. It's our wards. It's about our wards, what we think is best for our community. We want to know what the input from our constituents are. And we are a giving community. There's nobody in this council, I would say nobody, that collects the amount of stuff that Alderman Napolitano and I do with the residents on the northwest side. We're
Thank
helping.
you, Commissioner. Thank you,
I'm not
Commissioner.
done. I'm not done, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
When we're collecting for needy families, the things, the way our people step up, whether it's the toys for tots, for the animals, you name it, the food pantries, people on the northwest side step up big time, and they know who all that stuff is going for. So this is a compassionate, considerate northwest side. I'm gonna speak for my ward. Anthony knows his ward better than me. But nobody, I like to say nobody collects what I collect, but I certainly know nobody collects what we collect on the northwest side for needy families. And we welcome people that this affordable. It's really not affordable. It's all about density, and everybody on here knows that. So, okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. But that comment set me off also. Thank you.
Commissioner Searle, followed by Commissioner Flores, followed by Liz Butler. Or Liz, actually, you know what, Ms. Butler, actually, you can respond because you're the, I'm gonna go to you and then I'll come back to Commissioner Searle and Flores.
Thank you for recognizing me, Chairwoman Cordova. And I don't want to, we're throwing a lot of numbers around and a lot of statistics, and I don't want to get into a debate, but I did just want to clarify a remark that I made regarding the rental rates. My comment about $265 a square foot and $2,000 for a 1-bedroom is the market rate rents. The affordable rents will be rents affordable to individuals earning 60%, 50%, and 40% of AMI. And just to give an example of what that would look like, a studio would be a studio at 60% of AMI would be $980 a month, and for 40% of AMI, it would be $653 a month. So we are talking about rental rates that are much lower than the market rate of $265 a square foot. I just wanted to clarify that and put that onto the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, while we've got you there, I want to also get some further clarification because though I understand the sort of the impassioned plea here, part of our responsibility as commissioners as we listen to these and listen to the impassioned plea of the alderman and of Commissioner Sposato representing their wards, we have to look at sort of, things that we're legally bound by, and we also want to get the facts as much as possible. So I want to get some clarification, and the sort of some of the discussion, there was some debate there. So this is first of all, is the occupancy rate 96% or 94.4? There was some reference on that. Do you know that answer, Ms. Butler?
So according to a CoStar report that we pulled on August 17th, the occupancy rate within a half-mile radius is 96%.
Okay, that's a pretty good occupancy rate. 96 is better than 94.4, but that's not. I mean, that's considered on the high end of occupancy rates for a healthy neighborhood. But there's still this question, I guess, that around. Because we've heard conflicting testimony here. People saying on one hand that there is a need for housing based on lists that show sort of people attempting to get housing, and then we see the statement that somehow I don't think the occupancy rate is the issue, but there are so much housing available that people don't really need additional housing who either live in that neighborhood or want to live in that neighborhood. I mean, I guess or maybe even who live in that neighborhood, I guess is what the statistic was. I'm just trying to get some handle on what the actual numbers here are on whether there's astronomical numbers of available units, or is there are there people who are trying to find housing close to where they work? I mean, do we have any actual certainty on this from anybody? Okay, well, somebody may be collecting those numbers. Let me move on to Commissioner Searle and then followed by Commissioner Flores.
I just wanted to agree and reinforce Commissioner Navarro's comments. I believe that every ward in the city should have egalitarian, affordable, and enough housing, especially so that, I mean, we heard a woman this morning who said she spent 2 hours each way going to work because she had to live so far from her work. So this is about, an area as we've heard from other commissioners, very close to O'Hare. We need places, and it doesn't need to have a lot of parking because there is transportation available from there to O'Hare. This is an appropriate use of a development, a planned development, and it should be approved.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores, followed by Commissioner Cox. For some reason, Commissioner, we're unable to hear you. Sometimes you were off mute, so the problem might be with your mic. And what I have found is that sometimes if people sign off and then sign back on, it takes care of the mic problem. I don't know if you want to try to do that, or actually maybe even reboot your computer. I'm not sure, but I can see that your mute button is off and you're trying to speak, but we're not hearing you. Still not hearing you. So there's something up with the mic. And in fact, you may have been even voting and we're not hearing your votes. I think that may be what's happening. So we might need to go back and ask her about that. Okay, so in the meantime, let's see if she's back in time to speak. Commissioner Cox, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to offer a comment regarding what is a citywide policy that Commissioner Navarra touched on, that there's an underlying belief that we believe that all residents of all incomes should have a place in all of our communities. And that in order to achieve that, we have to increase the number of housing choices and housing options that our neighborhoods have. And there are some neighborhoods that have a higher degree of single family homes, and those are neighborhoods that need increasing options for multifamily. So where we see deficits, our job as a city is to expand housing choice so that we have more people of varying incomes able to live side by side. And so I do think that denser housing near transits is a citywide policy. Wherever we see effective access to transit, we advocate for higher density housing. We all live it, we know it, we see it every day throughout Chicago. So for me, whether you support affordable housing or not, the main issue here is we have to take advantage of access to transit and proximity to transit to build a variety of housing options. And this project does exactly that. So if you don't agree with the way that particular ward is being characterized, we accept your critique, but we cannot accept your critique that this site is not the appropriate site for a density of housing that provides housing choice so that people who work at O'Hare can, yes, they too can have a shorter commute to go to work and expand the housing option. So I just cannot agree with the assertion that this is not an appropriate site for higher density housing, when in effect, this is a citywide policy that's been adopted by this Plan Commission, and you will see us consistently applying it independent of which ward we're evaluating. Thank you.
That's really interesting and really useful. Thank you very much. I have a kind of a follow-up comment or question on that, but Commissioner Sposato, let me go to you first.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. So I'm looking at the screen in front of me. Of existing units of housing, 92% is occupied. Within a half a mile, it's 96%. So in that area, you have 92% is occupied. So to clarify, with the own slide that DPD has given us, it is 92% is occupied in that area. Half a mile, 96%. So the schools were brought up, and I don't know who to direct this towards, and I don't know if it's you or not, Ms. Butler, but somebody could answer this. Did anybody talk to Dirksen or Tapp? Well, first of all, I guess my question would be, and the question may really be, we're not really expecting a lot of families, or are we? I mean, these units, what, can you give me the breakdown of the 297 units? As far as the size of the bedroom, so.
I can. The proposal is for 68 studios, 97 one bedrooms, and 73 two bedrooms. No 3 bedrooms, no 4 bedrooms.
All right, thank you. So I'm guessing the studios and the one bedrooms are not going to really have many kids. So the 2 bedroom, we will have some kids, but I can assure you, and we don't know what's going to happen next year, but I can assure you last year, Dirksen and Taft were more than 100% overcrowded. I don't know if I don't remember what it was, but it was certainly more than 100%. I don't think this is going to be a factor because I don't think we're going to be seeing many kids, but I just wanted to bring that up because I'm not the one who brought up the schools. Somebody else did. So that's about it.
Commissioner
So,
Flores.
Catherine, so the 2 units, I'm sorry, Commissioner Cox, okay, Catherine Courts and Cameo Towers, right near there. Did anybody investigate, see the amount of units over there, the amount of affordable housing over there? Do you know how huge those complexes are? You know how many available units there are over there? Commissioner Cox.
Was that a rhetorical question? Was that a rhetorical question?
Oh, I'm asking a simple, honest, legitimate question. You have 2 humongous housing units there. Did anybody from DPD go over there and check it out and see what's available and see the monstrosity those 2 complexes are?
Ms. Butler, do you have a
It's a
response?
legitimate question, Madam Chair.
The Department of Planning and Development and the Department of Housing did conduct an analysis of the citywide of affordable housing units that are available citywide, and the results of those that analysis is on this slide. We can also send that to you, or Mr. Harris can find that and send it to you as well.
I didn't ask a citywide question. I asked a local question of the 2 monstrosities over there, Catherine Courts and Cameo Towers. I know citywide. I'm not asking citywide. I'm talking in that specific area there. In the 41st Ward, there's 2 huge apartment complexes there. They have a ton of units and a ton of units available. That's all I'm asking.
The study
Anybody
does
can
just
investigate that or check that out. It's an honest, legitimate question.
the study
That's
does
for really
suggest
for
that
Commissioner.
Hold on, stop both of you, or stop just because he's talking over you, Ms. Butler. Commissioner Sposato, what is the proximity of the units you're talking about to this proposed unit? These proposed units?
All of them in Napolitano, I know exactly how much closer and how it's less than a mile, I know, so.
Yes, less than a mile, without a doubt.
So,
okay.
I mean, again, Madam Chair, I'm failing to see the logic of this question. We are here to evaluate this singular proposal. I don't know about the monstrosity you're talking about, and
Quote unquote monstrosity.
you know, what your characterization of it, but that is not the proposal that we're looking at here. And if they are not able to effectively lease their apartments, that is something that they should be working on as a part of their management structure. If the amenities that they provide are lacking and there's something that does not allow them to lease up, then we need to address that as a separate issue. We're here to evaluate this particular proposal, of which I think it was fairly robustly described in terms of its amenities, in terms of its proximity to CTA, and in terms of the unit mix. And so that's all I'm doing, is evaluating the merits of this project.
Actually, Commissioner Cox, that's really helpful, and that would be a good segue towards us closing out the conversation. But we're close. But let me go to Commissioner Flores. She's back, and hopefully we'll be able to hear her now.
Can you hear me now?
We sure can.
Perfect, thank you. I just I guess mine is more of a question directed to both aldermen. It is really hard for me to understand why there is an opposition from them in saying that they're speaking for their constituents, but yet no residents from the 41st Ward took the time to sign up to speak on this matter or explain their logic, unless I missed something, but I don't remember anybody signing up for the public speaking part of the meeting to speak about this project.
Well, there were some residents who spoke in favor of it, but
Correct.
is your point that no one spoke against it?
Right.
And there was a petition that was initiated by the alderman that we have those signatures, and there were some letters also that came in, but your question is
just to speak, you know, and do the formality that everybody's doing and taking the time of doing it here. And there was not one person to do that from their ward.
Madam Chair, I think that was directed towards me, that question, whenever I'm willing to answer that.
Well, let me take it as a rhetorical question, because what I want to try to do is, because the point is, the fact is we didn't. So let me, and I think that was a point, an observation made by Commissioner Flores. Let me say this, because we still have, we've got to finish today. We've got to honor all the people who've come before us, and so we've got still many items, and we've still got to finish this before people have to leave. So I want to, and we're starting to say the same things over and over again. So without any new information, let me see if I can summarize here, because I, will always, as everyone knows, I will listen to what gets said in the public comment and in the letters. I read the letters, I read the petitions, I listen to the public comments. So we had people who did come and speak to us in favor of this and made some pretty elaborate and sophisticated arguments. And then we have also letters and signatures on petitions. I've been trying to sort of figure out, as has been asked here already, what is the reason for the opposition? And I don't think it's unreasonable that Commissioner Nevada or others have thought that it had perhaps something to do with not desiring affordable housing, although as Ms. Butler has described, that level of affordability, we're talking really about police officers and clerks who work as legislative aides, or you gave a whole number of occupations, and basically what their pay is that would allow them to be able to be here. You also provided some statistics, Ms. Butler, or maybe DPD did, or whichever of you did, that that almost 95% of the housing in this area was built between 1940 and 1999. In other words, there's very little new housing being built in an area where there's a big increase in jobs and a huge increase in jobs. So this question of the jobs housing match is a reasonable one. And then this idea that there is a 90% housing. So with all of that said, what I really heard very passionately from Commissioner Sposato and from Alderman Napolitano is that the issue is one of density. And their folks who live maybe in 2 flats or in single family homes don't want these high density buildings in their areas. Now, and I think that contributes to sort of the passion. So I understand that argument, right? As to why it would be an issue of density, perhaps. But then Commissioner Cox has come in with reminding us about not only is it a citywide policy, quite frankly, it's a very desirable citywide policy that we should be thinking about housing development that is in proximity to the transit. And so I think as long as that's true and that transit is paid for by the public, and it's a transit that gives people in this community access, but also to public transportation, I think we're really talking here very much about a public amenity. So I find it also really interesting, and I know it's been an ongoing debate and will continue to be an ongoing debate, this relationship between the purview of an alderman in his ward or her ward and what is in the sort of the larger interest of the city. And we're not going to resolve that debate here. I'm sensitive to it. I understand it. And I understand also that it's very complex and it's not easy to always just say it's one or the other. And I think we do have to honor the perspective of the alderman, because the alderman is elected by his or her ward and is doing his or her best to represent his or her ward. At the same time, you also want to balance that out. And Commissioner Nevada even made the point, for example, that sometimes by honoring that too much, we end up with the sort of, you know, certain configurations of the cities. And so sometimes, as one of the public members pointed out, sometimes we might have one intent, but then the impact is a different intent. So this, you know, there's complexity here, right? This is not an oversimple. And I think we are sensitive to the complexity of that balance, right? So any effort to sort of say, well, there's citywide, we got to be sensitive to both. Now, at the same time, though, Commissioner Cox reminded us that we're here to evaluate a particular proposal. And so I had one kind of remaining question, and then I want to go to Commissioner Nevada, and hopefully we can wrap this up and get to a vote and not be repeating the same arguments. But this particular, I mean, the families that have single family or two flats and may not want to be, you know, and for them the densities issue, and this is close to a commercial corridor and close to a public thoroughfare of public transportation. What is that proximity? How close is this development to some of the other communities in the area? So we're not butting up right against these two flats and single family homes, right? It doesn't look like from that design. Because that's one last question that I had. Okay, so let me go to you, Commissioner Nevada, and hopefully with a way to wrap it up so we can move towards a vote. And then I'll let you speak also, Alderman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify something, and it does reflect back, as you did, to an early public comment, which is just to clarify that I do not speak, and I would not conjecture to speak to the intent of anybody who opposes this project. I don't know what's in anybody's heart or mind but my own. What I'm speaking to solely is the end result, and that the end result of decisions made like this mean that we have lots of rental housing and affordable housing. So I'm not only speaking to affordable in some parts of the city and very little in other parts of the city. And that is the end result. So I really would like to focus our comments on that, on the outcome rather than the intent of what anybody means when they object to something. And I'm not speaking to their intent. I'm speaking to what's the end result. And our end result as a city of decisions made is pretty stark. And I just want to clarify that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much for doing that. I think that was an important thing to say. Commissioner Sposato, I'm going to give Alderman Napolitano the last word. So unless you have something new to add.
I just have some very minor stuff, Madam Chair, and I appreciate it. I promise I will be very short this time. This is unlike me. Usually I'm very brief, but I forgot another monstrosity. We mentioned Catherine Courts and Cameo Towers. We forgot the Pavilion, which is another huge apartment complex. And we've mentioned several times about, police officers will be living here. Police officers will not be eligible for affordable housing, okay? They could live there and pay the market rate, but they're not going to be eligible for affordable housing. Guys that make the regular POs that have a few years on the job are making $100,000. So that's all I have to say. I really appreciate all the time you gave me, Madam Chair. And one last thing, Ms. Butler, I wasn't meaning to single you out. You were the spokesperson in the beginning and was given all the statistics. So I certainly hope you don't take it personal. But thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead, Alderman Napolitano.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to answer that question you kind of just asked. If you look at the map that's on display right now, directly across the street is our partners in the Park Ridge community, which is a single family. It's right on top of a large amount of single family homes, as well as 2 flats, 3 flats, and 4 flats, just directly across, which would be considered Higgins. I'm sorry, Higgins. Also, on the other side, if once you cross that expressway corridor right there, that's when you hit the thousands and thousands of apartments that are in that area too. But on that note, I'd just like to say to you, I appreciate the way that you handled this meeting. I know it's very heated. You did it with absolute professionalism, and I agree with everybody has their own take on this, but I really appreciate the way that you handled this as well, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. I truly appreciate that. I really do. You know, because we do our best to try to listen as intently as, you know, as we can. So with that, let me find my notes here and go request a motion. Do I have a motion? Let's see, where am I here? Do I have a motion on the proposed amendment to plan development number 44 submitted by Glennstar O'Hare LLC for the property generally located at 8535 West Higgins Road, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner
Second.
Searle, seconded by
Commissioner Lyons?
Commissioner Lyons. All right, Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett is, all right, Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox,
Yes.
Commissioner Flores,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Kelly's a yes.
Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore had to leave in the middle of our conversation, but I believe she left the proxy vote, Noah?
That's correct. She left the proxy, yes.
That's a yes for Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Novata,
Yes.
Commissioner Searle,
Yes.
Commissioner Spizzato.
Nick Sposado's a no, and thanks for running a great meeting.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Commissioner. Commissioner Tunney is not there. Okay. So with that, the motion passes. Congratulations. And I really do again want to thank everyone, including the alderman, especially the alderman, for your time and for bringing your concerns and representing your constituents with these very important matters. And I know that DPD, when they move forward, they take into account a range of stakeholder perspectives when they're considering these things. So thank you for adding those. All right, with that, we'll move to the next agenda item, which is D8, a proposed plan development submitted by Lexington Homes LLC for the property generally located at 7400-7404 West Talcott Avenue, 7401-7425 West Errol Avenue. The applicant proposes to create a new residential plan development on a net site area of 313,084 square feet, which will consist of 50 new detached single-family houses, none to exceed the 30-foot height limit that currently applies to the underlying RS-2 residential single-unit detached house zoning district. Vehicular access to the new development will be from the south at the intersection of Talcott Avenue and a private road on the grounds of the former Resurrection Convent property. A restricted fire lane at the north end of the new development would provide emergency-only access on an as-needed basis. The project will provide 100 parking spaces through private garages as accessed by new private rear alleys, plus 15 additional guest parking spaces along the newly created residential street. Alish Tuffy will provide a very succinct context overview, and the applicant will also provide a very succinct presentation of their proposal. Go ahead, Ms. Tuffy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Alish Tuffy with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant appears here today to propose a new development within a residentially zoned district that is over 2 acres in size, which requires mandatory plan development review. The underlying RS2 zoning will remain unchanged, and a residential plan development will be established for the project site. The subject site is located on the northwest side in the Norwood Park community area, which you have just heard about with my colleagues' prior presentation. One point of note is that almost 75% of residents in the Norwood Park community area are residing in owner-occupied housing units. This photo shows the existing The project site, which is bounded by Everett Avenue to the north and Talcott Avenue to the south, is located on what was once the campus of the Sisters of the Resurrection Convent. Over the years, the sisters have developed portions of the grounds for various uses, as identified on the slide. Current uses on the property include multi-story buildings, housing retirement and assisted living communities, as well as Resurrection College Prep High School on the far northwest corner of the property. The project site is shown here at the north end of the grounds towards Everett Avenue. Everett is built out with existing single-family homes on the north side of the street, opposite of the project site. This photo shows the existing conditions on Everett Avenue, which forms the northern boundary of the proposed PD. The south side of Everett Avenue is currently unimproved at the edge of the roadway and is subject to flooding. This condition would be addressed as part of the project proposal, which will add a new curb and sidewalk to allow safe pedestrian access in keeping with neighboring residential streets. No new curb cuts are proposed along the Everett Avenue frontage. Instead, all vehicular traffic into and out of the new development will take place by way of the signaled intersection on Talcott Avenue at the south end of the Resurrection campus. That private drive shown in these images serves as the main entrance for the various residential uses on the property and will filter traffic directly from Talcott to the new single-family homes. The site is currently zoned RS2 for residential single unit detached houses. The site is surrounded exclusively by residential uses, primarily all RS2, with the exception of RM5 for the assisted living facility to the south, and planned developments 162 and 595 for the Presence Resurrection retirement communities to the east. This rendering depicts the proposed project as it will appear within the existing landscape of the Resurrection campus and the surrounding Norwood Park neighborhood. RS2 zoning allows for a maximum single-family house building height of 30 feet, which the project proposal adheres to. I will now turn the presentation over to Mr. Steve Rezebeck, partner with Papa George Hames Architects and project architect for the proposed plan development, who will further explain the details of the proposal. Mr. Rezebeck.
Thank you, Alish, and good afternoon. I'm Steve Rezebeck, partner with Papa George Hames Partners Architects. And I think as this slide illustrates from the satellite view provided earlier, I think this shows a little better sense of the height of the surrounding context with the residential, multifamily residential and institutional uses wrapping around on the east and west sides of our site, and the single family home development across Everett to the north. Next slide. So this slide illustrates the traditional character of the development, featuring two-story homes, landscaped parkways, sidewalks, a street, two-way street with parking available on the street as well. Next slide. This is a view at the north end of the site on Everett, showing a fire lane connection between some of the homes that provides for emergency access to the site from the north, and also will serve as an opportunity to have a pedestrian connection from the interior of the development to the surrounding residential neighborhood to our north. Next slide, please. In terms of the evolution of the site, this site plan shows our original concept where we had single family homes on typical 125-foot deep lots on the west side of the property, which is at the bottom of our street. And due to the dimensions of the site, we felt that townhomes would be a better fit on the shallower depth lots on the east side at the top. You can also see here that we had proposed our interior street connecting to Everett to the north, as well as the access road leading to Talcott on the south. Next slide. And this shows the final evolution of the site plan, where the development, based upon input from the Department of Planning and the Alderman's office, has evolved to an all single-family home development, 50 units. And the interior road does not connect through to Everill. As I mentioned, there's a fire lane access there for emergency. So all the vehicular traffic would be accessed from from the private access road that we share with our surrounding neighbors and leading to the signaled intersection at Talcott. Next slide. This is really just a blow up of the same image. One other thing to note is that along Everill Street, we'll be constructing a public walk in the right of way and extending that public walk to the intersection with Olcott to the west. So that'll provide access to the neighborhood to the north. Next slide. This is the south portion of the site, really just showing the access road connection to Talcott, as well as some of our common open space at the south end, both in terms of stormwater management features and just public or common open space. Next slide. The project is intended to have 5 different home sizes. This is the smallest of our homes at about 2,000 square feet. This home is about 50 foot deep, and it's on the narrower 26 foot wide lots that we have on the west side of the property. Next. And then on the shallower sites on the east side of the property, we've gone to wider homes. So these are 30 foot wide lots. And these homes also start at about 2,000 square feet. Next. And then we do have some varying lot depths. So we have some larger versions of both these homes. This is about a 47 foot long home, providing kind of a mid-size at about 2,400 square feet. Next. This is a 60 foot home at about the same size, 2,400 square feet. Next. And then our largest home is about 2,700 square feet. This is a 67 foot deep home, 3-bedroom unit. Next. This is the interior streetscape along the west side of the street, showing the homes on the narrower lots and showing a variation of materials and fenestration to provide a more of a traditional, natural streetscape. Next. And this is the west side of the home, or excuse me, the east side of the street, where we have homes on wider lots, but similar fenestration and material options. Next. And then finally, these are the elevations along Everill at the top of the screen, showing the homes fronting on Everill. And then the bottom half of the screen are the 3 homes that are at the south end of the site, adjacent to the assisted living facility. Next. So our material board, you can see the homes are designed as traditional homes with some craftsman and prairie style features. Materials include face brick, stone, clapboard siding with a variety of colors in each of those materials. This is a home with more clapboard siding. Next. This is a home that's more of a full brick facade. Next. And then we have a home with vertical board and batten siding. Next. So again, this is the connection at Everill, showing the access lane and the pedestrian connection along the sidewalk that would take you to the neighborhood to the north. Next. As mentioned, vehicular access is served by the signaled intersection at Talcott. All the homes have garages, 2-car garages that are accessed by alleyways at the back of the home, and then our new interior street with 15 on-street parking spaces at the center. Next. Landscape-wise, we're in compliance with the Chicago Landscape Ordinance, providing parkway trees along both our interior street as well as along Everill. And then if we go to the next slide, we can see the continuation of that, both in and around our common open space areas and detention facilities, as well as filling in some gaps along the existing access road leading to Talcott. Additionally, we have some wayfinding and identity signage for the project. These signs would be located at the connection with Talcott at the south, and at the connection where the access road leads to our interior drive, and then the pedestrian access up north along Everill. Next. And I think with this, I will turn it back over to Alish, who will take you through the final slides here.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenbeck. The project meets the 100-point sustainability requirement for new construction. Stormwater management requirements will be exceeded by 25% through the inclusion of the 2 retention areas circled in red in this image. And some of the economic and community benefits include a total of 65 site development construction jobs and then 30 jobs per home in the construction of the site. The project will generate approximately $1 million in real estate taxes, and there will be site improvements to contribute to the neighborhood, which include the construction of the new sidewalk and stormwater and drainage improvements. The project commits to the city's participation goals for minority business, women-owned business, and Chicago residents. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal would be appropriate for the following reasons. The project promotes the safe and efficient circulation of pedestrians and motor vehicles. It's designed to promote pedestrian interest, safety, and comfort by providing safe walkways and an active street presence, particularly along Everett. And the proposed buildings are to be constructed with materials and finishes that are of high quality, and it's compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of uses, density, and building scale. Further details on this project may be found in the staff report and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application for the plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Nicely laid out. Alderman Talafiero do we have a statement from him?
Chairwoman, this is Alderman Napolitano. He regrets he had to leave after the last item, but he does have a letter of support on file for this item.
Okay. Commissioner Lyons.
Just a question. Is this subject to the ARO? Apologies if you covered this. And if
no,
you explain why, just explain that piece.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. The project was reviewed under the existing ARO requirements, and because the project does not propose a change in the underlying zoning, it will remain RS2, which is the current zoning. It does not trigger the current ARO affordable requirement ordinance.
Thank you.
Thanks for that clarification, Noah. I went too far down in my script. Yes, this is in the ward of Alderman Napolitano. And as you've just stated, we have a letter of support. He had to leave, but he does support this project. Okay, Commissioner Searle.
I just wanted to ask what the cost for the smaller to the larger units, what's the price range of the cost for these units?
Steve, would you like to, Mr. Rosenbeck, would you like to take that?
I think it'd be best if we defer that question to Nate Weinsma, the owner's representative.
Yeah, I can take that. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Identify yourself for the record, Nate.
Yeah, for the record, my name is Nate Weinsma. I'm the Vice President of Lexington Homes here in Chicago. We will have pricing. These are fairly modest size homes, as Steve pointed out, 2,000 to 2,700 square feet, with pricing averaging in the 6s to probably the 8s. So somewhere in the 700,000s is our targeted average. I think you'd find most what I would characterize as tear downs in the adjoining single family neighborhood are probably ranging in the 800 to 900 range, but may tend to average a little higher square footage than what we're proposing. But I think we feel that our homes are very much, while they're modestly sized, they also have a lower living space availability, and they're very compatible with the surrounding neighborhood.
Great, thank you. All right, with that, with no more questions, then can I get a motion on the proposed plan development submitted by Lexington Homes LLC?
Pardon me, Madam Chair, it appears that Commissioner Biaggi has a hand raised.
Thank you. Commissioner Biaggi.
Sure, I'll be quick. I just wanted to make sure it was on the record that the numerous private drives that you see in this development, you really only have two public right-of-ways that are prominent here. That's the Everett, and that's over on Talcott. In between, it's almost entirely private roadway, and that will forever be the responsibility of the development and the owners, not of the city. And so any aspect of that that does not meet city standard in terms of width or other requirements we typically have, it is at the discretion of the developer in this case, because again, it remains private. So we just wanted to make sure that was clear to everyone.
And Madam Chairwoman, just to piggyback that to help with the understanding, we did write that very specifically. Attorney Katrina McGuire, she was helped to draft a statement. All plowing, all garbage pickup, any services that are required, this is all on the homeowners association that will be created as part of this entity. So any complaints, the Alderman's office is aware too. Potholes, things of that nature, all go through the development team and not the city.
That's good to know. Okay. So to finish, do I have a motion on the proposed plan development submitted by Lexington Homes LLC for the property generally located at 7400, 7404 West Talcott Avenue and 7401-7425 West Everall Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Burnett and seconded by Commissioner Hoop. Do I have a second?
Seconded by Commissioner Cox.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, for the vote, Commissioner Biaggi,
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
No vote. All right, Commissioner Burnett's a yes, Commissioner Porter is yes, Commissioner Cox,
Yes.
Commissioner Flores,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly, Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore. Oh, that is right. She had to step out. She'll be back. Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Novata,
Yes.
Commissioner Searle.
No.
I think Commissioner Sposato, I think has, oh, he left a proxy, right? For
He
this?
left. He's
Yes.
gone for.
Yeah, but he voted yes, right?
No, no vote on this item. He just voted
Oh.
on the last item. No vote on this item. He's gone.
Oh, okay, so he's gone. All right, sorry. Commissioner Tunney. All right, motion passes with one no vote. All righty, with that, next time, I'm sorry.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Congratulations,
Appreciate
motion
it.
passes. Yeah, thank you. Next item on the agenda is D9. A zoning map amendment is being proposed for the Armitage Industrial Corridor submitted by Whitecap Lofts LLC for the property generally known as 1819 North Major. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from an M1-2 zoning district to a C3-5 zoning district. This will allow for the rehabilitation of an existing vacant building to be occupied by commercial and industrial tenants. This is in the 29th Ward. Brian Hacker will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman and members of the Plan Commission. My name is Brian Hacker. I am a coordinating planner with DPD, and I'm presenting this item today. As you stated, this is a application for an industrial corridor map amendment located at 1819 North Major Avenue in the 29th Ward, and the applicant is Whitecap Lofts. I'll also be joined by a couple of members of the development team, Nick Patikis and Bill Kokelius, who will present the details of the project. So to provide an overview of the application, they are proposing to rezone a site in the Armitage Industrial Corridor from a M1-2 district to a C3-5 to allow for the rehabilitation of a vacant industrial building that was formerly owned by the Whitecap Company. The scope of work will include significant interior and exterior rehabilitation of the building. It's at 1819 North Major to convert the tenant space to from industrial space to accommodate both commercial and industrial uses, including office uses. And it will also include the addition of a ground floor parking garage that will include 139 parking spaces to help accommodate those tenants. This project is located in the Austin community area. It's a community of about 94,000 residents. It's seen a significant decline in the past 20 years. It's a predominantly Black community area. And it's also worth mentioning that the Armitage Industrial Corridor also spans the Belmont, Cragen, and Montclair community areas. So you can see here the extents of the corridor. It's a predominantly east to west, located at the northwest portion of the city of Chicago. It consists of 465 acres. The major employers here are the Mars Candy Company and Clover Hill Bakery. It also predominantly overlaps with PMD 15. And according to a recent market assessment for the corridor, there was roughly 15% vacancy in the buildings in the corridor. This slide here shows you some of the trends in employment in the corridor. As you can see in the upper left, after about 10 years of stagnant employment, there's been a increase. And unfortunately, we only have data through 2017, but there was an uptick in employment in that year. Most of the jobs in the corridor are made up of production of goods, which you can see in the bar chart in the upper right. And then to the previous point of the rezoning to allow for office use, if you look at that chart that's at the bottom, it shows that over the past 12 years, office-related services in the corridor have grown significantly. So this is a trend that is, been going on over time in the Armitage corridor. For context, this is an aerial map of the location. So you can see here, it's located just west of Central Avenue, north of Bloomingdale. There's a service drive to the west of Central Avenue as it is elevated there just to the north. The zoning map here, you can see the hashed area is the extent of the Armitage Industrial Corridor. So this is located just at the southern boundary of it. And then in the purple shaded area to the north, you can see the extents of the planned manufacturing district. This bird's eye view of the building here shows the building and the surrounding area. So this is on a site of 3 acres. The floor area of the building is 340,000 square feet. It's an 8-story building. It's 128 feet tall. As I previously mentioned, this was a former home to the White Cap Company from 1932 to the early 2000s, and it's been vacant ever since then. And you can see from the images here and here that this is a building of significant bulk compared to the surrounding industrial uses. So for the additional context here, some photos of the building. This is the view from Major Avenue. The large picture here is looking to the northeast. And in the upper left, you can see the view from Major Avenue looking to the southeast, where there is a loading area there. This is the frontage along Central Avenue, which is the lower part of the building. And this is on the service drive that's just to the west of the major drive area of Central Avenue. So for the planning context, a market assessment was completed for the Galewood Armitage Industrial Corridor in 2015. This was commissioned by DPD, and there were some specific recommendations to this area of the industrial corridor, particularly infrastructure improvements that were needed to support more modern industrial uses. And it did call out a lack of parking in this area. So this project would provide parking specific to this building. So it would help to accomplish that recommendation. For background on the timeline, this plan development was filed in September of 2020. It received approval from CDOT in June of 2021. Zoning determined that the amount of parking being proposed would be would accommodate the proposed uses at this time. And then We received an aldermanic letter of support from Alderman Taliaferro's office in August of 2021. Now I'd like to hand it over to, I believe Nick Vatikas is going to be leading the conversation or presentation on the details of the project.
Thank you, Brian. This is Nick Vatikas again with the law offices of Sam Banks. Just given the explanation already, it may make sense to turn the floor over to Bill Kokalius, our project architect, to take everybody through the next few slides showing the existing building and the proposed modifications.
Well, Nick, if he's not available, I am happy to walk through the details of the project here. I know we've got a tight schedule, so
go right ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll be brief here because as I mentioned, this is not a new development.
Actually, yes, can you please be brief? Thank you.
Okay, yeah, this is a rehabilitation of an existing building. So as you can see here, this is just the footprint here, and what will be one of the major elements of the building that will be changing is the addition of this drive aisle to the south that will provide access to the parking that's on the first floor here. There's not a lot of open space on the site here. It's pretty much built out to the lot lines. So there will be some minimal landscaping that's provided in the front and the back of the building, as well as a small open space that's right here next to the drive aisle that will serve the parking garage. This will be planted with some, decorative shrubs, trees, according to the landscape ordinance. This first floor plan just shows you where the 139 parking spaces will be located to help accommodate, the rehab and leasing, of the building to help make it more marketable. There will also be some leasable area on the first floor. And on the second and third floors, there is also additional leasable area. And then on the upper floors, it is just in the building that fronts Major Avenue. So work will be done to remove partitions that are on these floors to help allow it to be more marketable to the types of uses that they're looking to attract. So, that could be industrial, but the zoning change would allow for commercial uses as well, such as office or other commercial related uses. These are the building elevations, just to show that a full rehabilitation of the facade and the exterior would be done. The building is currently in a deteriorated state due to the vacancy for an extended period of time. So the scope of work would include, in addition to the interior rehab, a full exterior rehab to bring this building back to its current previous conditions. And I'll go through these just really briefly here, just the building sections between the large frontage on Major Avenue versus the back section that is on Central. In terms of the transportation aspects of this, as I mentioned, the drive aisle here will serve the loading area, which will provide several berths for delivery trucks. And that will be in its current location. And then the indoor parking will be accessed by this drive aisle to the south of the building. And it will also be providing significant bicycle parking. And then elevators from the garage will provide access to the upper floors. And this is also located within walking distance of the Metro Milwaukee West line. So this is a transit served location. So the parking calculation is also based on that transit access. This was supported by a traffic study that was completed by KLOA. And the current access is supported by that traffic study and approved by CDOT. And I'm going to skip ahead here. It does meet the stormwater ordinance requirements. It's been reviewed by the city's stormwater staff. And public benefits for this, clearly the benefit of this investment will result in active use of a building that's been vacant for over 10 years. The development team plans on meeting the city's MBE and WBE requirements, so the 26 and 6 plus the 50% participation from Chicago residents. They also anticipate 150 estimated temporary construction jobs, and this project generating at least 50 permanent jobs on site. So it's DPD's recommendation that this rezoning of the property at 1819 North Major is approved. That this proposal does meet the factors that are in section 1713-0403 of the zoning ordinance, that this will result in a benefit to the industrial corridor by bringing online a building that's been vacant for a significant amount of time, that it won't be a negative impact on the other existing uses in the corridor, and that it will support the current trends in the corridor that are moving towards office uses, and that the C3-5 zoning will accommodate the completion of this project.
Thank you, Mr. Hacker. Although I will say that we really prefer it when the development team presents their project to us. So, but thank you. And also, just as a comment, one of the things that Commissioner Cox and I have talked about with Noah, we sometimes, and because it usually comes towards the end, we gloss over the stormwater plan. And I think we are interested in hearing more about the stormwater plan. This is an important part of any development project. But in any case, let me call on Commissioner Lyons for her question or comment.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I'm curious about if you have tenants already lined up and how, what, if any, plan you have to sort of engage and make sure local small businesses, residents, who live in the area will have access to utilize this space.
Right. So unfortunately, no, we don't have any anchor tenant or anchor tenants lined up for the property yet. The concern right now is working through the zoning change so that we could make the property a little bit more marketable on the commercial markets. With respect to working on, again, occupying the building, giving local residents that opportunity, we've committed to working with Alderman Telefiero's office, that as the building gets closer to a point of actual delivery, that we would advertise through his office the availability for, again, with over or just about 340,000 square feet of usable area, where we are anticipating a mix of uses, a number of uses. And again, the C3 proposal allows that broader use category. So really it's working closely with the alderman to make sure that the intended tenants and local tenants, again, have that opportunity to occupy the building.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I understand that the part of why Mr. Hacker was presenting the case is because the architect was having technical difficulties.
I believe so. I believe he's having problems signing, but again, I'd be more than happy to answer.
I'm here.
Oh, there he made it now. Okay. Well, we won't go over it again, but we're glad you got it.
Yeah, I started talking and I don't think you guys heard me. So
okay, you just pass it over.
I'm here if you have any questions.
Okay, and I think we don't. I think we can. First of all, do we have a letter on file, Noah, from Alderman Telefiero?
He has expressed his support. I don't recall if we actually got a letter from him, but he has verbally told us a number of times that he's very supportive of the project.
Okay, thank you.
I can confirm that we did receive a letter of support. So
Thanks,
apologies if that didn't make it to you, Noah.
Okay, do I have a motion on the zoning map amendment proposed for the Armitage Industrial Corridor submitted by Whitecap Lofts LLC for the property generally located at 1819 North Major, find that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved by Commissioner Searle.
And seconded by?
Seconded by Commissioner Cox.
Thank you. I'll go to roll. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett? Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Commissioner Flores?
Yes.
Commissioner, that's a yes. Commissioner Kelly?
Kelly's a yes.
Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore? is not back yet. Commissioner Novata,
Yes.
Commissioner Searle? Commissioner?
Yes.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sorry.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Tunney? Okay, thank you very much. That was a no response on Tunney, but we do have that the motion passes. Congratulations.
Chairwoman, I think we skipped Commissioner Murphy.
I did. Shame on me.
It's okay.
Commissioner-
I'm a yes. I'm a yes,
Thank-
Chairwoman. That's all right.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. I'm
No
sorry.
problem.
Next item on the agenda is D10. A proposed, congratulations. Next
Thanks.
item, D10, a proposed amendment to Institutional Plan Development 30, submitted by Alderman Walter Burnett and Alderman Jason Irvin for the property bounded by the north line of West Congress Parkway, South Ashland Avenue, the alley next south of West 15th Street, South Paulina Street, West 15th Street, South Wood Street, West 14th Street, South Damon Street, the north line of the Chicago Northwestern Railroad right-of-way, and South Oakley Boulevard. The applicants are proposing to rezone Institutional Plan Development 30 from a C1-2 zoning district. Sorry, Barb, I don't mean, that's our court reporter, I don't mean to get going too fast. To a C2- zoning district and revise the plan development statements that regulate development. It's in the 27th and the 28th Ward. Brian Hacker will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and good afternoon once again. I'm here to present the proposed amendment to Plan Development 30. So to provide an overview of this project, we're here today to propose an amendment to Plan Development 30, which would be the first time since 1997, with the purpose of supporting the Illinois Medical District's master planning priorities and also to support current development trends in the near west side. So this will also rezone the underlying district from a C1-2 to a C2-5, and this would allow for an increase in the maximum FAR, a broader variety of permitted uses, and also a decrease in the parking requirements for the district. It would also adopt
Brian, would you
sub-areas.
mind asking your colleagues sitting next to you to kind of keep it down so we don't hear them as well as you?
Yeah. Well,
I don't know if
just
they'll
a
listen.
moment.
I don't know if
I-
they'll listen to you or not, but we can hear them pretty clearly.
Allow me to mute myself and see what I can do about that.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I've done my best.
Thank you.
So this proposal would also adopt sub-area specific development regulations, which is something that's currently lacking from the existing plan development. And this would regulate the permitted uses, the residential density, and parking minimums and maximums. It would also apply city standards for ARO, MBE, and WBE, which are currently lacking from the plan development. And it's worth specifying as well that this is only a regulatory amendment that we're discussing here today. It does not include any development projects that are attached to this. This is in the near west side, so a community area that includes not just the IMD, but UIC, West Loop, University Village, Tri-Taylor, and Roosevelt Square. It's a community of about 63,000 residents, which has grown quite a bit in the past 20 years. It's a pretty diverse community area. This slide here shows the boundaries of PD 30. So as previously mentioned, this is very large in size. It's bounded by Congress Parkway to the north, just off of the Eisenhower, Ashland on the east side. The southern boundary follows the Union Pacific Yard, rail yard, and to the west is Oakley Boulevard there. And this includes obviously some major institutions like the Rush Hospital and University, the University of Illinois Chicago Hospital and Medical School, the former Cook County Hospital and the current the operating John Sturger Hospital, the Veterans Hospital, Cook County Juvenile Detention Center, FBI office, several big box retailers, and then the portion of the Tri-Taylor neighborhood on the western side. So as I mentioned before, it's been a while since PD 30 has been revisited. It was first approved in 1964. It was last amended in 1997. It's got a net site area of 373 acres. It currently has 20 sub areas that regulate land uses within them. It grants the IMD Board of Commissioners the authority to review development proposals before they're submitted to DPD, with the exception of those that come from governmental bodies such as Cook County or the state. The major stakeholders, as I previously mentioned, are Cook County, Rush Hospital, UIC, VA, and there are a number of other institutional uses such as the state of Illinois, FBI, the city of Chicago also has offices there, as well as other nonprofit organizations. For the zoning context, depending on the adjacency of the surrounding area, there's a variety of different uses here. To the east, there are several PDs, as well as residential areas, as well as manufacturing districts. The south is largely industrial with PMD 7. To the west, with the Tri-Taylor neighborhood, it's predominantly residential, as well as commercial. And for context, some of the recent site plan approvals that we've granted in PD 30 are called out on this slide. The two on the left are in the IMD Gateway development area. They include a Hampton Inn hotel, as well as the Gateway Apartments project, which is a mixed-use residential development currently under construction. To the north here near the Damon and Harrison area, it was recently approved a medical center apartment project, which is a mixed-use development that's largely residential and office and retail as well. And then towards the southern portion of the PD, a affordable housing development was recently approved at the Lighthouse Center for the Visually Impaired. To provide context, the most current plan here is the IMD's master plan and design guidelines, which were updated and approved by the IMD board in 2019. This is a project that was led by the IMD, not the city. And just to provide an overview of some of the recommendations and analysis, there's a heavy focus on mixed-use development and creating retail and residential nodes within the district, which are currently lacking. There's also a focus on transit-oriented development and pedestrian improvements on the key corridors within the district. Harrison Street is a priority as kind of a main street in the IMD. And then there's also a focus on creating gateway zones. And this plan development amendment would help to facilitate some of these recommendations. In terms of the project timeline, this was first introduced by Alderman Burnett and Alderman Irvin in March of 2019. And there was additional conversation between DPD and the IMD around, the preferred amendment. So there's been ongoing review and negotiation from about January of 2020 until the present. This included stakeholder outreach via an IMD stakeholder meeting held in June, and then also additional one-on-one engagement over the summer of 2021. We've also spoken with the aldermanic offices of the 27th and 28th wards, and have received letters of support from both Alderman Burnett and Alderman Irvin. So justifications for amending PD 30 are that the current regulations are restrictive in terms of the land uses that are allowed in the sub areas. The image here shows you the existing sub areas within the PD. The permitted uses are mainly limited to medical, institutional, and educational uses, which don't support the IMD vision of creating more mixed uses within the district. The existing regulations are also vague, and they do not provide specific regulations according to sub area, despite the fact that depending on the area of the IMD that you're looking at, the existing development character can be widely different and broad. So we want to be more specific in what is allowed. The current regulations are not supportive of walkable urban development. They call for large setbacks and high parking requirements across the entire PD. And the current PD regulations are often in conflict with current development trends, meaning that when we're reviewing site plan applications, it often requires complex administrative relief to permit the site plan approvals. So the overarching goals of the amendment are to first adopt detailed development regulations by sub-area with the goal of regulating FAR, parking, and minimum lot area per unit. We also want to promote the preferred development patterns that are specific to the IMD master plan and the real estate market. We also want to provide better regulation around permitted land uses, and this current amendment proposes that land uses in each sub-area must be supported by the IMD master plan. Next major goal is to support walkable urban development, and this entails a broader mix of permitted uses in all the sub-areas. It would also increase FAR in density in 20 of the 22 sub-areas and apply parking reductions for projects that are TSL eligible, which stands for transit served locations. Finally, we want the amendment to reflect current departmental processes and apply the city ARO and MBE WBE standards. The proposed amendment also ties the development regulations to the existing zoning ordinance, which the existing PD does not. And finally, the amendment has been crafted in a way that will reduce the need for administrative relief for site plan approval applications, which we're currently experiencing. This chart and this exhibit here just show where and how much the FAR increases are being applied to the PD. So the areas that are in dark green are getting a increase in FAR of 1.0 or greater. And then the areas in light green are getting an increase in FAR that is less than 1.0. And so you'll see also too that the western area, the Tri-Taylor district, is not getting an increase in FAR. But just to provide an overview, the increase in FAR is to support more dense development in areas where there is redevelopment opportunity or areas that have already been identified for redevelopment, like the former Cook County Hospital. They are also to accommodate the expansion of existing institutions such as UIC or Rush. And then also, if you look towards the southern portion of the PD, there's a lot of vacant land, which is owned, most of which is owned by the IMD and also the city of Chicago. So it's to facilitate new development in those areas as well. And then just to provide some detail on the amended development regulations, it's not my intention to go through these tables here that are shown, but these tables show you that there is much more detailed regulations that are being applied to the sub areas within Plan Development 30 than what we have currently, which is a more blanket approach, despite the fact that it's an extremely large PD with a difference in character from sub area to sub area. So the proposed amendment it includes tables for FAR, MLA per unit, and parking minimums and maximums that are according to sub area. And it also applies specific height restrictions and FAR restrictions to the Tri-Taylor community to protect its current character. And it applies height restrictions to the other sub areas in accordance with the IMD master plan. It also regulates parking through minimums and maximums, which is something that would be new to the plan development to ensure that it's not, in addition to providing accommodating new development with a minimum amount of parking, that it's also not getting overparked. And then the parking and MLA regulations that are being applied to each sub area are in accordance with the level of density that is being implemented in each of the sub areas. So the higher the density, the lower the parking minimums are, and the greater the residential density is that's allowed. So the public benefits for this project would include adopting the 2021 ARO for all residential developments that are approved after the amendment is in place. The new PD statements will also apply the MBE and WBE participation goals. And finally, these updated zoning regulations will help facilitate greater investment and economic development in the Illinois Medical District. So to wrap up, it's DPD's recommendation that the zoning map amendment to Institutional Plan Development 30 is approved, that the proposal does meet the zoning ordinance requirements for a plan development amendment, such as unified planning and development across the entire PD, promoting economic development that's compatible with the character of existing neighborhoods, promoting transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use, as well as accessibility, and then reinforcing desirable urban features that are found within the surrounding area, and also creating transitions in bulk and scale where there's high intensity development near areas with lower intensity character. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Mr. Hacker. It looks like there was a tremendous amount of work that went into this. And especially it was really valuable too when there's a lot of clarification and a lot of, there's a lot of good stuff here. So, and specifying some things, right, to make them operational. So this is good stuff. Ms. Lyons, Commissioner Lyons, oh, sorry. Let me go to you, Commissioner Burnett first, then I'll go to Commissioner Lyons.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to commend the staff at DPD, but also I think it should not go unnoticed that the IMD for working in coordination with the city to allow us to work with them on this. I just want to ask, and also the county too, because this encompasses the county and the state. So all three or four layers that's involved. I just want to ask, when does a project triggers to come before us, right? When does it trigger? Can you answer that? What triggers it?
Noah, you want to take that?
Oh,
I think Brian can handle it.
All right. Brian, either one of you.
Yeah, and thank you, Alderman, for acknowledging the IMD in this. I neglected to mention the fact that my associates at the IMD are also on the meeting here and available to take questions, but I'm happy to take this one. And Noah, please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but any development that would either enlarge the square footage or footprint of an existing building or a new development that would be proposed for vacant land would trigger site plan approval. Is that correct, Noah?
Yeah, so any Noah Safranek, Assistant Commissioner of Planning and Development. So any proposed construction in the IMD that hasn't been, or in the PD as a whole, that hasn't been identified in front of us would have site plan approval obligations. They had that before. They'll continue to have that going forward. If the PD were to get larger in any capacity or after this amendment seek to adjust their bulk or density requirements, they would then have to come back and be an amendment in front of the Plan Commission. But majority of these construction parcels that have been in the PD for 40 years at this point, they will remain in the PD and have to comply with site plan approval processes. They would not necessarily have to come back in front of the Plan Commission for a vote. And this is based on a lot of the same development rights that have already been in place, but are now being sought to be corrected per Brian's description to current development trends, adding in the TSL, which was not thought of back in 1970s when this was created. And so this is bringing everything back in line with today's standards and policies.
Okay, that's great. So I was asking because, I have the county hospital project, right? Where they converted the county hospital to a hotel, but then behind the county hospital, they also are preparing to build houses there, right? So is that done already or do that triggers now?
Both of those scenarios would require them to submit for site plan approval. They would not have to, those uses are contemplated in the PD and in this amendment to the PD. So their entitlements are here, but the specifics of the developments would need to go at least through site plan approval, where they would get a look by CDOT, they would get a look by the fire department, stormwater review. All of our typical analyses would still happen, but at the administrative level, which is what's been in the PD all along.
So they've been coming they've been coming to the city for all those things all along?
Yeah, so matter of fact, this PD actually, single family homeowners in the Tri-Taylor had to get letters of consent from the IMD to come through a permit process. So a lot of this process will clean some of that stuff up for them. But the site plan approval remains, Alderman. So the city has the ability to review against our review criteria contained in the zoning ordinance, as we do with all other PDs when a site plan approval is requested.
All right, but does it come before like us here at the Plan Commission?
No, not unless they're changing their entitlements that are allowed in the PD.
All right, so basically it's really the same. We just adding those ingredients of the modernization of things that we put in place in BEWB, ARO, parking, all of those things.
Correct. So per Brian's description, the underlying zoning designation was changed. The FAR allocated to the sub areas has been brought more in line to consider TSL elements of the plan development for the areas that are TSL eligible. This will help unlock the potential of some of these parcels to greater development. This brings us in line with the long-term goals of the IMD and their master planning efforts that they've had in place. So the city and the IMD are now aligned on a vision for the PD going forward. I think this takes into some of the concerns that Alderman Irvin had about the Tri-Taylor area and making sure that the single-family homeowners there were not impacted by large density projects. So it sort of modernizes this PD, for the last 30 years that it's sat dormant and has been untouched, to bring it up to all the standards and the policies and the practices of the department. The ARO ordinance is impacted in the statements. The WMB participation will be impacted in the statements. So this brings us in line to where we sit currently on new PDs. This adopts all of those standards and practices.
Great. Okay, fantastic. Congratulations. Thank you, guys.
Any other comments you want to make, Alderman?
No, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Lyons, followed by Commissioner Cox.
Thank you. And thank you. Clearly a lot of work went into this. And I think, this is such an important area of our city. Someone said a lot of opportunity. It sounds like to me that the purpose of this is to really sort of allow for new types of uses, for mixed use, and really updating to sort of be in line with what the current needs are and opportunities for the future. And to that point, on slide 7 of the recently approved developments, I think it's regarding the Gateway project, which I know is kind of been in the works for a number of years. So I was just kind of curious to see if someone could report on the progress that's being made there, in terms of when, this is the mixed uses that we'll be seeing, when will we be seeing some of those kind of come to fruition?
If the IMD team is available to address that, I think that they would be the best to respond.
Sure. For the record, my name is Chris Fahey. I'm the Director of Operations, Real Estate Operations with the Illinois Medical District. Thank you for the question. The Gateway project was previously obtained site plan approval back in 2015. Since then, 2 of the retail buildings as well as the plaza have been constructed and have a number of retailers that serve the employees, residents, and visitors to the IMD. So that was the first phase, which is completed. The second phase, which if you go by the site today or recently, you'll see that there is vertical construction at the IMD Gateway apartments. I don't have the exact completion date, so I don't want to speculate there. And the next phase will be the IMD Gateway Hotel. And subsequent phases are to follow. I don't have timelines on those at this time.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cox, is that did you get your question answered there, Ms.?
Yep, thank you.
Commissioner Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I just want to applaud the tenacity of Brian Hacker in getting this amendment and update done. I think this has been about 1.5 years of work, working across jurisdictions in terms of the medical district and Cook County. And we are finally at a place where we have agreement on how to take the medical district, from being a medical district to being truly a mixed use neighborhood. And you're starting to see some of the higher density housing offerings filling in the district, the hospitality program that is coming into the district, and just a general more walkability. So we were getting that all to happen, but it was actually pushing against the rules that had been agreed upon years ago. So now we will have some common agreement that there framework plan actually matches the regulatory enabling policy. So really strong work. This was certainly not easy. And so I really appreciate the stick-to-itiveness of the DPD staff and the cooperation, quite frankly, with the Alderman's office and the IMD. We had a very strong partnership with the IMD. And as a result, this has gotten concluded and it comes with our very strong recommendation.
Great. Thank you. All right,
Thanks,
well, with that, do I have a motion on the zoning map amendment proposed? Wait a minute, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Hold on. Where am I? Do I have a motion? Yeah, it is. No, I'm looking at the wrong thing here. What item are we on, Noah?
Sorry, I was muted. D10.
Okay, that is the one that I have here. All right, why does it not sound right? It says Armitage Industrial Corridor. That doesn't sound right. So I think there's a little bit on the script here. Let me just say, do I have a motion on these amendments here as proposed?
So moved, Commissioner Novara.
Thank you. Seconded by
Seconded, Commissioner Searle.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners. All right, roll call. Commissioner Biagi.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
That's okay, no biggie. Commissioner I'm yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Kelly.
Kelly is a yes.
Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore is not here. He's not back yet. I'm sorry. She's not coming back till 3. I don't know why I keep saying her name. But anyway, Commissioner Novara.
Yes.
Commissioner Searle.
Yes.
Commissioner. Yeah. In any event, the motion passes. Congratulations to all of to DPD and to the folks also from IDL for all the hard work. Excuse me, IMD for all your hard work. Appreciate it. All right, it passes. So now we'll go on to item D11. Moving right along here, a proposed residential business plan development submitted by DAC Developments LLC. For the property generally located at 1201 West Washington Boulevard, the applicant proposes to rezone the property from C1-3 to a unified DX-5 and then to a residential business plan development. The proposal is comprised of 3 sub-areas. Sub-area A is improved with the existing 3-story commercial office building measuring 108 feet in height. On sub-area B, the applicant proposes to construct a 19-story 213-foot tall building with 4,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space and 288 dwelling units above. Sub-area C, located at 1229 West Washington Boulevard, is already improved with 8-story commercial/office building measuring 57 feet in height. The overall planned development would contain 183 accessory vehicular parking spaces and 5 loading berths with an overall FAR of 5, and no floor area bonus ratio will be taken. This is also in the 27th Ward. Joshua Son will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Hi, good afternoon. Can I just confirm that you can see my screen and hear me?
Yes.
Great. So yes, good afternoon, commissioners. For the record, my name is John.
I'm sorry, before you proceed, I did it again. I'm not sure why this is happening, Commissioner Murphy. I left out Commissioner Murphy from that last vote. And I'm not sure why I'm jumping over you. But anyway, Commissioner Murphy, do I have a vote on that last one?
Yes.
And you are here for the rest of the afternoon, so I will do my best not to let that happen again. Excuse me.
Not a problem.
All right, excuse me, Joshua, go ahead and proceed.
No worries. For the record, my name is Joshua Son with the Department of Planning and Development. This proposed development is generally located at 1201 West Washington Boulevard, and as mentioned before, located within the near west side community area within the 27th Ward. The applicant DAC Developments LLC and their development team appear here today for the purposes of establishing a residential business plan development at the subject site. Just to summarize, The request is being submitted as a mandatory plan development application pursuant to section 17-08-0512 due to the fact that the new proposed building will exceed 150 feet in height in the proposed underlying DX-5 downtown mixed-use district. The subject site is located within the near west side community area where the median estimated income is $83,575,000. The proposed project is located on the block bounded on the north by West Washington Boulevard, to the west by North Elizabeth Street, to the east by North Racine Avenue, and to the south by West Madison Street, as you can see here outlined in red. Additionally, the site is proximal to various modes of transit and parks. The site, located here cross-hatched in orange, is currently zoned C1-3 and will be unified under a DX-5 zoning district prior to establishing a residential business plan development. New construction is proposed for sub-area B, highlighted in this faint red, located in the center of the proposed PD, which is currently located right here outlined. The site is currently surrounded by previously industrial buildings that have been redeveloped or are currently being redeveloped, as you can see. This is the view along West Washington Boulevard. This is part of the PD, and this is the other side of the PD, proposed PD. As you can see on these slides, these are the current conditions. With that said, I will turn it over to Mr. Michael Esger with the applicant team to discuss the project timeline and the subsequent slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Again, Michael Esger from the law firm of Acosta Esger on behalf of the applicant, DAC Developments LLC. And with me today is Nick Melrose, a member of the development team, as well as Michael Henning from Papa George Hames Architects and Louie Abuna from KLOA, our traffic consultants. Good afternoon, Madam Commissioner and members of the commission. Thank you for your time. The project timeline and community outreach. The project's been reviewed extensively over the last year and a half, both in the community and with DPD. The first round of community meetings occurred in 2020, actually, and you can see on the left side of the screen the large building that was originally shown. After working with the community and DPD, the image on the right side of the screen is where we've ended up, which people felt, I think across the board, fits in contextually as well as architecturally, with some nice design improvements, as well as improvements or modifications, obviously to the height material modification, as well as the program. It started out as a 50% hotel building and is now a residential building is as planned. And the parking was increased, and working closely with not only DPD in a very good collaboration, but also, as Commissioner Biaggi said earlier today, a terrific working with CDOT to really improve the street and pedestrian experience in front of the building, which I'll get into. Next slide. The project was certainly informed by the West Loop design guidelines, which we believe were adhered to. And there's quite a few examples of that in the presentation. We're certainly aware of them. And I should mention that at the community meeting that came up, and we had a very good community meeting and good process that Alderman Burnett always runs in the 27th Ward. And we've received letters of support from the two delegate agencies, West Central Association and West Loop Community Organization. Next slide. As Josh mentioned, this is 3 sub areas. There are existing buildings in sub area A and C, and the new construction will take place on sub area B. And this shows how that lays out on the site. Next slide. We had, again, really extensive work with CDOT and the community to develop a good site plan and some improvements. The project is on the protected bicycle lanes on Washington Street. And really the project is very bicycle centric. We wanted to add a lot of program and amenity for bicycles, including a significant amount of bicycle parking interior to the project, as well as some on the street in the area, is there's also going to be a publicly available air hose and repair kit. And the way that we've bumped out the sidewalk, working with CDOT again, to utilize existing loading and parking areas on either side of the main entrance, but also to provide pedestrian relief. Perhaps there's a cafe, again, with where the bicycle amenities are on the protected bicycle lanes as well. We'll get into the other improvements as we go on. Next slide. In terms of the ground floor plan, I'm going to turn this over and to walk up the building to Michael Henning from Papa George. So thank you, Michael.
Right. Thanks, Michael. Thank you to the members of the Plan Commission letting us present this project today. My name is Michael Henning, an associate with Papa George Hames Partners. Right here is the first floor plan. It's a lot-to-lot fill for the site. We're engaging each of the buildings on for 1201 and 1229 and utilizing a connection to have those buildings engaged for some of these amenity functions that were mentioned. The building fronts on on Washington Street with active retail use, the residential lobby, and going back, and then from there, all of our access for parking and loading are off the alley. Next slide, please. This was a lot of effort was discussed about how to tie the building together and to sort of mend the hole in the street wall. And we had other options going forward. And one of the earlier slides of the timeline, you can see that possibly remember that there was a bit difference in scale and character between the buildings, and there a lot of work went in and discussion went into as to how to stitch these things together and have a representation that was respectful of the buildings on each side. And then have the tower that has a relationship in scale. It's not an extension of the base, and there are some formal and structural relationships between the two. And I'll get more into detail about how the elevation is composed. Next slide, please. More of this is the east elevation. Looking, this kind of illustrates how the building sets back towards the amenity levels there at the top, and the grid pattern. Same with the west side. And this is the alley side of the building. We do not use brick on the alley side of the building, but there you can see the entrances. Here's the stacking and section through the building with our residential and retail functions on the front. And it's a pretty tight site to achieve the amount of parking that we are putting in here. And there will be a slide later that will illustrate our screening, and then the residential stack and the amenities on top of this. And a lot of effort was made into trying to keep this thing under a specific height that we had all discussed. Here's a diagram showing some of the future, and some of these developments are already constructed since this was put together, but illustrating the height relationship to some of the new developments in this specific area. Some of the relationships to, one thing that can be pointed out is the relationship between Willard Court, and we have a picture that will illustrate that. Next slide, please. Here's the overall view of the building from the corner of Racine and Washington. And with this, we'll illustrate how that the character of the podium is, and how it stitches together that wall. And it could be seen not as a jarring introduction to it. The detailing will be sophisticated and improved. The tower has a layering of structural expression with these contrasting grid patterns that are in hierarchy of major to minor to the plane, and some of the texture within the skin system itself. Next. The view from looking east off of Washington, and how the tower on the west side is broken up with this structural expression. The base, this is our active uses and their engagement, our activation of the street. There's some we have planned for landscape improvements to activate the street. And one of the other things is how we're screening the garage will be illustrated in a section, but the garage is not visible from the street. We do have an active use that caps off the garage portion at the 5th floor. Here's another view looking towards towards the east of the same frontage. This is the view at the end of Willard Court. This is a feature that doesn't have a lot of precedent along the Randolph Street area, where there is a vista that looks down, and there's a engagement between Randolph Street and Washington with this building at the terminus. Next slide, please. And right here is the slide with the section illustrating the composition and depth illustrated with the desired for the base construction, and then also the shadow box that we're going to construct to shield the parking but not have dead glass. There's plans for illumination. This is how the top of the building, we're breaking down the forms of the building to have the pool deck and other amenity functions, but also have the structural expression still rise up and complete itself over the top of the building. This is, yeah, our street improvements include a curb extension that doesn't exist right now that would shorten the crosswalks and we have two crosswalks that terminate at the front of the building from Willard Court across Washington. And there are curb extensions that happen on the north side of the street and the south. And then the south side of the street in front of the building, there's an expansion of the street itself to perfect, excellent, for improved areas for seating, for the retail function that would be inside, some opportunities for bike parking. And then let's go back to the bike parking just a bit, you know, that this is a bike lane that runs along here, and this is a very bike friendly proposal for the building. And so there would be some opportunities to welcome those connections. The general circulation around the site, vehicular circulation around the site, there was a traffic engineer, and there has not been any issues been raised about this. Urban design issues and pedestrian orientation. I briefly touched on these issues of how, you know, reactivation of the street wall of the sidewalk, all active uses across the frontage, holding the street wall, texture, character. Here's a sort of a timeline where the building was in height and where it is now. And then even in that iteration, the building went through some transformations and discussions with DPD. And to the right is our final expression for the building. What's the next? Oh, and we are handling stormwater on site with a detention and green roof with a controlled flow. And this has been reviewed and is compliant. Our goal is to absolutely obtain the 100 points for the Chicago Sustainability Development Policy, and using green globes and other key issues to get to the 100 points.
Thank you, Michael. In terms of picking it back up again for the record, Michael Esger, we work closely with the community, Alderman Burnett, and Department of Housing to come to a really great ARO solution. This is in the current ARO policies, which in the West Loop is the 20% pilot. And the development team is fully compliant with that, and actually has agreed to put all of the 20% of the units on site, which will result in 58 affordable units. And again, work closely with DOH to make that happen. The next slide talks about another initiative that is always important in the 27th Ward with Alderman Burnett. And we certainly acknowledge and plan on working closely with not only the minority and women owned businesses, but local hiring. And we'll be working with CEC, Communities Empowered Through Construction, to help us identify some local hiring, as well as we haven't identified the GC yet, but certainly there'll be discussions about, and there already have been discussions about some joint venturing with minority contractors. And you can see the economics of the project. Next slide. That is the end of our, and I'll turn it back over to Josh, and we're of course available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we have concluded that the proposed development would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposal is in general conformance with the West Loop design guidelines approved and adopted by the Chicago Plan Commission. The proposal allows flexibility in application of selected use, bulk, and development standards in order to promote excellence and creativity in building design and high-quality urban design. It complies with building orientation and massing, as evidenced by locating active uses, doors, and windows adjacent to the sidewalk. Furthermore, the building facade at pedestrian level is appropriately scaled within the context of the existing streetscape. It also demonstrates best practices in urban design, as evidenced by reinforcing desirable urban features found within the surrounding area, such as siding patterns and streetscape characteristics. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to establish a residential business plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I'm not seeing questions from our commissioners yet. Do we have do we have a statement from the alderman? I know he has to recuse himself, but do we have a statement from the alderman?
Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioner. First of all, I'd be remiss if I did not thank Commissioner Cox and also Josh and everybody on their team who did, and Noah, who did a fantastic job on this. They encouraged the developer to reconstruct his development. They all worked together on the design. I appreciate the fact that this developer came straight to the table and had no problem with doing the affordable housing, no hesitation at all. Also, when we did have our community meetings with them, we did not have any opposition from the community with the West Loop Gate, West Central, and now in reference to this project. So I support this as that the body supported also. Thank you very much.
I have a question, and I'm not sure if the developer or even for you, Alderman, or staff, but I thought I remember during public testimony this morning, which seems like ages ago, that there were some people who spoke out against this on the basis that it was taking away affordable housing, and something about the hotel loophole. But yet this is affordable housing is on site. They're meeting the 10% obligation and it's fully on site. Is there, what was the issue they were raising? What did I miss here?
I can, I think, address that, Madam Chairman, Michael Esger. We're not sure, we weren't advised or alerted or reached out to by that group. And, but since then we've had some discussions with some folks and tried to understand what the issue is. And I think there may be some confusion, but I think what they're worried about is that in a DX5 district, you know, hotel is an acceptable use. And certainly it's one of the uses that could be in this plan. It's not what's intended. The designs, the floor plans that are in the PD exhibits and package are all a residential building. The department, the affordable housing profile signed with DOH is in writing that it's a 288 unit building with 20% on site. And I think what was being expressed is sort of a using, frankly, perhaps the hot button of affordable housing to create some sort of narrative around union activity with hotel. Certainly hotel is a accepted and widely approved use in the area. There's a hotel at the other end of Willard Court that we worked on just about a year ago with, I think it was one of Commissioner Cox's first projects that we worked on together for the Standard Hotel right at the other end of Willard Court. There's a hotel just east of us, the Hyatt Hotel that Sterling Bay did. And so if however, the flexibility down the line from a financing perspective and for the equity partners, which is always comes into play, they need to know that what they can do here. And I think that that's what they were sort of picking up on. The group was not, they didn't participate or raise any questions at the community meeting. As Alderman Burnett said, there were no objections at that point. And this is not a West Loop objection. I think it's more of a general Union City issue, which again, this development team is certainly this will be a union building, construction wise, and there is no plan right now and no hotel flag that is even on board. So I just think it's probably more of a future reference.
Okay, thank you. I think it was also a general reference, more generally, to the concerns about losing affordable housing and the ability to live close to where you work. I think
That may be, and certainly we are. I think the DOH would agree that our commitment to 20% all on site here is commendable. Not everyone is committing to doing it all on site. This team has done that from the beginning, and I get that in the West Loop, it's a gentrifying area, certainly. And I think we've seen, and I've been before you even, I think last month, where there's some developers, certainly in the Fulton Market area, that are agreeing to use best efforts, and they're continuing to work with DOH to try to create more affordable housing. So, I think the development community recognizes it, and hopefully there's a lot of residential projects before you every day. So in the West Loop. So hopefully that gets addressed.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Commissioner Searle.
It looks like there were a number of circumstances along the way that turned this building into something that was, to me, a bit of a compromise. And I think that's too bad. I think this project might have been better if the height restriction was eased up on. And this, if you look at that kind of perspective view where you see how the building sits back, the new building sits back, or the whole building is where it is, but the new looking building sits back maybe only about a foot from the facade of the front. To try to bring these three buildings together. But I think it is really a compromise, and it's just too bad that, we couldn't take that whole front part and put it instead, make that a higher building. I think it would have fit a little bit better than this one is fitting. But I'm sure that, I certainly would not have wanted to be the architect to be faced with this project because it's really tricky. So I mean, I can't say I'm not going to be against it, but I do think it, it's probably been going on a while. From some of this point forward, we'll have the committee on design that will review these, but I think it could be a better building, unfortunately. It's just you can't fit any more in than you did with the height you had and the widths you had and everything else. So be it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, and I'm so glad also that you were able to save some of these buildings. It's a little bit of adaptive reuse there, which is always, which is good. Okay, do I have a motion on a proposed residential business plan development submitted by DAC Developments LLC for the property generally located at 1201 West Washington Boulevard, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? So everybody jump at once.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do I have a second?
Seconded by Commissioner Cox.
Thank you, Commissioner. All righty, here we go for the roll call. Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett will recuse himself. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores.
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly. Commissioner Lyons.
Sorry, Chairwoman, Commissioner Lyons is recusal on this.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I missed that. I should have known. Commissioner Moore, is she back? Not quite. Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Novata. All right. Commissioner Searle.
Yes.
And Commissioner Tunney. All right. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Chairwoman,
much.
can I just take a second to remind our plan commissioners, any of them who are listening, please stick around. We're getting dangerously close to quorum
Yeah.
issues. those who are unaudible or are in other meetings, please try to pay attention. We're going to need the attendance for the rest of this meeting.
Yeah, thank you. No, I was just going to ask you about that.
Excuse me, Noah and Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Navarra. I am here and my vote is yes.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. All
Sorry,
righty.
Madam Chair,
Okay.
Kelly's a yes.
Thank you, but very much, Commissioner. Next item on the agenda is D12, a proposed waterway residential business plan development submitted by Ani Halsted Street, Chicago LLC for the property generally located at 901 North Halsted Street. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from a DS-5 downtown service district to DX-5 downtown mixed-use district, and then to a waterway residential business plan development to permit the construction of a multi-building, multi-phase plan development consisting of 2,650 dwelling units, 300 hotel keys, 1,400 parking spaces, open space, commercial and retail uses with accessory and incidental uses. A 3.1 floor area ratio bonus will be taken and the overall FAR of the plan development will be 8.1. This is in the 27th Ward. Heidi Sperry will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Heidi Sperry with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant proposes a waterway residential business plan development to permit a 5-building, 4-phase development to be constructed at 1901 North Halsted Street over the period of approximately 8 to 10 years. The PD master plan and phase 1 building design are being presented to you today for your approval, for your review and approval. All buildings proposed in future phases will return to this body for a courtesy presentation to receive your input as part of the site plan review process. The 7.7 acre project site is located in the 27th Ward on the southern tip of Goose Island. It is bounded by North Halsted Street on the west and by the north branch of the Chicago River to the south and east. The now vacant parcel previously functioned as the Greyhound bus maintenance facility. The site lies in the North Branch Industrial Corridor, which is located in the near north side community area. CMAP data from 2021 shows that the population of the near north side community area has increased roughly 30% over the past decade. The site is located a quarter of a mile north of the Chicago Avenue CTA bus route and therefore qualifies as a transit-oriented development. As such, the project will be taking a 30% parking reduction and will be providing 1,400 vehicle parking spaces on site. The prevailing plans for the area are the North Branch Framework Plan of 2017 and the Chicago River Design Guidelines of 2019. In accordance with these plans, the proposed development includes a mix of office, commercial, and residential uses while providing 50% of the site as publicly accessible open space. The project will also incorporate multiple riverfront improvements, including a multi-use riverfront path, as well as an extension of the Wild Mile. The framework plan identifies the site as part of the south sub-area or the transitional zone. In the south sub-area, the plan does seek to protect existing industrial users while accommodating a transition to downtown type mixed uses. This was facilitated by the city by rezoning the south sub-area of the industrial corridor from PMD to DS zoning classification, as well as creating the North Branch Corridor Overlay District. The surrounding uses, the uses surrounding the site include commercial, public facilities, institutions, parking lots, industrial and manufacturing, as well as vacant land. The proposed PD will provide a compatible mix of job generating uses as well as residential uses, which will not conflict with the existing critical services and industrial users in the corridor. As previously stated, the site will be rezoned from DS5 to DX5 prior to establishing a waterway residential business plan development. Surrounding zoning classifications include M33, which is a heavy industry district, as well as planned manufacturing districts 2 and 3. Additionally, there are several PDs located in the vicinity of the site. I do want to point out PD 1399 as well as PD 1426 just south of the site. These are large-scale mixed-use developments known respectively as Tribune North and South. The proposed development will consist of 4 sub-areas. Construction is anticipated to begin in sub-area A, and the 4 phases of the development will proceed from the northwest corner at sub-area A clockwise around the site. All buildings in future phases will require site plan review and a courtesy presentation to Plan Commission. This slide illustrates the master plan for the proposed development. And I do want to note that due to the proximity of active industrial users located on the west side of the river, no residential uses will be permitted in sub-area D, which is the southwestern most corner of the site. Additionally, due to the verticality of the development, 50% of the site, approximately 3.8 acres, will be publicly accessible open space. Now, Ms. Katie Jenke-Dale, the attorney for the developer, will provide further details on the project.
Thank you, Heidi. For the record, my name is Katie Jenke-Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper, and along with my colleague Rich Plowder, we represent the developer for this matter, Ani Halstead Street Chicago LLC. As the name implies, the developer is an affiliate of Ani Group, a Canadian developer who is represented today by Brian Brodeur and Nick Berger. We're also joined by representatives from HPA, the project architect, and Sam Schwartz, the traffic engineer. As you can see on this slide, the project has undergone an extensive process dating back to 2018, when Ani first started working on it. That followed the city's planning and community process in 2016 and 2017, leading up to the adoption of the North Branch Framework Plan. Since that time, the developer has met extensively with Alderman Burnett and the various community groups, including the Neighbors of River West, Near North Unity Program, and River North Residents Association. We've also met with the immediate neighbors, including Prairie and McGain to the west and the residential buildings to the east. And we met with various stakeholder groups, including Friends of the Chicago River, North Branch Works, Urban Rivers, and the River Ecology and Governance Task Force. We also had a larger community-wide meeting earlier this year. Next slide. This process led to improvements to the project, including incorporation of improved bicycle and traffic improvements, elimination of the residential in the southwest corner, and design improvements to phase 1, which HPA will show momentarily. And like DPD just said, future phases will come back for review and approval by DPD and a presentation to the Plan Commission. With that, I'll turn the presentation over to Araceli from HPA, who will walk you through the site plan and phase 1 building design. Araceli, would you like to unmute yourself?
Thank you, Katie. For the record, Araceli Navarez, partner at Hartstrom Plunkett Architecture. Good afternoon. I would like to start out with the existing. This is a view looking across the site with the southern tip of the island in the foreground. The site is currently occupied by a Greyhound maintenance facility. Next slide, please. The proposed aerial shows phase 3 in the foreground. Phases 2 through 4 are intentionally showing general massing. The architecture and design will be reviewed with DPD in the future via subsequent applications to provide variety and diversity to the overall architectural expression of the development. Next slide, please. This is a view looking across the site with the Chicago skyline in the background. The development will be an extension of the existing urban fabric and a gateway to Goose Island. Next slide, please. Proposed aerial shows phase 1 in the foreground, a 46-story residential glass tower. Phases 2 through 4, again, are intentionally showing general massing. The architectural and design will be reviewed with DPD in the future with the intent to give each tower its own identity. Next slide, please. This shows the evolution of the architectural design based on recent discussions with DPD. We have refined the scale, the materiality, and the incorporation of occupiable space on the podium. Next slide, please. The proposed activates the pedestrian experience on this stretch of Halstead and provides a front door to the development. The sidewalk is being widened. Landscape and parkway trees are being added. The high-quality building materials that are used or will be used will provide generous building setbacks along Halsted Street, ranging from the existing 8 feet to 13 feet 11 inches on the north side to 20 feet 3 inches on the south side. Next slide, please. As Heidi mentioned, this is broken out into 4 sub-areas. And well, actually, yeah, sub-area A, and then sub-area B1 and B2, and then sub-area C. All of these will have a residential program, and sub-area D on the southwest corner is a hotel use. There is a minimum 30-foot setback along the river, and we have a pedestrian and bike path on the perimeter of the site within the 30-foot setback. At the request of CDOT, we have provided a connection at the northwest and southwest corners of the site to provide a continuous path around the perimeter of the site. There will be generous outdoor amenities planned, and public open spaces are also planned at the southern tip of the site. And in response to one of the comments raised about hotel use earlier today, the master plan addresses the concern raised by Commissioner Cox regarding the proximity of residential to Prairie. The project program was changed to remove residential from the southeast corner and replace it with a commercial use, which is the hotel that we mentioned. Next slide, please. Active uses are proposed at the ground floor of all buildings. Phase 1 will be a grocery store, approximately 20,000 square feet. Next slide, please. The vision for the future phase of the marketplace is proposed to be landscaped to create gathering spaces such as a farmer's market, outdoor dining, and interactive fountain, to name a few. Next slide, please. We're excited to share our vision for this future phase of the social lawn and river walk. This shows a park that will be accessible to the public, an open space that will occupy the southern corner of the property, which preserves access to the river and views to the city. A 16-foot wide shared bike. Oh, can you stay there? Thank you. We're still very excited about this particular slide. 16-foot wide shared bike and pedestrian path encompasses the perimeter of the site. The positioning of the buildings maximizes exposure to natural light and prioritizes open space along the river and canal. Next slide, please. This is the vision for the future of the project as it embraces the provisions for the wild mile in the river. Water taxis, docks, kayak rental, river walk overlooks, and large areas of open lawn are a few of the program elements planned along the river. A future pedestrian bridge is also planned to connect to the site to the existing river walk to the east of the river along the Montgomery Ward building. Next slide, please. Master plan incorporates 2 levels of ground parking. 57% of total on-site parking is below grade. It's an effort to reduce the size of above ground parking podiums and to mitigate vehicular traffic at the terrace level. So the lower level 2 plan to the left starts to show how that is, dealing with the parking. Lower level 1 shows how we have program, but then there's an extension of parking at that level. Given the existing conditions of the site and the changes in elevation, we are showing a retail entrance at what we're calling lower level 1 off Halsted Street. There is also a lobby entrance at the north side of the northern drive, actually further up. And then the next plan, which is the first floor plan, shows another entrance, another lobby entrance to the residential building off the inner private drive, because again, there is a change in elevation. So that is the overall ground level typical floor plan. Next slide, please. This shows a couple of plans. Left is the 5th floor parking plan that has an active use on the south side, which is the deck. And then the northern side shows an active use of residential. The middle plan, 6th floor, shows how we're activating the top of the podium with amenity spaces and landscaping and interior amenity space. The plan to the right shows our typical residential plan. which right now, as shown right here, has 13 units per floor. And one thing to note is that the developer is providing 20% affordable on-site. Next slide, please. A large amenity green roof is planned on the 6th floor for use by the residents of the building. The amenity areas will activate the podium, and the landscaped areas will help to mitigate stormwater management. Next slide, please. The massing of the building is such that the tower is grounded on the north side of the building and it anchors the podium. The verticality is emphasized in the tower with the expression of the window wall, and in the podium with vertical metal thin ring screen. Next slide, please. The podium consists of 3 separate tiers of metal panel, which vary in size and color and are delineated by the recessed translucent glass in between them. Voids and recessed planes were incorporated into the design to create spaces for occupiable space and tiered amenity program and generous landscape elements. Next slide, please. A combination of captured glass and bud glazed glass will be used to articulate the facade of the tower. Bent metal panel, rain screen, and translucent fixed glass will enclose the podium structure. The scale of the podium is refined by utilizing different sized panels and alternating colors on the metal cladding. The concept and inspiration is drawn from the river and rippling water. Next slide, please. The architectural language is consistent on all 4 facades, and the ground plane of the site has areas of slope and grade changes that are addressed with the architectural design. Next slide, please. This section depicts the program, residential use shown in yellow and retail use shown in blue. Residential units will front the podium with active use on the north side of the building. Next slide, please. Bent metal panels are used in a contemporary manner and draw their inspiration from the river. Depth, shadow, backlighting, texture, and color create an undulating and dynamic facade on the podium. Next slide, please. The majority of the building will be captured glass window wall. Bird-friendly design will be incorporated within the first 50 feet of the building above grade. Next slide, please. Bud glazed glass is used to emphasize the verticality of the tower and further refine the scale and definition within the tower. Next slide, please. Inside balconies punctuate the facade of the residential units and provide depth to the facade. Flyby glass railings will be used at the balconies. Next slide, please. We have the traffic consultant on the line should there be any questions. The project mitigates traffic on Halsted Street with central main access drive and building entries and drop off internal to the site. Site circulation and building traffic patterns are internal to the site, relieving congestion on Halsted Street. Next slide, please. A traffic study report was commissioned by ANI and approved by the city. Next slide, please. Project is designed to comply with the requirements of the Chicago zoning ordinance as outlined on the left. Active uses are planned along the ground floor of the buildings and their entrances are articulated with canopies. Next slide, please. Halsted Point provides 3.9 acres of usable and thoughtfully designed open areas for workers, visitors, and residents, with substantial landscaped areas and tree plantings throughout. The building designs include landscaped amenity decks, terraces, and at-grade plazas to create a welcoming pedestrian experience. Next slide, please. Halsted Point's building design uniquely responds to the program and site location. Phase 1 is a modern design that reflects on the surrounding historic character while incorporating sustainable features and high-quality building materials that emphasize the verticality of the design. Next slide, please. The project will comply with the Chicago Sustainable Development Policy, and the strategies that will be implemented are shown here in this chart. Next slide, please. The project will comply with the Stormwater Management Ordinance. Each building phase will be subject to a separate site plan approval and will provide the tension and volume control individually per phase. That concludes my portion of the presentation, and I'll turn it over to Katie. Thank you.
You are Sully. This project is in the near north pilot, and as a result has a 20% ARO requirement. With 2,650 overall units approved, that results in an obligation of 530 units with full build out. The developer is committed to provide all of those units on site, with half at 60% AMI and half at 100% AMI. The ARO units will be comparable to the market rate units, which for phase 1 will result in the mix shown on this at the bottom of this slide. Next slide. The development team is committed to the hiring goals of the mayoral executive order, as well as working with Alderman Burnett to identify and hire local 27th ward residents and to partner with minority subcontractors. The project also includes, as Araceli said, just under 4 acres of publicly accessible open space, including over 1,300 feet of Riverwalk. Next slide, please. The economic benefits of this project are exceptional. It involves a $1.3 billion direct investment by ANI and a $2.8 billion overall direct and indirect impact. There will be over 28 million in contributions to the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund, the Industrial Corridor Conversion Fund, the Local Impact Fund, and the citywide Adopt a Landmark. Just under 10,000 direct and indirect jobs are projected. We'd like to thank DPD, Alderman Burnett, and all the stakeholders we've engaged with over the last 3 years to work on this exciting project. With that, I'll turn it back over to DPD, but our entire team is available for any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is Heidi Sperry with DPD to provide the recommendations. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposed waterway residential business plan development is, first of all, compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of uses, density, and building scale. The project is adequately served by the existing public infrastructure and future planned infrastructure improvements. The project is also compatible with the surrounding zoning. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator that this application for the waterway business plan, residential business plan development be approved, and the recommendation of the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards be passage recommended. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So Alderman Burnett, would you like to make a statement? No, Alderman Burnett? Okay. Well, and I'm not seeing any comments either.
Hold on one moment. Are you asking me to say something now?
I am.
Oh, fantastic. So one, this is a beautiful project. I want to commend the Department of Planning and Commissioner Cox on working with them to move the hotel over to be sensitive to Prairie and Bagain. I know that North Branch Works said something, but this development was very sensitive to all of the industrial people in the area. Then their immediate neighbors, they talked to them, and they drew this plan to sort of not disrupt them. We also had a large community meeting, Neighbors of River West and the River North Association. Majority of the people supported it. This is a beautiful plan. And Ani is very good with doing the affordable housing. I appreciate them. And I support this, and I ask for your support. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I think this is this the one where someone in the public asked about? Yes, it is. Somebody asked about transportation. I know that you went over that, but someone raised the issue of wanting to make sure that there was a traffic study and the transportation analysis was properly done. Seems like you addressed that, but if there's anything you'd like to add?
Katie Jenkey-Dale, again for the record, we did do a traffic study that was reviewed and approved by CDOT. We'll also update that when we come in with future phases to reflect kind of the current situation on the ground at that time. And I think also that was North Branch Works, and they were concerned about the availability of transportation. This is a transit served location per the zoning ordinance based on its proximity to the CTA. And we've also incorporated bike improvements, again, as a result of feedback from both the various city departments and the community.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do I have a motion on the proposed waterway residential business plan development submitted by Oni Halsted Street, Chicago LLC for the property generally located at 901 North Halsted Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
Move Biagi.
Seconded by?
Kelly.
Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Kelly. Roll call, Commissioner Biagi.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett is recusing himself. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Commissioner Flores?
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly?
Kelly's a yes.
Commissioner Lyons recusing herself. Commissioner Moore, I'm not sure if you've made it back yet. Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Novata.
Yes.
Commissioner Searle.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if Commissioner Tunney made it back.
Commissioner Tunney is back and a yes.
Fantastic. Thank you, Commissioner. Motion passes. Congratulations. Next item on the agenda.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your hard work. Next item on the agenda is D13, a proposed plan development submitted by 63rd Maryland LLC for the property generally located at 835-61 East 63rd Street and 6301-25 South Maryland Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property from B3-3 neighborhood mixed use district to a residential business plan development to construct a 60-foot tall mixed-use multifamily residential building with 2 live work units, retail uses, and residential amenities on the ground floor, 56 residential units on the upper floors, and 40 accessory vehicular parking stalls. This is in the 20th Ward. Patrick Brutus will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Madam Chairman, and the members of the commission. For the record, my name is Patrick Brutus with the Department of Planning and Development. The proposed development is located in the Woodlawn community area, West Woodlawn TIP District, and within the 20th Ward. A proposed plan development submitted by the applicant, 63rd Maryland LLC, is proposing to rezone the property generally located at 835 to 861 East 63rd Street, and also commonly known as 6301-25 South Maryland Avenue, from B3-3, which is a neighborhood mixed use district, to a residential business plan development to construct a 60-foot tall mixed use multifamily residential building with 2 live work units, retail uses, and residential amenities on the ground floor. Additionally, the project will have 56 residential units on the upper floors and 40 accessory vehicular parking stalls. The applicant and their development team appear here today for the purposes of establishing a residential plan development. The subject site is located in the Southeast Planning Region in the Woodlawn community area. The Woodlawn community has a population of just over 22,500 residents with roughly 9,300 households. The average size of the households in the community are 2.3, of which 29.3% of the population is 19 and under. The median income in Woodlawn is just over $25,000 in annual income. This community's population peaked at 81,000 people in 1960 and has declined since. The CTA Green Line once ran along the 63rd Street corridor, but now terminates just west of the subject site at Cottage Grove. East 63rd Street has multiple vacant lots on both the north and south sides of the street. And finally, Woodlawn, after years of disinvestment, has seen new developments in the past 5 to 10 years, primarily north of 63rd Street. The site is situated just east of Cottage Grove, again at the address 835 East 63rd Street. Additionally, the subject site is adjacent to a very active transit corridor with active rail, CTA bus routes, and major thoroughfares such as Stony Island Avenue to the east, as well as the newly renamed Jean-Baptiste Pointe-de-Sauve Drive. The site is currently zoned B33, and the applicant is seeking a zoning change to a residential business plan development on the subject site, as previously stated. And right there in red is the project location. In preparing for the development to be presented to the Plan Commission, the applicant met with the Department of Planning multiple times, and in May of this year, filed their PD with the city. Subsequently, the development team met with and obtained the support of Alderman Jeanette Taylor via a letter of support dated August 4th, 2021. As part of their engagement efforts, the applicant also is committed to meeting the city's diversity goals. The applicant proposes to build this 60-foot building right here at known as Park Station on the subject site. Will be a multi-family residential building with 2 live-work units. Additionally, the 56 residential units on the upper floor, as well as 40 parking spaces. This project represents a $30.8 million capital investment in the community. To further illustrate how the development fits into the existing context, most of the land uses in the surrounding vicinity of the project site are primarily commercial and institutional along 63rd Street, consistent with the dominant zoning, which is B. And as you can see here, there are a number of completed and current projects in various stages of development in very close proximity to the commercial node at 63rd and Cottage. The existence of residential, either single family or multi-family and commercial uses is existent or prominently featured in this part of the ward, community and redevelopment area. This proposed use is suitable for the site, while again, meeting the context of this rapidly developing area. At this point, also, the goals of this development are in alignment with past and current planning efforts. As you know, Commissioner, the Woodlawn Plan Consolidation Report was passed by this body, and the plans for this site are in context with this consolidation plan. At this point, I would like to turn the presentation over to the attorney, Graham Grady, who is the developer's representative, who will introduce the development team and explain their proposal.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Brady. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Patrick Brutus. Chairwoman Cordova, my name is Graham Grady. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Taft, Stettinius, and Hollister. And along with my colleague Sylvia Mikas, it's our pleasure to represent the applicant on this plan development application. Members of our team who will be presenting as well as available for questions are Leon Walker, Managing Partner of DL3 Realty, Greg Olson, Regional Vice President of Michael's Development, Michael Brecklaw, Principal of Fitzgerald Architects, Ramona Westbrook, President of Brooke Architecture, and also Tanya Kadakia, Director of Community Partnerships at DL3 Realty. The applicant proposes to acquire this land from the city of Chicago and has been working very closely with the Department of Housing and the Department of Planning and Development. The project has been described is 5 stories in height, 60 feet in height, containing 3 retail spaces at grade, 2 live work spaces at grade, 56 dwelling units on floors 2 through 5. A total of 41 of the units will be ARO, affordable housing units, serving average median incomes between 30 and 60% of AMI, which is quite significant. A total of 40 on-site exterior parking spaces will be provided. 32 of those spaces are for the residential component and 8 spaces are for a retail. At this time, I'd like to turn it over for a review of the architectural drawings to Michael Brecklaw. Michael?
Thank you, Graham. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Great. Again, I'm Mike Brecklaw. I'm a principal and design director with Fitzgerald Architects. I'll walk through some of the basic architectural principles of the building, and Ramona will then step in and talk further about the plan and the site plan. The view you're looking at right now and the snapshot in the upper corner is a view looking east along 63rd Street. It's an empty lot currently. So what we've positioned the building to be a prominent gateway from the 63rd Street station for the Green Line. So this is a view looking west. So we've massed the building in a prominent way with distinctive materials to try to reinforce that. The general approach to the massing has been a layering of the facade with a variation of materials, both to support the 63rd Street scale of the building, which is a very commercial street, and then to step down and break down in scale as it moves south along Maryland to a more residential area. As you can see in this image, the ground floor of the building has a lot of active uses. All along 63rd Street is retail. And as you go further south down Maryland. As you get into the first part of the building, there's 2 live-work units, which will be a blend of some retail scale entry, but with living space behind that. Where you see the yellow cream-colored entry point is the primary entrance to the residential area, and then further south is additional amenity space into that space. A couple things to point out: the building is set back from the property lines both on 63rd Street and Maryland, about 3 feet off of 63rd Street, but then the facade is recessed along 63rd Street an additional 2 feet. So we've added a great deal of pedestrian space on the sidewalk, as well as on Maryland, where we set back the building from the property line close to 5 feet, affording more generous landscaping and sort of a change of scale as we move into the residential neighborhood. Next slide. This is a slide looking west towards the station. And again, the ground floor is a lot of active use, as much glass as we could provide, with a setback of the retail area to provide opportunities for lighting and so forth, and a generous glazing for the residences above. Next. Just a little bit, we went through a great deal of iterations with the planning department that improved this massing and scale of the building. The upper left slide shows the general massing partie, in which we, again, the layering of the facades, and then we set back the roof level a good deal, particularly facing on the 63rd Street face, providing an amenity deck for the residents facing back towards the city skyline. And in scale, a 5-story building is very much in keeping with both existing and proposed projects in the neighborhood. Next. A few close-up elevation views to talk about materials. So the corner massing you see on the right-hand side of this will be a metal panel, metal siding with a standing seam detail to it that will be provide a tall forehead for, again, that gateway viewpoint from the station. Variation in masonry materials for the body of the building, a red brick for the residential area, some black brick where we need opaque areas in the retail base. All of that looked at with some craftsmanship in the masonry. And you can see, again, the setback at the roof level with a trellis as amenity space. Next. The view along Maryland. Again, you can see this the metal siding massing at the corner that has a sloped roof that sort of adds some prominence to that corner. And then in the background, as you look to the upper right, you see a kind of a playful mix of fiber cement panels in a multiple of colors that set the background of the building against the red and black brick. And then again, as we move towards the residential area, from left to right in this image, the landscaping gets more residential in scale as well. Next. This is a view looking north towards the, at the ground level of this space. In the foreground on the left is what will be the amenity space that Ramona can speak about later, with additional landscaping. And you see the inside face of the building becomes predominantly the fiber cement panel. Next. And then a view looking west from the adjacent property, seeing the field of parking and the inside of the L shape. Again, you see the masonry wrapping around the building and layering the facade, but the body of the building is the fiber cement panel with a black masonry base. Next. Just a little bit closer view of some of the materials. Again, the fiber cement panel is has some ribbing to it, but so it's not dead flat. It'll have both shadow and change in color. And then we're looking at, in both of the brick materials, we're looking at different variations on the masonry in terms of the texture of the surface to add a lot of variety and shadow along the facade. Next. At key points, at the entry point, you see at the upper right, we're using a colorful high-pressure laminate panel, both on the underside of the canopy and the wall to identify the entrance. And you see on the facade the typical solid panel adjacent to the window. That's we are working with DPD and working with local artists who develop this panel as something that becomes a motif that's repeated across the building. That's a more of a decorative piece that's applied to it. And next. And then finally, a view back into the parking court of the building, seeing the both parking court and how the masonry wraps around that space.
Michael, thank you very much for explaining the exterior of the building. Now I'm pleased to introduce Ramona Westbrook, who will take us through the interior. Ramona? You're on mute, Ramona.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ramona Westbrook, and I'm president of Burke Architecture, and I'm here to present some of the interior spaces and feature some of the areas that we're most proud about at Park Station. As you'll see on this site plan, some of the things that are most important to us, or things that we're spending energy on, are the amenity spaces. Park Station is going to offer several out-facing spaces that will support community interaction. And those spaces include 2 informal gathering spaces at the entry, which have lounge seating that will double as a waiting area for the leasing office, and also a touchdown counter with seating in front of the mailbox area. There'll be a leasing office and a business center that will support building residents and small businesses that are associated with Sunshine Enterprises, a well-known, successful community organization. There's also at the south end of the building, a community room that will be available for rental that can serve as a meeting room or an event space for the residents and their guests. And just east of that community room, thank you, is the business center that I was speaking of that is managed by Sunshine Enterprises. Also at the entrance of the building is a fitness room that is available for the residents and their guests. Those are some of the out-facing community spaces that this project will feature. It represents about 4,300 square feet, which is about 10% of the total building program. Some of the other spaces that Mike spoke of were the live work lofts on the first level that also have planters on the exterior of the space that will invite more activity, and then the retail spaces on the north side of the building. You can go to the next slide. The next slide features the residential units, which this is this level, this plan is the same for all floors, or floors 2 through 4. And then on the next slide, you'll see the roof terrace space that reduces the scale of the building on the north side of the building. I think the next slide. Yes, Mike, were you going to speak to this slide?
I can. I think just pointing out the sort of vehicular entrance points, both off of 63rd Street and 63rd Place on the left-hand side of the drawing for residential. We do set aside some parking area for the retail immediately off of 63rd. And I'd also like to point out the sort of large outdoor area, which has a trellis above it that is attached to the community room on the far south of the building that will provide both play space and gathering space for the residents. I think that covers that. And then again, as we said, by setting back the building from the property line, we afford both some foundation planting and some planters at the base along Maryland, as well as sort of generous pedestrian space along 63rd Street, and then landscaping within the entire parking field as well. And just another reinforcement of the effort we've made to make this really a pedestrian-friendly walk back, both back into the neighborhood and along 63rd Street. Then just some images in elevation showing the context of the building in context of some existing buildings and proposed buildings that are in the context. Again, same comments about reinforcing and having a very active ground level space with generous amounts of glass, both at the live work and even at the residential area where all of the office space and leasing space has generous windows looking out onto the street. Next. And just a final point, just that we are adhering to the Sustainable Development Policy and will number of things that are meeting the points required. And we will be meeting the requirements of the stormwater ordinance as well, using permeable paving and a great deal of the parking field. Just
Rick,
some of the, go ahead.
I thank you, Michael. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Leon Walker, who will put the project in context of the community and other great developments going on in the area, and will also then address the affordable housing component. Leon Walker.
And about how much longer do you have on your presentation?
We have about 2 minutes.
And I'll wrap this up. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, commissioners, Commissioner Cox, Mr. Brutus, thank you so much for your introduction to this project. We're so proud of it. It does fit in context with what's going on in Woodlawn. We've been actively engaged and involved in the area, building the Jewel Osco, developing that project, as well as the intersection of 63rd and Cottage Grove with the Friend Health medical office building going up right now, currently as we speak. So we believe this adds a lot to the area, bringing residents and a mix of residents, a mix of incomes with some additional retail activation on the street.
Next slide,
please. I think we've talked about this. This is a little bit more detail about the real effort. And I have to give a lot of credit to Alderman Taylor, as well as working with the department and DOH in maximizing and getting a blend here of not only the 30% AMI units, 50%, 60%, but also market and balancing the building and really showing where we're taking Woodlawn in the future, which is a balanced approach, preserving opportunities for existing residents at the entry level, but also recognizing the developing character of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. Job creation, both Michaels and DL3 are committed to that. We have been doing a lot of the retail, medical office, and other developments in Woodlawn. And when we decided to offer this project as a next step in the evolution of the community, we wanted best-in-class development partner, and that is Michaels Development and Greg Olson. So we're all committed to exceeding the minimum goals and to really, from our team to hiring of GCs to ongoing property management as well. It's a TOD development. We're bringing additional retail. Sunshine Enterprises brought in as a local community partner. They do a terrific job with promoting local entrepreneurs. And have been successful at actually getting some of those entrepreneurs to reach scale. In particular, they work with us at both the grocery store developments in this area, which is Whole Foods and the Jewel Osco, to get entrepreneurs on the shelves of those stores. And they provide a lot of the technical assistance. They will continue to do that here for the duration of Park Station and the commitment we've made to provide on-site services and to help groom and work with local entrepreneurs. And
Leon, thank you very much.
And the last thing I'll say is local artist Bernard Williams, who did the sculpture for us on 61st in Cottage Grove, has also been engaged to really look at ways to develop further the bas relief on the adjacent window panels. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Leon, thank you. Sorry to interrupt you. Thanks. As we wrap up, you can read this with regard to the significant community outreach. We would like to thank Commissioner Cox for his involvement in the architectural design and the enhancements to the appearance of the building. I'd like to thank Commissioner Navarro for her support from the Department of Housing with the land and the entire project. Also, a shout out to Patrick Brutus, Lisa Washington, and Noah Safranek for their assistance on the plan development application. We are unaware of any opposition to the project, Chairwoman Cordova. We also have a letter of support from Alderman Taylor. With that, our team is available to answer your questions.
Do we have that letter from Alderwoman Taylor in the record?
Yes, we do, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Noah. Commissioner Searle, followed by Commissioner Novata.
I was just a little confused. Is there, is the elevated track right on 63rd Street here, or?
It's 1 block away, Commissioner Searle.
Okay.
It's 1 block away. We're on
I'm looking
Maryland.
at Google Maps and it's
over
very hard to
Cottage.
figure this out. Okay. Yeah, would you point it out on that where you were just on the site plan?
Yeah, Commissioner Searle, here's the elevated station here at Cottage Grove, 63rd,
Yes.
and Park Station is about a block away.
I see. Okay.
So here's where the green line ends.
Uh-huh. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Novata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say a few words because as he was hurrying, I think Leon moved quickly through the affordability portion of this, but I do really, this is such an all-star team, and I really just want to commend the way that this team worked through these affordable units, because this is the first instance of putting into motion the Woodlawn Affordable Housing, the Woodlawn Housing Preservation Ordinance, which mandates deeper affordability in our multifamily work here in Woodlawn. So we really hadn't, we were breaking some new ground here and figuring out how we got to the lower incomes here that you see, which is an ongoing goal for the Department of Housing, is to serve more households, as you see here, at 30% of the area median income, which is where the bulk of our low-income households lie. And so they really put in the work, went back and forth with community, back and forth with the alderwoman, and put in the work along with our project manager, Anna Booth, to figure this out and get it going. We think it's a fantastic project and a great example, another example of equitable transit-oriented development. So just wanted to add my enthusiasm. Thanks.
Great.
It is a fantastic project. Commissioner Cox.
I too would just like to acknowledge this team, particularly in light of the rather heated conversation we had earlier in the 41st Ward at the O'Hare neighborhood, where we are trying, and I underscored, to locate the appropriate level of density wherever we find ourselves so adjacent to transit. And so here you have an example of an appropriately scaled building that's a block away from transit. It has a wide range of affordability. It's even trying to bring in the local artistic, creative community. It's a partnership between Fitzgerald and Brooks Architecture. They are hitting it on all cylinders. And I just think that we should stop and acknowledge that this is the way you really kind of create a more sustainable and equitable neighborhood framework. I think it also, just lastly, as Commissioner Navarro alluded to, this is yet another piece of the clustered economic development strategy that is benefiting the greater Woodlawn. When this intersection is finished, it will see a total of $300 million of reinvestment, all within a 3-block area. And once again, that's how we will get the kind of catalytic impact of things as far away as the Obama Presidential Center. It starts right here at 63rd and Cottage. And this building will contribute almost as an anti-gentrification strategy with regard to the larger market dynamics that are going on in Woodlawn. So just commend my colleague, Commissioner Navarro, in the work she's done to create this framework, to the development team that is committed long-term to this area. Again, I think this is an example of what we want to see around many, many, many of our transit stations on the east and west side, the south and west side. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do I have a motion on the proposed plan development submitted by 63rd Maryland LLC for the property generally located at 835-61 East 63rd Street and 6301-25 South Maryland Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval.
So
So
moved,
moved.
Novara.
Seconded.
Commissioner
Commissioner
Vada
Searle.
first, and Commissioner Searle was the second on that.
Madam Chairman Cordova, do you need me to go through the department recommendation? Obviously, we support the project and proposal as proposed.
You know what? Let's do it for
I
the
know
record. No, let's
for the
do it for the
record?
record. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we have concluded that the proposed development would be appropriate for many of the 5 following reasons. I'll just read a couple for time's sake. The proposed plan development is consistent with the Woodlawn Plan Consolidation Report, which recommends transit-oriented and mixed-use commercial development for this portion of 63rd Street. Building orientation and massing is evidenced by the project design, which brings the proposed building edges up to 63rd Street in Maryland frontages and provides large transparent storefront windows along the ground floor, creating an active building wall adjacent to the public right of way at the intersection. And finally, Madam Chairman, this project promotes transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use, ensures accessibility for persons with disabilities, and minimizes conflicts within existing traffic patterns in the vicinity, as evidenced by the site's proximity to public transit. Lastly, copies of this application have been circulated to other city departments and agencies, and no comments have been received which have not been addressed. Please refer to my staff report or the staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Therefore, based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to establish a residential business plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning. Thank you.
Patrick, thank you very much. Okay, we have a motion on the floor moved by Commissioner Novato, seconded by Commissioner Searle. Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores. Commissioner Kelly.
Kelly is a yes.
Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore, I'm not sure if she made it back. Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Novata.
Yes.
Commissioner Searle.
Yes.
And Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Motion passes. Congratulations. We look forward to this.
Thank you, Chairwoman Cordova and all members.
Next item on the agenda is D14, a proposed amendment to residential business plan development, number 1353, submitted by 1400 Land Holdings, LLC, for the property generally located at 1354-1408 South Wabash Avenue. The applicant is proposing to amend residential business plan development number 1353 to construct a 305-foot tall building with 299 residential units, ground floor commercial space, and 105 accessory vehicular parking spaces. A 4.15 floor area ratio bonus will be taken, and the overall FAR of the plan development will be 11.15. This is in the 3rd Ward. Emily Thrun will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Emily Thrun with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant appears here today because they are proposing to rezone the site from residential business plan development 1353 to residential business plan development number 1353 as amended. They are proposing to construct a 300-foot tall building with 299 residential units, ground floor commercial space, and 105 parking spaces. A 4.15 FAR bonus will be taken, and the overall FAR of the plan development will be 11.15. The subject site is located in the near South Side community area. The population in the area is over 24,000, and the area has seen over a 15% increase in population since 2010. The community area has many multifamily unit buildings with 85% of the housing types containing 20 or more units. And here's some bullet points about the historic context of the area. This is an aerial image of the site looking southeast. And here is an aerial image of the site looking northwest. The site is bounded by a 4-story residential building and a surface parking lot to the north, South Wabash Avenue to the east, a 7-story building to the south, and the CTA tracks to the west. The site currently contains an unused surface parking lot. The site is located in a transit-served location and is approximately 1,175 feet south of the CTA's Roosevelt red, orange, and green line stop. The site is zoned Plan Development 1353 that was originally approved in December 2016 for a 296-foot tall building with 296 residential units and a total FAR of 9.3 and 80 parking spaces. The surrounding zoning districts in the immediate area are DX-7 and Plan Developments 1002 and 1029. The surrounding land uses in the area include residential, commercial, and institutional uses. This is an aerial view of the proposed building highlighted in orange, shown in context with the surrounding area. And here is an image of the existing pedestrian context on the site and the same pedestrian level view of the proposed project. The project is subject to the Near South Community Plan adopted in 2004, the Central Area Action Plan adopted in 2009, and the Central Area Plan adopted in 2003 by the Chicago Plan Commission. The proposal supports the goals of those plans by reinforcing high-density mixed use along the Wabash corridor and providing a pedestrian-friendly environment. Now I will turn the presentation over to Colin Kincaid, the applicant, who will further explain the details of the proposal.
Thank you so much. Emily, can you confirm you can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Why don't we go to the next slide here? Okay, we can leave it right here. I'm gonna kind of run through the whole project, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hand it off to Luke Marchuski at Papa George Haynes, and he'll run through the architecture and the layout of the building. So, as Emily was kind enough to say, we have been involved in the project since 2019. 2016, American Landmark was the original developer. We purchased it. We have been working with the alderwoman Dowell through the entire process, and have been over the course of the last 9 months been working with DPD staff on multiple revisions to the building through the process. So we're proposing a 31-story building. It was previously 296 feet. We're proposing 305 feet. We've added some stories. It was previously 80 parking spaces. It's 105. 299 units. It was previously 296. We have a total of 185 parking spaces in the building. We have focused on neighborhood retail at the base, just over 3,000 square feet. So that would be a locally owned and operated kind of neighborhood convenience for the retail. Unit mix at the highest level, 40% convertible, 30% one bedroom, 30% two bedroom. Those rents will range anywhere from $1,500 to $2,700 on the market. The affordable, I know in the previous developer had negotiated with the various parties for 8 units on site. We're providing the 8 units, but we have added over 20% of the square footage into the affordable. So the participation piece, obviously we're complying with the MWBE guidelines. What we're incredibly happy to note is that we are focused on and we're committing to a basically a partnership between an institutional contractor and a local African-American owned contractor who hasn't done a high-rise before. And these two companies would be Lynn Lease as the general contractor in partnership with BOA Construction. So this is, kind of from a learning standpoint, really kind of a cutting edge partnership and a mentoring program. So we are also on top of that committing to 3,000 hours of an internship program through both BOA and Lynn Lease that's really committed to the ward, to giving people that might be interested in learning more about the various construction trades or architecture or development, get them into this program. Basically what that is 10 hours that we're committing per unit. So that's how we got to that. So those two things, the participation and the and that program are very important to us. There is some improvements to the existing traffic. So KLOA was the traffic consultant. The light will become a four-way instead of a three-way now. And then we will be adding pedestrian enhancement on the four-way walkways around. And a dedicated left turn lane on the northbound. So those all, I think, help in relieving any type of traffic impact. There is a pocket park that's just north of the site that resides on what was vacated 14th Street. So it's a nice little addition. In the northwest corner, there's a small dog park. Timing of the project, we are hopeful to start in the fall, and then that would basically result in early 2023 deliveries. This project cost of just under 100 million. We are taking what is just under $100,000 a year tax bill on the empty parking lot and turning it into what's projected to be nearly a $2 million annual tax bill. So that kind of covers it. I'd like to turn it over to Luke, who can run through the architecture, and then at the end we can open up any questions that you have.
Thank you, Colin. Good afternoon. My name is Luke Marchewski. I'm with Papa George Haynes Partners. As previously mentioned, the proposed tower is comprised of 31 stories with 299 dwelling units and 105 parking spaces. The zoning height of the building is 305 feet and the gross height is 316. The proposed tower is situated on the south side of the lot with the main entrance and loading docks approached through the interior motor court and a pocket park on the north. The first floor includes corner retail space, lobby, and back of house service areas. Next slide, please. Above the first floor, there are 3.5 garage levels with 105 parking spaces and 180 bicycle spaces. Next, please. The fifth floor provides dwelling units with private terraces. Moving up the building, we have typical floor with 12 dwelling units ranging in size from convertibles to 2-bedroom. Next, please. The top floor offers common amenity spaces with outdoor terrace on the east and 2 penthouse units on the west. The envelope of the building consists of window wall system with metal clad accent pattern, which subdivides the glass facade into smaller fields. Selected window panels are emphasized with contrasting glass tint and undulate in and out of the main plane of the building to reinforce the pattern and provide a texture to the facade. The base of the tower maintains the same textural facade as it engages the ground plane and the complementing volume over the main entrance. Next slide, please. One more. The building section shows the program and how it's stacked and organized. Next, please. The following axonometric sections illustrate the screening on the north and west side of the garage. The section, back, please go back one. Okay. The section on the left faces the interior courtyard and signifies the main entrance to the building. This portion of the facade is more porous and to facilitate natural venting for the garage areas, and is refined with accent fins, architectural louvers, and perforated metal panels. Next, please. On the Wabash side, we've utilized spandrel glass, which effectively screens the garage and blends the podium with the rest of the tower and the first floor retail space. The next two slides illustrate the dynamic of the protruding and recessed bays and organization of the metal panels. Next, one more. This view shows the top northeast corner of the building and communicates how the accent grid manifests into a metal-clad crown feature, which frames the amenity roof deck. Next. We've worked with CDOT and DPD to improve, to provide adequate ingress and egress from the site, as well as proper maneuvering spaces for the vehicular traffic. Next. We also engaged KLOA to conduct a traffic study to ensure that the traffic at the intersection of 14th Street and Wabash Avenue is managed properly. Next, please. We've worked extensively with the Department of Planning to further develop the building form and to create a seamless and gradual transition from the pedestrian scale to the garage levels and the residential tower above. Next, please. The pocket park at the interior of the development provides a significant portion of our open space with substantial landscaped areas, meandering pedestrian paths, and a dog run at the northwest corner of the pocket park. Next. These are the materials for the tower facade and the garage screening. We're proposing to use 2 different tints of vision glass and spandrel glass. The accent design is cladded with metal panels. On the north side of the podium, we have a natural stone veneer panel with architectural louvers and perforated metal panels. Next, please. Our project will comply with the Chicago Sustainable Development Policy, and it meets the Stormwater Management Ordinance by providing an on-site detention vault. Next, please. Illustrated on this slide. With that, I will turn it over to Andrew Scott to describe the community benefits. Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much. For the record, my name is Andrew Scott, law offices of Dykema Gossett. Colin did reference this early on in his presentation, but again, very quickly on the affordable requirements, 299 dwelling units, and they're going to provide 8 units on site, 3 bedrooms, 2 1-bedrooms, and 3 2-bedrooms. I think as you heard, the square footage of the units are a little bit in excess of what was contemplated before. And then there's a payment of $4.1 million to the city for the in lieu fund. And if you could go to the next slide, please, Emily. Public benefits, with a project of this magnitude, of course, you get a lot of construction jobs, upwards of 500 here. Colin touched on this before, but this really is a unique and great opportunity. Interesting to be to work on a project like this, where we've got a general contractor partnering with a minority general contractor who's never built a high rise of this scale before, and so it's really a learning opportunity, and it's an opportunity to bring along minority firms that can handle the large projects going forward and sort of learn on the job. As well as, Colin had emphasized before, the apprentice training program, again, giving an opportunity to kids in the neighborhood and the community and across the city to get experience in the trades that are involved in building a high rise of this nature. Colin had alluded to a significant increase in the tax base for the city. I think another thing that's important to point out there is you go from $100,000 in taxes to $2 million in taxes by estimates. What's good about that too, in addition to just the dollar amount, is, Colin has done a lot of buildings throughout the South Loop, and his buildings have very little impact on student populations. So this is kind of a very much a net win for CPS. And again, Emily had alluded to before, 4.15 bonus here. So that's another $1.8 million to the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund. Of course, looking to meet or exceed the participation goals for minority business enterprises, women business enterprises. That's all on top of, in addition to this minority partnership for the general contractor that we talked about, as well as the apprentice training program. We are available to answer any questions from an architecture standpoint, project standpoint, once Emily gets through the DPD recommendation.
Thank you. Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Emily.
The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposal is in compliance with the PD standards and guidelines. It promotes economically beneficial development patterns. The proposal includes a level of amenities appropriate to the project. The building has a defined base, middle, and top. The project promotes safe and efficient circulation of pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles. Additionally, the project promotes pedestrian interest, safety, and comfort. Please refer to my staff report for further details on the project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application to amend Plan Development number 1353 be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that Alderwoman Pat Dowell is here. Would you like to speak, Alderwoman?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Cordova. Thank you to the members of the Plan Commission. First, I want to thank Emily Thrun and the staff at DPD, Commissioner Cox, for making this project a better project in terms of adding the pocket park and the changes in the design. I think this was very well received by the community. This is one of the last remaining large vacant lots in the South Loop. And I'm very glad to see someone step forward, Colin Kincaid and his team, to build on this vacant land. This project has been presented to the community on 2 occasions, and there were no negative feedback. Generally, people are very happy to see this development come into the community. I want to also acknowledge the partnership between Lynn Lease and Bowl Construction. I think that this is something that I've always tried to encourage developers to do. I'm very pleased about the 3,000 hours of for internships, and look forward to working more with the developer as this building goes up. So I would ask for the support of the Plan Commission, favorable support from the Plan Commission. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Alderwoman. It does make a difference when there's an effort to work with community and with the Alderwoman and constituents. Do I have a motion on the proposed amendment to Residential Business Plan Development number 1353, submitted by 1400 Land Holdings LLC for the property generally located at 1354-1408 South Wabash Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
Motion by Tani.
Thank you. Seconded by?
Seconded by Commissioner Cox.
Let me go to roll call. Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox?
Sure. Anytime, Rebecca.
Have a
wonderful day. You too. Thank you.
Commissioner Burnett, do we have a vote from you? All right, let me go to Commissioner Kelly. Commissioner
Kelly's a
Lyons.
yes. Kelly's a yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Kelly is yes. Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
I'm good.
Commissioner
Calling you for cash.
Commissioner Moore? Commissioner Burnett, we can hear you. Commissioner Moore? Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Commissioner Novata?
Yes.
Commissioner Searle? And Commissioner Tunney?
Alderman Burnett votes yes.
Tani is a yes.
Okay, and did Commissioner Searle?
Searle, yes.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes. Congratulations. I'm sure that folks will look forward to this being built, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is D15, a proposed residential business plan development submitted by Chicago 741 LLC for the property generally located at 739-755 North Wells Street. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from a DX-5 downtown mixed-use district to a residential business plan development. The applicant proposes to construct a 21-story, 250-foot and 4-inch tall building with 178 residential units, 7,530 square feet of ground floor commercial space, and 53 parking spaces with accessory and incidental uses on the property located at 741 North Wells Street. Bonus FAR of 3.1 will be taken, and the overall FAR of the planned development will be 8.1. This is in the second ward. Ernest Bellamy will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Cordova and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Ernest Bellamy with the Department of Planning and Development.
And
The
you get
applicant-
points for pronouncing my name right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know you made an effort. Thank you.
The application, as just described by the chairwoman, covers the creation of a residential business plan development across the sites located at 739 through 755 North Wells. The subject site is located within the second ward in the near North Side community area. Also on today's meeting are the applicant team.
All right, here's the long specific history.
As a snapshot of the area of which the proposed PD is located, the near North Side demographics break down as follows. To be concise, I will forego its reading. The subject site of the planned development is shown here in orange hue. It measures 22,510 square feet in net site area. The proposed development site is composed of 3 parcels of land and is currently improved with 2 3-story buildings and 1 1-story building, of which the 3-story improved building at 755 North Wells will be the only building which will remain. The remaining parcels will be redeveloped into a mixed-use residential high-rise, of which you will see details of later in this presentation. The following are current context photos of the subject site of the proposed plan development. Of note is the 755 North Wells building in the bottom 2 images, which will remain as part of the unified plan development. The plan development is triple covered as a TSL, transit served location, eligible development, being located approximately 376 feet from the Chicago station of the CTA Brown and Purple line, as well as just over a quarter mile from the CTA Red line. The site is further served by being located along the Chicago Avenue TSL corridor, which is serviced by the number 66 Chicago CTA bus route. The applicant is proposing a rezoning for a development of approximately 0.52 acres of land, as seen here, bounded by North Wells Street, West Chicago Avenue, the public alley east of and parallel to North Wells Street, and a line 253.97 feet south of and parallel to the center line of West Chicago Avenue. Here you can see the subject site of the PD is adjacent to similarly scaled high-rise residential buildings to the north, northwest, east, and south, as well as similarly scaled low to mid-rise scale buildings interspersed throughout, in between area high-rises. The subject site of the PD is surrounded by a mix of similarly zoned DX5 downtown mixed-use district properties, as well as DX7 properties. In complement to the surrounding context, the subject site of the PD will be unified under a DX5 zoning for an FAR of 5.0, and given an NOF bonus of 3.1, the PD will achieve an FAR of 8.1. The proposed plan development is subject to the prevailing planning context of the area. The Chicago Central Area Plan of 2003 and the Central Area Action Plan of 2009. To be concise, of note, the proposal supports those plans by maximizing densities in high-use corridors and around transit lines to create a walkable environment, among other points noted. From here, I will hand over the presentation to Katie Jenke-Dale of DLA Piper to go over the process of the project.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Katie Jenke-Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper, and we represent the developer in this matter, Chicago 741 LLC. The developer is an affiliate of Vista Property, a New York-based developer who is represented today by Saul Sutton and Art Glatt. We're also joined by representatives from Antunovich Associates, the project architect, and KLOA, the traffic engineer. As you see on the slide, the team has worked closely with DPD, CDOT, and the River North Residents Association, as well as Alderman Hopkins on this project. We presented the project at a community-wide meeting in July where it was very well received. As a result of feedback received, we revised the site plan to enhance bicycle and pedestrian safety and revise the architecture. I'll now turn it over to Patrick Cusack, who will go through the site plan and the architecture. Patrick?
Yes, thank you, Katie. And thank you to the Planning Commission members for the opportunity to present this exciting project this afternoon. My name is Patrick Cusack. I am a principal with Antunovich Associates, the architect on the project. On the screen right now is a exploded axonometric, reflects the proposal in front of you today. That is for a 21-story, 255-foot tall building containing 178 residential units and 53 parking stalls. Next slide, please. Of note, and thank you, Ernest, for pointing it out earlier, is the existing 755 North building at the corner of Chicago and Wells, which is to remain on site, and the new construction to occur to the south of that building, connecting into that existing 755 North Wells building. On the ground floor of the new construction is the residential lobby and retail space. There are 2 floors of structured parking containing the 53 parking stalls, 17 residential floors above that, and then the uppermost floor is residential amenity space and an outdoor pool terrace. Next slide, please. This slide shows that our proposal in a kind of lightly rendered silver blue color, about a third to the right of the page, is very much in keeping with in dark green projects that are already built within the River North neighborhood, and in light green, one Chicago, which is currently under construction, and in blue, other approved plan developments within the neighborhood. Next slide, please. On screen is the overall project rendering, which shows that the architecture very much is represented by this contemporary loft vernacular. Our goal was to create an elegant modern building with floor-to-ceiling glass and metal panel accents throughout. Next slide, please. As can be seen in this rendering is that there is a subtle serrated edge to the west facade along North Wells Street, and that is done very intentionally to open up views from those residential units to the south and west to the Sears Tower portion of the skyline. Next slide, please. Image on screen is of the residential entry and retail bays of the new construction portion of the planned development. This is an image that we put a lot of work into. We're very proud of the pedestrian oriented scale of the architecture and of the detailing throughout. And I think it shows really well in an image like this. Next slide, please. This is the site plan and ground floor plan of the overall plan development. To orient everybody, North Wells Street is running left to right on the bottom of the screen. Chicago Avenue is on the left-hand side of the screen. Then we are bounded by a public alley to our east or on the top of the screen, and an interior lot line to an adjacent surface parking lot on our south side. In the ground floor plan, you can see that the perimeter of the site along the public right-of-ways is very much activated by the residential lobby and retail spaces. And then the parking entrance, loading, and back-of-house spaces are oriented off the public alley. I'd like to thank the River North Residents Association for their input on this. What we did was along the public alley, it's a 14-foot wide existing public alley. For the entire extent of the new construction, we set back an additional 2 feet to make an effective width of 16 feet. And at both the parking entrance and the loading dock, so where vehicles interact with the facade, it's set back 6 feet from the property line to create a 20-foot wide effective width in those locations. Also of note is for anyone who's experienced North Wells Street over the past year, it's really turned into a fantastic outdoor restaurant and dining neighborhood. And so that serration that was mentioned on the rendering earlier also occurs on the ground floor and creates some setback areas so that there's outdoor dining for potential restaurant space within our building to spill out onto the private property aside from the public right of way. Next slide, please. This is simply the basement plan, which is occurring within the existing building, but is intended to be used by the new residential building as residential storage. Next slide, please. This is the second floor plan. So the first floor structured parking in the residential building, which connects to the office tenant in the existing building and also contains the bike parking for the project. Next slide, please. The third floor is also structured parking and is carried out very similarly to the second floor, except that it contains the dog run for the residential project in the bottom right hand corner. Next slide, please. The fourth floor contains the first residential units in the project and also incorporates in a fitness amenity that spills out onto an outdoor fitness terrace, which occurs on the roof of the 755 North Wells building. Next slide, please. And above that would be a typical residential floor of 11 units. Next slide, please. In an upper floor plan, several floors of penthouse residential units of 8 units per floor. Next slide, please. This is the amenity terrace at the top of the building. So a co-working lounge and club room are within the enclosed area, and a large outdoor pool deck facing south and west. Next slide, please. This is the overall green roof plan, which shows extensive use of green roof being used throughout the project. Next slide, please. Building section, which shows the 254 foot 4 inches. I rounded up to 255 feet when I was speaking earlier, and the stacking plan that we just went over in floor plan. Next slide, please. This is a digital version of our exterior material palette. This was something that we discussed at length with Deputy Commissioner Melvin Wesley. If he's on, we very much appreciate your input. Our goal in this project was to create, like we said earlier, an elegant modern building, very much what we think is in the second Chicago school vernacular. So that's carried out with a natural granite bulkhead at the bottom of the storefront, black metal panel being used for the storefront window system, and metal panel banding throughout the project. Insulated aluminum window wall, so high performing glass window wall system throughout the project. Next slide, please. And if you were to look at that closer, you would see the divided light nature of the window system, the aesthetic of a painted channel floor slab throughout, and a aluminum and glass balcony guardrail as well. Next slide, please. These are the overall project elevations. On the left is the Wells Street elevation that we covered, I think, pretty well in the project renderings. On the right-hand side is the north elevation. So in the foreground is that existing 755 North Wells building, which is a nice accent to the River North neighborhood, very much in keeping with the character of the project. And then our new construction was intended to be in contrast to that. Next slide, please. On the left-hand side is the south elevation, which abuts the interior lot line or the surface parking lot to our south. And on the right-hand side is the east elevation along the public alley, showing the parking ingress and egress and loading dock. Next slide, please. This is an overall streetscape elevation, which shows how our residential massing relates to some of our neighbors, very similar to the scale of the South End and Moody Bible campus, and somewhat shorter than some of the residential buildings that have been approved and built to the south of our site. Next slide, please. I'd like to thank River North Residents Association once again, because I think the vast majority of our conversations revolved around the safe and efficient circulation of both vehicular, bike, and pedestrian traffic throughout the site. So we put a lot of effort into fine-tuning the ground floor plan to carry out the bullet points on this slide. Next slide, please. KLOA is on the line and has prepared a traffic study for this proposal. I'm sure they'd be happy to answer any questions you might have after the presentation. Next slide, please. This project, we believe, very much satisfies the pedestrian-oriented and urban design guidelines within the zoning ordinance as far as the bullet points in this slide go, but very much exemplified in that streetscape rendering that was shown earlier. Next slide, please. This project also satisfies the Chicago landscape ordinance guidelines. Next slide, please. As well as the Chicago Sustainable Development Policy. Of note is that the same overall project team, developer, construction manager, and architect are currently completing 609 West Randolph, where we are actually achieving both LEED and WELL building. So going above and beyond what was included in our original Sustainable Development Policy matrix, and we very much would like to look at doing the same thing here. Next slide, please. Project also satisfies the stormwater management ordinance and met with their group prior to presenting to you all. Next slide, please. And at this time, I'd like to hand it back over to the project zoning attorney. Thanks for your time.
Patrick, again, for the record, Katie Jenke-Dale from DLA Piper. The project has an 18-unit ARO requirement, which will be fulfilled by providing 5 units on site at 60% AMI and making a payment of over $2.4 million into the City Affordable Housing Trust Fund to support rental assistance and the creation of new affordable housing citywide. The ARO units will be comparable to the market rate units with 2 studios, 2 one-bedrooms, and 1 2-bedroom. Next slide, please. The project will result in enhanced property taxes, nearly 3 to 4 times the current annual taxes, a $2.4 million bonus payment, and the creation of an approximate 400 construction jobs. Additionally, the development team is committed to the hiring goals in the mayoral executive order for M&WB. As we've said throughout the presentation, we really would like to thank DPD, RNRA, and Alderman Hopkins for working with us on this project. With that, I'll turn the presentation back over to DPD staff, but our team is available for any questions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Katie. In conclusion, the Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we have concluded that the proposed plan development would be appropriate for the following. The proposed plan development encourages unified planning and development. It promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of existing neighborhoods, promotes transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use, ensures accessibility for persons with disabilities, and minimizes conflicts with existing traffic patterns. The building orientation and massing creates an active building wall adjacent to the public right-of-way. The project also uses creative design to implement a base podium compatible with the adjacent lower scale buildings and contains active uses at the base of each building, providing for safe and active pedestrian realm. All sides and areas of the building that are visible to the public are to be treated with materials, finishes, and architectural details that are of high quality and appropriate for use on primary public right-of-way facing facade. Alderman Hopkins is supportive of this project and has provided a letter of support, which is on file. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation that the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to establish a residential business plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such.
Thank you, Mr. Bellamy. Do I have a motion on the proposed residential business plan development submitted by Chicago 741 LLC for the property generally located at 739-755 North Wells Street?
Chairwoman, it's this Commissioner Tunney. I have my hand up.
I see your hands, Commissioner. I'm sorry. I had the scroll
No
further
problem.
down, so I didn't see it initially. Let me get a motion and then I'll call on you, okay? Or I guess not. Let me just call on you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairwoman. So for the applicant, there's 3 parcels in this plan development. And obviously the corner, which you would think where the density might belong, what's the theory here on saving that portion of it? And then the other part of that is 739 looked like it was pretty historic, even though it was a 3 flat. So, I know it's looks like even this picture looks like it's between 2 low-rise buildings. Who knows what the future is, but could someone explain why they didn't take the corner? And then if 739 was an orange rated or not, or because that looked more historic than the corner on Chicago Avenue. Yeah.
I'll start. For the record, Katie Jenke Dale. So the corner building is it's a high quality kind of River North building that has leases with a lot of local tenants in it. So we thought it was very important to preserve that building. 739 is not orange rated. And then as everyone knows, Chicago Avenue is a very busy kind of major thoroughfare. So siting the tower not directly on Chicago Avenue was seen as a positive aspect of this project when we were going through the community process. But Patrick, perhaps if you wanted to chime in, if I missed anything, feel free.
No, you didn't miss anything at all, Katie. That's exactly right. From an early point in time, our client, Vista Property Group, who's controlled these properties for a number of years, let us know that the project on the corner, the 3-story existing building, is very well filled by local tenants, and they wanted to maintain that. Whereas the 739 building has been vacant for a number of years and is in poor shape.
Thank you. That was my question.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. All right, I've scrolled up all the way. I don't see any more hands. Now let me go again now to ask for a motion on this proposed residential business plan development submitted by Chicago 741 LLC for the property generally located at 739-755 North Wells Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval.
So moved by Commissioner Cox.
Seconded by?
Commissioner Searle.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner Biaggi. Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cordova. Is it yes? I'm sorry, I was waiting again for her to respond. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly. Commissioner Lyons.
Kelly's a yes. Kelly's a yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Aren't you glad we only have one more item after this one? Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Hold on one second.
Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
I keep calling on Moore, but I don't think she ever made it back. Commissioner Novata.
Yes.
Commissioner Searle.
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
All right, congratulations, motion passes.
Thank you very much.
A reminder that item D16 was deferred from today's agenda. So the last item on the agenda is D17, a proposed residential business plan development submitted by Quicks LLC for the property generally located at 1120-30 North State Street. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from DX-7 downtown mixed use to a residential business plan development to construct a 345-foot tall mixed use, 2-phase development containing a total of 304 residential units, 132 accessory parking spaces, and commercial space. The first phase, Sub-Area A, is proposed to include all 304 residential units, approximately 10,000 square feet of commercial space, with a total FAR of 16.8. The second phase, Sub-Area B, is proposed to include approximately 21,700 square feet of commercial space with a total of FAR of 2.0. A 4.5 floor area ratio bonus will be taken, and the overall FAR of the planned development will be 11.5. This is in the second ward, and Ms. Thrun will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal. Thank you.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Thrun?
Thank you. For the record, my name is Emily Thrun with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant appears here today because they are proposing to rezone the site from DX-7 to a residential business plan development to to construct a 345-foot tall mixed-use two-phase development containing a total of 304 residential units, 132 parking spaces, and commercial space. A 4.5 FAR bonus will be taken, and the overall FAR of the planned development will be 11.5. The subject site is located in the near north side community area. The population in the area is over 93,000 with over 68,000 housing units. The average household income is around $106,000. Almost 58% of the housing is renter occupied. The median age of the residents is 34. The site is bounded by North State Street to the east, an 18-story hotel to the south, a public alley to the west, and West Elm Street to the north. The site currently contains a restaurant, vacant commercial space, and a parking lot. The surrounding land uses in the area include residential, hotel, retail, and commercial. Here are some images showing the architecture of buildings near the site. The surrounding zoning districts in the immediate area are DX-7 and DX-12, and planned developments number 1291, 344, and 1231. The site is located in a transit-served location and is approximately 625 feet east of the CTA's Division Red Line stop. Here is an aerial view of the project in context with the surrounding buildings looking northwest. And here is an aerial view of the proposal looking south. These are two renderings of the proposal with street level views looking west on Elm Street and looking north on State Street. The next few slides include images of the existing pedestrian context of the site and the same pedestrian level view of the proposed project. This is a view from the corner of State and Elm. A view from Elm Street, a nighttime view from the corner of Elm and State, and a view from State Street. The proposal is subject to the Central Area Action Plan adopted in 2009 and the Central Area Plan adopted in 2003 by the Chicago Plan Commission. Some of the goals of the plans include creating a vibrant and mixed-use urban district, creating great public spaces, ensuring a walkable environment, maintaining a critical density, and emphasizing environmental sustainability. Now I will turn the presentation over to Katie Jenke Dale, the applicant's attorney, who will further explain the details of the proposal.
Thank you. Before I get started, or for the record, Katie Jenke Dale from DLA Piper. Before I get started, I think that our some of our attendees from the project team need to be promoted to panelists. So if tech support could help with that, James is our architect, as well as Kurt Peretz, Mike Haney, and Brennan Hitpas from Newcastle. Thank you. With that, again, for the record, Katie Jenke Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper, and along with my colleague, Rich Clowder, we represent the developer on this matter, Quicks LLC. The developer is an affiliate of Newcastle Limited, a Chicago-based developer. As I mentioned, I'm joined today by representatives from the developer, as well as SCV, the project architect, and KLOA, the traffic engineer. This project was presented at 3 community-wide meetings dating back to April of 2019, and most recently this last June. As a result of feedback received from the community, we lowered the density and height. We also made design feedback or design changes as a result of feedback from DPD and the design team. With that, I think he's been promoted. I will turn it over to James to go through the architecture.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is James Michaels. I'm an architect and senior designer with SCB for the project. The slide in front of you is the landscape plan showing trees along North State Street, and then trees on Elm Street. Next. So this is the ground floor plan. On the left is the sub area plan in yellow, represents what would be multiple retail tenants. And then on the right is when we extend to sub area B and expand that commercial space south. And then in purple, you can see where the entrance to the residential lobby is located. Next. These are the typical parking floor plans for the building. There are 3 levels of parking above the ground floor. On the right, you can see where we expand to sub area B, So we have sub areas A and B, and we add a bit of parking in that area there. Next, please. So this is at the top of the parking. We're calling it the podium level. We have an outdoor roof deck, and we're creating an amenity space for the building. In sub area B here, you can see how we expand that into would be an outdoor dog park at the same level. Next, please. So these are the typical floor plans, residential floor plans for the building. There are 2 tiers. On the left is the tier 1, on the right is tier 2. Tier 2 steps back, and I'll talk about that in a second. Next, please. So this is the very top of the building. We have an amenity level here with an outdoor deck and pool here to the west. On the right is the roof level plan. Next, please. So the next 4 slides are elevations. Some of them may appear as duplicates, so I'll try to go quickly. But on the left here, we have the north elevation. On the right, the east elevation, and this is for sub area A. Next, please. We have the south elevation and then west elevation. And I'll describe the facade a little bit more in the next coming slides. Next, please. So now we have the north elevation again and the east elevation, but you can see here where we have sub area B, which is the lower portion to the bottom left here where we expand that commercial space. And we have a rendering of that. Next, please. And then the south elevation and west elevations again. So these are stacking sections going through the building. This shows, our building at 345 feet tall, shows the top of the podium level at 57 feet, and then its relationship in terms of heights next to the adjacent properties. Next, please. So the next 3 slides are an axonometric of the building where we describe the exterior materials, and we go from the base to the middle to the top. The exterior materials we're proposing are a high performance window wall glazing system that's basically glass and aluminum framing. We also are proposing where the operable windows are, a projected aluminum frame, and you'll see a detail of that. And that's to create more shade and shadow and texture on the building. And then we're also introducing accents of a stone express material, more concentrated towards the base, but as you get up, it gets lighter, but it does extend visually in terms of vertical lines up into the tower. Next, please. So this is just the middle enlarged detail of that portion of the building. And the next, please. And then the top, same materials as we go through. So this diagram highlights the massing expression of the building and how the intention of the design is to relate to the surrounding context with the steps within the building. And you can see on the bottom here, the challenge with the building of this size is, we could create a large mass out of that, but we didn't want to do that. We wanted to break it up into a series of vertical columns and then express those columns in terms of the height. And we did that to help emphasize, well, one, to relate in terms of the steps to the surrounding context, but also to emphasize the corner and create a gateway at the corner through this elevated feature. The other thing it does is in plan, it breaks up the mass into smaller components, which gives it a much better pedestrian feel. Next, please. This is simply highlighting that we're complying with the transportation, traffic, and parking, and these are simply bullet points calling those out. Next, please. Pedestrian orientation. This goes really well to the idea of how we're creating a very active base of the building, and we're doing that by widening the sidewalk at the corner. From 15 to 26 feet on Elm Street, and then from 8 feet to on State Street to 18 feet at the widest, and then 12 feet at the narrowest. But we're also stepping the facade of the building in plan to create, again, that pedestrian scale. And then you can see here in the rendering how we're introducing more of the stone-like materials intermixed with glass and projected elements and the steps to just really make the base of the building very lively. Next, please. In terms of its urban design, you know, a lot of the things that I just said are all reinforcing its urban features and how it fits into the neighborhood. The idea of introducing some of the stone elements and the color of the limestone look of the building is intentional, really to sort of blend in with, or to help it blend in with a lot of the character of the neighborhood. Next, please. This is just simply saying that we have our consultant KLOA who did a traffic analysis and shows that we're complying with the site with traffic. Next. This is our total open space diagram. Also breaks it down into sub areas A and B. And we're well above what would be the minimum. Next, please. So this is a detail of the facade. As I mentioned before, there's this idea of where the operable windows are. We create this vertical frame element that projects out. And that frame element is a key part of the design in terms of creating a texture to the facade. And as the sun moves around it, it's going to create shade and shadow. But we're also, the window wall system has metal frame, metal slab cap, aluminum, and we're going to use various colors to accentuate that in a kind of pewter tone. And then you can see the accents of the stone express materials, in particular where the steps are vertical. And then also at the base of the building, you can get just a hint of the detail of some of that stone expression. Again, just to create a more pedestrian feel at the base of the building and help anchor the building towards the ground plane. Next, please. We're meeting the 100 points for sustainability. All of these bullet points, and I can answer questions to these later, but all of these are the key bullet points that we're following in order to meet those points. Next, please. Stormwater, we're complying with the stormwater management, and this is just simply highlighting that. So thank you very much. I think, Katie, this is you.
Thanks, James. Again, for the record, Katie Jenke-Deal. The project has a 30-unit ARO requirement, which will be fulfilled by providing 8 units on site. Those will be 1 studio, 5 one-bedrooms, and 2 two-bedrooms, as well as paying a fee in lieu of $4.1 million. Next slide, please. The project will result in approximately $2 million in new property taxes, $4.7 million in bonus payments, and new construction and permanent jobs. Additionally, this project team will also comply with the mayoral executive order on MNWB. I'd like to thank Alderman Hopkins and DPD for working with us on this project for the last couple of years. Also, thank you to the plan commissioners for sticking out on this very long agenda today. We're available for any questions, but we'll turn it back over to Emily. Thank you.
Thank you. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposal is in compliance with the PD standards and guidelines. The proposal promotes economically beneficial development patterns. The proposal includes a level of amenities appropriate to the project. The proposal is designed to reinforce desirable urban features in the area. The project promotes safe and efficient circulation of pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles. Additionally, the project promotes pedestrian interest, safety, and comfort. Please refer to my staff report for further details on the project and plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application for the plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thrun. I'm sorry, did you say whether we heard from the alderman on this?
I do have a letter of support with him, from him.
All right, fantastic. And I'm not seeing any comments or questions from Commissioner. Let me scroll up and down. Okay, one just went up. Go ahead, Commissioner Cox.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I know it's very, very late in this marathon Plan Commission meeting, but I really just wanted to take a moment to congratulate the development and architecture team on this building. I know this site very well, but there is something, there's a wonderful convergence of either site restraints, context to respond to a developer's commitment to excellence, and the sheer talent of the architectural team. But this is going to be an amazingly handsome addition to this area. I walk by it often, and I can imagine this there. And when, you know, after seeing so many projects, I think we would be remiss not to just acknowledge the excellence that this particular design and development team has achieved. So thank you all very much.
Thank you for that.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Cox.
Thank you.
And I know sometimes on these Zoom meetings, you know, we go from one item to the next, and it's a little bit anticlimactic for the development team, and for DPD staff. But we do recognize the hard work that you all put into this, and we definitely appreciate these presentations. So, with that, I'm going to call for a motion on the proposed residential business plan development submitted by Quicks LLC for the property generally located at 1120-30 North State Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval.
So moved by Commissioner Cox.
Moved by Commissioner Cox and seconded by
Novara.
Commissioner Nevada seconds that. Commissioner Biaggi. Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Nevada.
Yes.
Commissioner Searle.
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney. Great. Well, the motion passes, and congratulations.
Thank you.
I will say,
Thank you, commissioners.
yeah, thank you all. I will say, Commissioner Cox, we're actually going to finish about an hour earlier than mine and Noah's most optimistic estimate. So I want to thank all the commissioners who hung in there, and to make sure that we had the quorum all the way to the end. Certainly to all the folks who came early on to make their public comments, and to all of the various development teams, and of course to DPD staff. I don't have any updates or informational presentations, although Commissioner Cox, one of these days when we have a shorter agenda, we might have you do an update for us on the Invest Southwest, which we know is moving right along.
I'd be happy to.
Great.
And just thank you for just a masterful orchestration of a 9-hour day. You were hitting on all cylinders, so just thank you for your leadership there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And without any coffee either. So, although I was just starting to think maybe I should grab a cup of coffee. All right. Well, let me get a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Nevada. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Searle, thank you all so much. All right, Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett, I think, was still here. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Okay, Burnett's a yes. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Kelly.
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons. Moore.
Yes.
I don't know why I keep thinking. All right, Murphy. I'm sorry, Lyons Murphy.
Yes.
Novada.
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you, Commissioner. And Searle.
Yes.
And motion passes. And this does conclude. Oh, thank you also to Barb, because this also meant a long day for her as well. So I want to thank Barb Perkovich for her great work that she does as a court reporter for us. And for Kamal also for the technical assistance. We couldn't do this without you. So thank you, everybody. Have a pleasant evening. And this does conclude this month's meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission, adjourned at 5:10 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, y'all.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.